Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Chapter 1: The Hall of the Moon Vow. The Moon Vow Hall of the Black Pine Pack had stood for 400 years, and in all that time, no Luna had ever been replaced in front of her own people on the night of her own renewal ceremony while wearing the ceremonial silver she had polished herself that morning. Seraphine Marlowe had that honor. She stood at the foot of the moonstone dais where she had stood every winter for 6 years, her golden hair braided with pine sprigs in the old way, and watched her mate, her alpha, her first love, the man whose fever she had once sweated out of him with her own hands for 9 straight nights, walk into the hall with another woman on his arm. The whispers started before Roderick even reached the dais. They rolled through the packed hall like wind through wheat. "Who is that?" "A northern lady. Look at the fur on her cloak. That's white winter fox. That's a fortune on her shoulders. Where is she supposed to stand? There's only one place for a woman to stand up there." Roderick Blackpine was, as always, devastatingly handsome. That was the cruelest part. If he had been ugly, if he had been dull or coarse or weak-jawed, Seraphine might have convinced herself she had never really loved him. But Roderick was tall and dark-haired and built like a war poem, with gray eyes that could make a woman forget her own name when they softened, which they used to do, often, when he looked at her. They did not soften now. He walked with the northern woman past the long tables where Seraphine had arranged the winter feast herself. The roast venison she had traded 2 bolts of good linen to secure, the root vegetables from the cellar she had reorganized in September, the honey mead she had bartered from the river merchants using a credit line she had personally guaranteed. He walked past all of it as though it had appeared by magic, and he stopped at the foot of the dais, and he did not look at Seraphine. "Members of the Black Pine Pack," Roderick said, and his voice filled the hall the way it always did, like a bell rung inside a cathedral. "Honored elders, bonded families. Tonight is the night of the moon vow, when the Alpha reaffirms his bond and presents his Luna to the watching moon." Seraphine's hands were steady at her sides. She had rehearsed her part. She would step forward, Roderick would take her hand, they would speak the old words, and the winter would be sealed. She had done this 5 times before. She knew the cadence of it, the way she knew her own heartbeat. "Tonight," Roderick continued, "I present a new bond." The hall went so quiet that Seraphine heard a log shift in the great fireplace 30 feet away. "Lady Alara Winterbourne, of the Northern Winterbourne family, has accepted the position of Luna of the Black Pine Pack." The woman beside him stepped forward, and Seraphine got her first real look at the person who was replacing her. Alara Winterbourne was beautiful in the way that expensive things are beautiful, precise, polished, and utterly without warmth. She had dark auburn hair coiled at the base of her neck, skin like parchment that had never seen honest sun, and eyes the color of frozen river water. She wore white winter fox across her shoulders and a gown of midnight blue velvet that must have cost more than the Black Pine Pack's entire autumn grain budget. Her hands were folded in front of her, and her expression was one of serene, practiced modesty, the kind of modesty that says, "I have already won, and I am being gracious about it." She was also, Seraphine noticed with a clarity that surprised her, wearing a betrothal chain that had been forged at least 3 months ago. The silver had already developed the specific patina that comes from being worn daily against skin. 3 months. Roderick had been planning this for 3 months, through the autumn harvest that Seraphine had managed, through the Salt Road dispute that Seraphine had negotiated, through the silver mine transport crisis that Seraphine had solved by riding out to the mountain pass herself in early snow. 3 months of smiling at her across the breakfast table, of accepting her reports on grain stores, of letting her work herself raw to hold his pack together, while this chain cooled against another woman's throat. Seraphine looked at Roderick. For the first time since he had entered the hall, he looked back. She saw it in his eyes. Not cruelty, not hatred, not even indifference. Something worse. Relief. He was relieved to be done with her. Not because he had never loved her. He had, she knew that with the certainty of 6 years of shared nights and whispered promises and the specific way he used to press his face against her hair and breathe her in like she was the only clean air in the world. He had loved her. But loving Seraphine Marlowe came with a price that Roderick Blackpine had decided he could no longer afford. She was too competent, too necessary, too much. When a Luna runs the grain stores and the salt road and the medicine supply and the merchant contacts and the elder relationships, the Alpha starts to feel like a figurehead. When a Luna solves crises faster than the Alpha hears about them, the pack starts to look at her first and him second. When a Luna is brilliant and capable and golden-haired and universally respected, the Alpha starts to wonder if his pack is really his pack or hers. Roderick had found a solution. He had found a Luna who came with an army, a treasury, and a family name that would make other packs think twice before challenging him, and who would, by all appearances, be content to stand at his side and look decorative. It was, from a certain angle, almost reasonable. From where Seraphine was standing, it was the most breathtaking betrayal she had ever experienced, and she had once watched a merchant try to sell her a crate of sawdust labeled as cinnamon. "Seraphine," Roderick said, and his voice was careful now, the way it got when he was handling something he expected to break. "I know this is not what you anticipated for tonight's ceremony. I want you to know that your years of service to this pack—" "Service," Seraphine repeated, and the word came out flat and precise, like a coin dropped on stone. "Are deeply valued. A home has been prepared for you at the eastern edge of the territory, near the border crossing. It's comfortable, warm. You'll receive a monthly allowance and—" "The eastern border cottage," Seraphine said. "The one with the leak in the north wall that I submitted a repair request for in August, which was denied because, and I am quoting your steward, there are higher priorities for the carpentry budget." A small, horrible silence. Elder Marin, seated at the front table, made a sound that was very carefully not a laugh. "The cottage has been repaired," Roderick said tightly. "How wonderful. It only took replacing your Luna to get a roof patched." Seraphine's voice was perfectly level. She was aware, with the strange, doubled vision that comes in moments of absolute crisis, that every person in this hall was watching her for the breakdown. They were waiting for tears, for begging, for the satisfying spectacle of a discarded woman falling apart in public so that everyone could feel sorry for her and then go back to their venison. She would not give them that. She would give them something much worse. "You mentioned my years of service," Seraphine said, and she reached into the embroidered belt pouch at her waist, the one she had sewn herself, the one that contained the tools of every function she had performed for this pack for 6 years. "Let me return what belongs to the position." She pulled out a heavy iron key on a leather cord. The granary key. Main store, reserve store, emergency winter reserve. She placed it on the edge of the dais. "The river merchants renew the winter grain credit in 11 days. They renew it with me because I am the one who has paid them, fed their drivers, and kept their caravans safe for 6 years. If I am no longer Luna, 40% of your winter grain stops at the river." The hall went quiet enough for the fire to sound loud. She drew out a small leather medicine ledger. "The Ashwick herb women supply our feverfew, willow bark, and wound seal poultice. Their payment is due in 6 days. They do not extend credit to men who remember sick rooms only when they need a heroic speech beside one." She set the ledger beside the key. "Without this, the deep winter comes with no fever medicine and no wound treatment." Then came a wooden passage token stamped with pine and road. "The Salt Road Agreement. Renewed 9 days ago in my name because Greymarch trusts the woman who actually sends the wagons on time." The token clicked against the stone. "If I am removed, this token dies in 30 days. 3 objects. Grain, medicine, road. Even the oldest grandmother in the hall could count them, and every person understood what they meant. Food, survival, and a way out of winter." Seraphine left the rest in her pouch. The firewood contracts, the tallow notes, the cobbler favors, the elder grudges, the little human details that made a pack function. She would not drown the room in paper. She would let them discover those losses one by one, when the first child needed boots and the first hearth ran cold. "There," Seraphine said. The position of Luna returned in full. She looked at Alara Winterborn, who was standing very still, her pale eyes moving over the key, the medicine ledger, and the road token with an expression Seraphine recognized. The expression of a woman doing rapid mental arithmetic and not liking the sum. "I'm sure Lady Winterborn will find it manageable," Seraphine said pleasantly. "She looks like a woman who enjoys a challenge." Roderick's jaw was tight. "Seraphine, this display is unnecessary." "Is it?" She turned to him, and for the first time something hot flickered in her golden brown eyes. "You are replacing me in front of the entire pack on the night of the moon vow. You have been planning this for at least 3 months, based on the age of Lady Winterborn's betrothal chain. You did not tell me. You did not warn me. You let me organize this feast, polish the ceremonial silver, braid my hair in the old way, and walk into this hall believing I was still your Luna. If anyone in this room is putting on an unnecessary display, Roderick, it is not me." The silence was so complete that Seraphine heard Elder Marin's knuckles crack. "You may keep the eastern border cottage," Seraphine said, "and the monthly allowance. I will not be a pensioned-off inconvenience living at the edge of your territory, tending a garden while your new Luna wears my ceremonial silver and pretends she knows where the salt comes from." She reached up and unclipped the thin silver chain at her throat, the Luna's chain, the one Roderick had clasped there 6 years ago with shaking hands and wet eyes. She set it on the dais with the rest. "What I will take," she said, "are my personal effects, my private account ledger, my correspondence, and my own savings, which I earned through personal trade commissions before I was your Luna and which are mine by law." Roderick's face had gone through several colors during her speech. It had settled on a pale, rigid mask that Seraphine knew meant he was furious and knew he had no right to be. "Where will you go?" he asked. "That," Seraphine said, "is no longer your concern." She turned and walked toward the great doors of the Moonvow Hall. The crowd parted for her, not out of respect, not yet, but out of the universal human instinct to get out of the way of a woman who is clearly capable of setting a building on fire with nothing but her organizational skills. Behind her, she heard Alara Winterborn's voice for the first time, soft and musical and perfectly modulated. "Should someone go after her?" And Roderick's voice, tight and defensive. "She'll be fine, she always is." Seraphine's fingers curled into fists at her sides, her nails biting into her palms. The pain was useful. It kept her spine straight and her eyes dry for the 47 steps it took to cross the hall, push open the iron-banded doors, and step into the freezing November night. The doors closed behind her. She made it to the courtyard wall before her knees buckled. Chapter 2: The Border and the Rabbit. The pain of a severed mate bond is not metaphorical. Seraphine had read about it in the old texts, the scrolls she had cataloged and preserved in the Black Pine archive, because no one else thought the archive was worth maintaining. The texts described it as a rending of the soul thread, which she had always thought was poetic exaggeration. It was not poetic exaggeration. It hit her 3 miles past the border marker, where Black Pine territory ended and the wild borderlands began. She was walking fast, her winter cloak pulled tight, her satchel of account ledgers and correspondence banging against her hip, her breath coming in sharp white clouds. The November rain had started an hour ago, thin and bitter and relentless. The kind of rain that doesn't soak you all at once, but seeps in through every seam until you realize you are wet to the bone and your fingers have stopped working. The bond snapped like a bowstring. Seraphine gasped, stumbled, and went down on her hands and knees in the mud of the border road. The pain was enormous, not in one place but everywhere, as though every nerve in her body had been stripped raw and dragged across gravel. Her wolf, the silver wolf that lived behind her ribs, howled, a long, thin, terrible sound that only she could hear. "He does not want us." She pressed her forehead to the mud and breathed. Rain ran down her neck, under her collar, along her spine. Her fingers clawed at the ground. The account ledger in her satchel, the one she had refused to leave behind, the one that contained every debt, every credit, every supply line, every contact, every piece of information that made the Black Pine Pack a functioning entity rather than a collection of wolves arguing over scraps, pressed its leather corner into her ribs like a second heartbeat. She did not let go of it. She got up. She wiped her face, which accomplished nothing because the rain immediately replaced everything she had wiped away. She picked up her satchel, slung it across her body, and kept walking. The borderway station appeared through the rain like a smudge of warm light, a low stone building with a thatched roof and a stable yard, sitting at the junction of the East Road and the old trade path that ran south to the river towns. It was not a grand building. It was the kind of place where traveling merchants, lone riders, and border wolves stopped for a hot meal and a dry corner before continuing into uncertain territory. Seraphine pushed open the door and was hit by the smell of wood smoke, mutton stew, and wet dog. The common room was half full. A few merchants hunched over their bowls, a pair of border guards playing dice, an old woman knitting in the chimney corner. No one looked up. In the borderlands, people minded their own business. It was safer that way. The innkeeper, a stout woman with arms like fence posts and a face that suggested she had once headbutted a mule and the mule had lost, looked Seraphine up and down. "Room? If you have one." "Last one on the left, upstairs. 3 coppers, suppers included. You look like you need it." Seraphine paid. Her fingers were shaking, but she counted the coins accurately. She would always count coins accurately. The world could end, and Seraphine Marlowe would die with her accounts balanced. She climbed the stairs, found the room, a narrow cell with a straw mattress, a woolen blanket, and a window that looked out onto the stable yard, and sat on the bed. She did not cry. She sat very still with her hands on her account ledger and waited for the trembling to stop. It did not stop. She went back downstairs. The kitchen was accessible through a side door that someone had left propped open with a brick. Seraphine told herself she was looking for hot water for her face, or perhaps a candle, or perhaps any small practical task that would give her hands something to do besides shake. What she found behind the kitchen's back door, in the narrow, muddy alley where the kitchen scraps were thrown, was a rabbit. It was small and white and round, with ears that were slightly too long for its body and eyes the color of dark cherries. It was sitting in the rain next to an overturned crate, and it was eating a cabbage leaf. Or rather, it was clutching a cabbage leaf in its mouth with the grim, unshakable determination of a creature that had decided this cabbage leaf was the hill it would die on, while the kitchen boy, a lanky teenager with a dripping nose, tried to shoo it away with a broom. "Get off. That's not for you, you stupid. Go on, get." The boy swiped the broom at the rabbit. The rabbit did not move. It hunched lower over its cabbage leaf and chewed faster. "I said get." Another swipe. The rabbit dodged the broom with a small, indignant hop and resumed chewing. The cabbage leaf was now considerably smaller, but the rabbit showed no intention of surrendering what remained. "You little," the boy raised the broom higher. "Stop." Seraphine's voice came out sharper than she intended. The boy turned, saw a golden-haired woman standing in the kitchen doorway with rain in her hair and murder in her eyes, and prudently lowered the broom. "It's just a rabbit, miss. It keeps getting into the vegetable stores." "Then fix the latch on your vegetable stores." Seraphine walked past the boy, crouched in the mud. She was already so wet and filthy that a little more made no difference, and looked at the rabbit. The rabbit looked at her. It had stopped chewing. The cabbage leaf hung from its mouth like a limp green flag. Its dark cherry eyes were very round, and its nose was twitching in the rapid, assessing way that rabbits' noses twitch when they are deciding whether a new person is a threat, a friend, or irrelevant. Seraphine held out her hand, palm up, fingers relaxed. She did not move. She barely breathed. The rabbit considered her for a long moment. Then it hopped forward, one small, careful hop, and pressed its nose against her fingertips. Its nose was cold and wet and impossibly soft, and it twitched 3 times against her skin before the rabbit apparently decided that Seraphine was acceptable. It hopped into her lap. It was warm, absurdly warm the way small animals always are, as though they contain a furnace somewhere beneath their fur that is wildly out of proportion to their size. It settled against her stomach, tucked its feet underneath itself, and continued eating the cabbage leaf. Seraphine sat in the mud in the rain behind a border way station kitchen, holding a rabbit that had been thrown out of the only place it knew for the crime of trying to feed itself, and she thought, well, we match. She carried it inside. No one stopped her. The innkeeper looked at the rabbit, looked at Seraphine's face, and said nothing. There were some faces you did not argue with. Upstairs, Seraphine set the rabbit on the bed. It explored the blanket with the thorough, methodical intensity of a creature cataloging its new territory, circled 3 times, and flopped onto its side. Seraphine sat beside it, opened her account ledger, and began to read. The numbers were familiar, comforting. Every line in this ledger represented a relationship she had built, a deal she had struck, a crisis she had solved. The river merchants, the Salt Road Passage, the Heartwood Carriers Guild, the Herb Women of Ashwick, the quarterly grain deliveries, the winter tallow supply, the emergency credit line with the Greymark banking house. These were hers, not Roderick's, not the Blackpine Pack's, hers. She had built them with her own mind, her own hands, her own relentless competence. And when Roderick Blackpine stood in his Moonvow Hall with his beautiful northern bride and realized that his granary was emptying, his salt road was closing, his medicine supply was vanishing, his silver mine wagons were not arriving, and his elders were asking uncomfortable questions about where the woman who actually ran everything had gone, these relationships would still be hers. The rabbit nudged its nose against her ankle. She reached down and...
The first thing Seraphina Hale heard through her bedroom wall was her fiancé laughing at the word accident. The second thing she heard was Lady Corvina Marrow saying, "Snow hides foolish girls very well." Seraphina stood in the middle of her chamber with a silver brush in one hand and a hunting boot in the other. The fire had burned low. The mirror showed a woman of 26 in a dark green house gown, hair half braided, face too still. At her feet, 8 royal winter hounds stopped chewing the same stolen slipper and lifted their heads together. Prince Orenvale spoke again on the other side of the carved panel. His voice had the lazy softness he used at council dinners. "She knows the forest paths. Make her trust the western stag trail. The ravine will do the rest." Corvina gave a small, delighted gasp. "You sound almost cruel." "Cruel would be breaking the betrothal in open court," Oren said. "This is cleaner. A tragic misdirection during the winter hunt. Her hounds will scatter. She will panic. By sunset, father will need a new bride for the Border Alliance." Seraphina lowered the boot. Captain Biscuit, largest of the hounds, rose with the patience of a judge. Duchess followed. Buttons wagged once, then sneezed into the slipper. Oren added, "Besides, she is only the royal kennel master's pretty daughter. My father liked her mother's service record. That does not make her fit to sit beside me." The silver brush bent in Seraphina's hand. For 3 breaths, she did nothing. That was important. Her mother had taught her not to loose a hound until the hound understood the shape of the field. So Seraphina listened. She heard silk brush stone. She heard Oren lift a cup from the little table in the adjoining guest salon. She heard Corvina murmur that she had already moved the western trail markers. Then Seraphina set the brush down and smiled at her hounds. "Good evening, respectable criminals," she whispered. "We're going to practice manners." Every tail began to move. She crossed the room, opened the hidden panel, and stepped into the guest salon with all 8 hounds at her skirts. Oren was standing too close to Corvina beside the wine table. His dark blue coat was unbuttoned at the throat. Corvina's white fur wrap sat over Seraphina's own chair. They both turned at once. Seraphina looked at the wine, the trail map, the shifted markers drawn in red ink, and the little knife Corvina had used to scrape wax from the royal hunt seals. "My lord," Seraphina said, "my lady." Oren went pale. "Suha, this is not what it appears to be." "Excellent," she said, "because it appears to be a planned disappearance with poor handwriting." Corvina recovered faster. She smiled with her lips and not her eyes. "You should not enter rooms without knocking." Seraphina lifted 2 fingers. Captain Biscuit put both front paws on Oren's chest and flattened him onto the carpet. Oren made a sound that would not have impressed a rabbit. Duchess seized the hem of his coat and dragged him 3 feet from the wine table. Buttons leapt on Corvina's fur wrap and shook it with such moral fury that white hair filled the air. Mutton, who had never respected royalty, placed one enormous paw on Oren's stomach and licked his chin. "Call them off," Oren shouted. "You wanted me lost in a ravine," Serafina said. "I want your collar buttons lost under a settee. We are not the same." Corvina shrieked when Pepper caught the sash of her gown and pulled it loose enough to tangle her ankles. No one was hurt. Only tailoring suffered. The hounds had been trained to catch sleeves, cloaks, straps, and pride. They did their work with frightening cheer. Serafina stepped over Oren's boot and took the trail map. She took the scraped seal knife. She took the little red pouch of false markers from Corvina's hand, while the lady was busy trying to save her sleeve from foxglove. Oren tried to rise. Captain Biscuit lowered his head and breathed directly into the prince's face. "He has eaten boiled cabbage," Serafina warned. "Make choices with that knowledge." Oren froze. For one wild moment, laughter climbed Serafina's throat. It was sharp and bright and wrong. She let it out anyway. The sound startled Corvina more than the hounds had. Serafina backed toward the panel. "I will send someone for the furniture. You may want new furniture. Also new souls." "Sarah," Oren said, voice breaking. "You cannot do this. Watch me." She whistled once. 8 hounds released silk, wool, buttons, and dignity. They rushed after her through the panel. Serafina shut it, bolted it from her side, and ran. She laughed down the corridor until the laugh cracked. She laughed past the tapestry of the first winter hunt. She laughed down the servant's stair, while Buttons carried Corvina's fur wrap in his mouth like a fallen enemy banner. By the time she reached the kennels, the laugh had become a sob she could not swallow. The royal kennels were warm with straw, iron stoves, and dog breath. 32 hounds lifted their heads from their beds. The youngest pups tumbled over each other to reach her. The old lead bitch, Grandmother Pike, opened one eye and judged everyone. Serafina shut the kennel door behind her and pressed both hands to her mouth. Oren had planned the western ravine. Corvina had moved the markers. The prince had said only the kennel master's daughter. Only pretty, only useful until a cleaner bride appeared. Her knees weakened. Captain Biscuit leaned his weight against her thigh. Duchess pushed her head under Serafina's hand. Buttons dropped the fur wrap and sat on it, proud and unhelpful. Serafina allowed herself 12 breaths. On the 13th, she stood. Crying was permitted. Collapse was not. She crossed to the tack room and lit 2 lamps. The kennel ledgers waited in their cabinet. She pulled the winter feed book, the hunt route register, the injury log, and the sealed copy of the hound master's oath. Her mother had made 3 rules for a woman cornered by a noble house. First, leave with proof. Second, leave with witnesses. Third, leave loudly enough that silence becomes suspicious. Serafina took all 3 rules personally. She packed the ledgers in oilcloth. She strapped grain pouches to 6 sled harnesses. She opened the iron cage where the hunt whistles hung and took the black horn whistle that had belonged to her mother. Then she paused at the smallest hook. A child's whistle hung there on a frayed blue cord. It was plain bone, carved with a crooked moon. A boy had given it to her in a snowstorm when she was 8. He had found her crying under a pine before she ever came to the palace. He had wrapped his own scarf around her and said, very severely, that brave girls were still allowed to ask for help before freezing to death. She had never learned his name. Serafina put the old whistle around her neck. The hounds watched with bright eyes. "We are not sneaking away," she told them. "We are conducting a professional relocation." Grandmother Pike groaned. "Do not take that tone." 1 hour later, the eastern kennel gate opened on a sight the palace would discuss for years. Serafina Hale walked out under a hard white moon wearing her training coat, tall boots, and a belt full of whistles. Behind her came 32 royal winter hounds in travel harness. 6 dragged sleds of ledgers, feed, medicines, blankets, and 1 stolen white fur wrap that Buttons refused to surrender. At the front, Captain Biscuit carried Oren's torn collar in his mouth. Serafina stopped at the public hunt board in the stable court. She pinned the red pouch of false trail markers beside the royal map. Under it she wrote, in the bold hand her mother had beaten into her, "The Western Trail was tampered with. Ask Prince Oren why." After a moment, she added, "Do not feed traitors to the hounds. It upsets the hounds." The stable boys read it twice. One of them whispered, "Mistress Hale, where are you going?" "To the border," Seraphina said. "The hounds require fresher company." Captain Biscuit wagged. No one stopped her. By dawn, the palace bells were behind them. The city road lay buried under clean snow, and Seraphina had cried enough to leave salt on her scarf. Her hounds moved around her in disciplined waves. Some ran ahead to read the wind. Some guarded the sleds. Buttons kept trying to wear Corvina's fur wrap and falling sideways into drifts. Seraphina should have gone south to her mother's cousin. She should have sought a magistrate. She should have stayed in the palace and forced a hearing before Orin could prepare his lies. Instead, she had chosen the border road. The border was where grain shortages were whispered about in the palace kitchens. It was where soldiers wrote complaints that disappeared inside sealed offices. It was where her mother had once said truth traveled faster because hungry men had less patience for court perfume. It was also the road Orin would least expect a kennel woman to take with 32 hounds and several sleds of incriminating paper. At mid-morning, Grandmother Pike stopped beside a frozen ditch and growled. Seraphina raised a fist. Every hound halted. The road ahead curved through black firs. Beyond the firs came the low iron sound of horses moving under armor. Not palace riders. The rhythm was heavier, colder, controlled by people who expected ambush and had survived many. Captain Biscuit moved in front of Seraphina. "Easy," she said. The first rider appeared between the trees. He was tall even on a tall black horse. A charcoal cloak hung from shoulders built for war rather than court. His hair was black, wind-torn, and swept back from a face cut with hard lines. A scar crossed the edge of his jaw. His eyes were the pale steel gold of an alpha who had stopped asking rooms for permission years ago. Behind him rode 20 border soldiers, all lean, all cold, all watching the hounds with the same wary calculation. The lead rider reined in. Seraphina looked up at him. He looked down at her sleds, her hounds, her red eyes, and the stolen fur wrap currently wrapped around Button's middle. "Is this a rebellion?" he asked, "or a kennel exercise with poor paperwork?" Seraphina wiped her face with the back of one glove. "That depends who is asking." General Rurik Voss of the Frost March. She stiffened. Every servant in the palace knew that name. The border alpha general was called cold-blooded by people who had never spent a winter without firewood. He had broken raider sieges, dragged 3 corrupt quartermasters to judgment, and once refused to bow to Orin at a feast until the prince apologized to a wounded soldier. Rurik's gaze moved over the hounds again. "And you are?" "Seraphina Hale, Royal Hound Trainer. Former fiancée of Prince Orin, unless he has developed courage during breakfast." One of the soldiers coughed. Rurik did not blink. "Former? He planned to lose me in a ravine during the winter hunt. I objected with dogs." The general's horse shifted. Rurik's gloved hand tightened on the reins. "Did you kill him?" he asked. "No." "Did the dogs?" "Also no. They mauled his tailoring." A second soldier turned his face away. Rurik leaned slightly forward. Snow dusted the black sweep of his hair. "You left the palace with every royal hound." "Not every hound," Seraphina said. "I left 3 elderly spaniels. They are politically unreliable." For a moment, his mouth changed. It was not a smile. It was the memory of one. Then a cartwheel cracked behind his line. A grain wagon lurched sideways in the road. 2 soldiers jumped down to steady it. One sack fell from the back, burst against a stone, and spilled pale kernels across the snow. Seraphina smelled the problem before anyone spoke. The hounds smelled it too. Grandmother Pike lowered her nose. Captain Biscuit sneezed and looked offended. Rurik turned in the saddle. "Hold that sack." Seraphina walked past him without asking. A border sergeant moved to block her, then stopped when 32 hounds politely considered removing him from the path. She crouched beside the torn sack. Wheat should smell dry, grassy, faintly sweet. This smelled of cellar mold, river silt, and something sharp that belonged in mortar. She pushed her fingers into the grain and rubbed. Grit scratched her glove. "Sand," she said. Rurik dismounted in one smooth motion. He landed close enough that she felt the impact through the frozen road. "How much?" Seraphina lifted a handful. Grain and pale grit slid between her fingers. "Enough to cheat a scale. Enough to break teeth. Enough to starve a keep while the ledger says you were fed." The nearest soldiers went very still. Rurik crouched beside her. His shoulder nearly brushed hers. He smelled of cold leather, pine smoke, and iron discipline. Up close, his face looked younger than the stories and more tired than the scar allowed. "Can your hounds track where the sand entered the sacks?" he asked. Serafina glanced at the torn seal. The wax mark was royal blue, but the press had slipped. Her kennel ledgers tracked feed shipments by scent for the hunt dogs. Grain theft always left a trail if someone cared to put a nose to it. "Yes," she said, "if you stop breathing down my collar." His eyes lowered to the space between them. Serafina realized his gloved hand was braced on the snow beside hers. Their fingers were close enough for the heat of him to reach her through winter air. Her heart, treacherous animal, struck once against her ribs. Rurik did not move away. "I breathe where the evidence is," he said. "Then the evidence is about to file a complaint." A hound sneezed directly into the spilled grain. Serafina closed her eyes. "That is Mutton. He has strong views on fraud." Rurik looked at the hound, then back at Serafina. "Mistress Hale, I was riding to the capital to demand the grain owed to my garrisons. It appears the capital has sent me sand and a witness. I am not capital property. I did not say you were." His answer came too fast for courtesy. It landed between them with a weight she felt. Serafina stood. He stood with her. Because he was very tall and too close, she had to tilt her head back. Oren had used height as decoration. Rurik wore it like a wall built in a blizzard. "I can help you test the wagons," she said. "Then I keep moving." "Where?" "Away from ravines. The road ahead is borderland. Wolves answer to me there. Hounds answer to me everywhere." One of his eyebrows rose. Captain Biscuit chose that moment to sit on Rurik's boot. The general looked down. Serafina folded her arms. "He is negotiating." "For what?" "Possibly your boot. Possibly your soul. He is ambitious." Rurik's gaze returned to her face. The hard line of his mouth shifted again. This time the smile almost survived. "Then we should draft terms," he said. The first test took place in the lee of the firs. Serafina cut open 6 sacks from 3 wagons. Rurik watched in silence while she separated wheat, grit, chaff, and seal threads on a square of dark cloth. His soldiers watched her hands with the hungry attention of men whose supper depended on facts. The result was worse than she expected. Every sack held sand. Some held more sand than grain. The mold hid at the center where a careless inspector would miss it. 2 sacks had dead beetles. One had a pebble stamped with blue quarry dust from the capital's North Chapel works. Serafina held that pebble in her palm. "This is not border sand," she said. "This came from the Palace District." Rurik's jaw tightened. The quartermaster swore the wagons were sealed at the royal granary. He may have sworn truthfully. Someone could have filled false sacks before sealing, or changed them in a holding yard. "Can your ledgers prove that?" "My ledgers prove what the kennels received. They include cent notes for hound feed and hunt grain stores. My mother believed numbers lied less when dogs checked them." "Your mother was sensible. She was terrifying." "Good." Serafina looked up. Rurik's face had gone flat again, but his eyes were on her fingers. She realized she had rubbed the pebble so hard that grit had cut through her glove. A thin red line marked her thumb. Before she could hide it, he caught her wrist. The contact was careful. It still sent heat up her arm. His hand circled her wrist with complete control and no effort. She could feel the difference between restraint and weakness. He had both strength and the decision not to use it. "Small cut," she said. "Open skin in winter is not small. You command armies. Do you inspect every thumb?" "Only the ones holding evidence." His thumb pressed the heel of her glove back. The motion exposed the cut. He took a clean strip from inside his cloak and wrapped it around her thumb with efficient hands. Serafina meant to make a remark. The words left her when his knuckle brushed the inside of her palm. Rurik looked up. The space between them changed. Snow moved through the fir branches. The soldiers' voices faded. His fingers still held her wrist. His eyes had lowered to her mouth for one dangerous beat before returning to her face. "Mistress Hale," he said quietly, "you are shaking." "I walked all night. That is not the only reason." Serafina should have pulled away. Instead, she leaned half an inch closer, angry that he had noticed, angrier that the notice did not feel cruel. "Do you always diagnose witnesses?" "Only when they arrive with 32 hounds, a stolen fur, and evidence of a planned disappearance. A planned disappearance. Do not inflate my importance. I rarely need to inflate what is already large. His voice had gone lower. It struck under her ribs with an alarming lack of permission. Captain Biscuit sneezed between them. Serafina snatched her hand back. That was late but effective. Rurik looked at the hound. He objects. He believes bandages should be paid for in dried liver. Reasonable. The general gave the hound a strip from his saddlebag. Captain Biscuit accepted it with the solemnity of a treaty signing. By noon, Rurik had turned his column toward Frostgate Keep instead of the capital. Serafina objected immediately. I said I would help test wagons. I did not agree to become a military attachment. You have no safe lodging on this road, Rurik said. Prince Oren will send riders. My keep has walls, witnesses, and enough legal clerks to make a liar regret literacy. That sounded almost charming until the clerks. My charm is rationed. Your soldiers must suffer. They are alive. He said it without pride. Serafina heard the cost under it. They rode with her hound caravan between the grain wagons and the cavalry. Rurik offered her a spare horse. She refused and walked beside the sleds until the road iced over near a narrow bridge. Buttons slipped first. The sled lurched. Serafina grabbed the trace line, lost her footing, and slid toward the bridge rail. Rurik reached her before the hounds could. One arm locked around her waist and pulled her back against his chest. His other hand caught the sled rope. The motion stopped her hard enough to knock breath from her lungs. For one suspended second, Serafina stood pressed against him from shoulder to hip. His cloak wrapped around her side. His body was winter hard and living hot. She felt his breath at her hairline. Still objecting to military attachment? He asked against her ear. Her pulse did something humiliating. I object to bridges that betray women in public. The bridge will be disciplined. Severely? Without mercy. She looked down at his hand spread over her waist. He released the sled rope, but not her. His thumb had landed over the seam of her coat. Through wool and leather, she still felt the pressure of it. General, she said. Yes. Your soldiers are watching. They have been ordered to survive worse. Serafina turned her head. His face was close enough that she could see pale frost in his lashes. The cold-blooded Alpha General did not look cold now. He looked controlled by the width of a knife edge. I can stand, she said. I know. Then why are you still holding me? A pause opened. His answer was very quiet. Because you nearly fell. That was earlier. I am aware. The hounds began to howl. Not a danger howl. Worse, a delighted howl. Serafina closed her eyes as all 32 hounds announced to the entire road that their mistress was being held by a tall man and had not bitten him. Rurik released her slowly. Your pack reports everything, he said. They were raised in court. Gossip is in the mortar. The hounds kept howling until Grandmother Pike barked once. Silence fell at once. Rurik looked at the old bitch with respect. I want her on my council. You cannot afford her. What does she demand? Blankets, meat, and the right to judge men from a cushion. Half my council already does that. Serafina laughed before she could stop herself. The sound surprised them both. Rurik looked at her as if the laugh had shown him a door he had not known existed. Serafina looked away first. Frostgate Keep rose from the border cliffs at dusk. It was not beautiful in the palace sense. No gold domes, no painted saints, no perfumed arches. It was black stone, smoke, iron gates, and men on the walls with crossbows. The mountain wind struck it and broke. Hungry soldiers lined the yard when the wagons entered. Their cheeks were hollow. Their winter coats had been patched too often. A young guard in his early 20s stared at the grain sacks with such plain hope that Serafina's stomach twisted. Rurik dismounted before the main steps. No sack opens for the kitchens until Mistress Hale and my quartermaster inspect it, he ordered. Any man who steals before inspection eats sand first. The soldiers managed a tired laugh. A young woman in a brown grain-watch coat pushed through them with a ledger under one arm and a steel staff across her back. Her dark braid was pinned high, her nose had been broken once, and every starving soldier made room for her without being told. General, if the capital has sent us more rotten wheat, I am feeding the royal seals to the goats. Grain Watch Captain Marave, Rurik said. She monitors the border grain line, audits every wagon, and breaks the fingers of men who think hunger is paperwork. Captain, this is Serafina Hale, Royal Hound Trainer. She found sand in the shipment. Marave looked Serafina up and down. You brought dogs. Hounds, Serafina corrected. They eat. With enthusiasm. Then they are soldiers. Welcome. Serafina liked her at once. Marave gave no court bow. She offered Serafina a square nod, then crouched and held one hand toward Captain Biscuit. The hound sniffed her knuckles, sneezed once, and accepted her as a public servant with potential. He approves, Serafina said. Good, Marave replied. I have been rejected by bishops. I could not survive rejection by a working dog. Rurik said, Captain Vey is honest, armed, and impossible to flatter. A rare government office, Serafina said. Marave pointed her ledger at the sacks. Then let us make it useful before someone important lies at me. Within an hour, the keep yard became an inspection hall. Torches burned in iron baskets. Sacks were opened under guard. Serafina set hounds in pairs to scent mold, silt, and false grain oil. Marave weighed samples, sealed jars, and made every driver say his route aloud in front of witnesses. Rurik stood over the work with the stillness of a locked gate. One wagoner tried to step backward when Duchess found silt under the clean top layer. Marave caught him by the elbow, turned his wrist with neat efficiency, and sat him on a flour barrel before he could blink. Running makes ink suspicious, she told him. The wagoner swallowed. I was stretching, then stretched toward the truth. Serafina tried not to laugh and failed. Rurik looked at Marave with the expression of a commander watching a regulation write itself. More than half the shipment was fraudulent. The soldiers did not shout. That was worse. Hunger had already burned the noise out of them. Serafina watched a young guard pick 3 good kernels from a bad sack and place them in his pocket. Not stealing, saving proof that the good grain had existed somewhere before it was taken. Her throat tightened. Rurik saw her looking. This is why I was riding to the capital, he said. The Frost March paid taxes in silver, timber, and service. The royal granary answered with excuses. Oren knew. I sent 6 petitions. He signed 3 dismissals. The prince's name turned the cold inside her into a cleaner thing. Then we will give him a 7th document, she said. One he cannot dismiss. Rurik turned toward her. Serafina was tired. Her eyes burned. Her thumb hurt. Her heart had been dragged over stones by a man who had planned to lose her in snow. Yet standing in that yard, among hungry soldiers and honest hounds, she felt the first hard shape of purpose. I need a table, she said. A lamp. Fresh wax. Thread from every sack. A map of the capital granary yards. Access to your petitions. And dried liver for the witnesses. Marave grunted. The dog witnesses? They work cheap. Better than most inspectors, Marave said. They cannot read a bribe and pretend it is weather. Captain Biscuit wagged once, as if accepting the promotion. Rurik's gaze did not leave Serafina's face. You will have all of it, and I am not your prisoner. No, I decide when to leave. Yes, I keep my own room. His eyes changed at the edges. Also yes. Serafina heard the roughness under the last answer and felt heat rise under her collar. She looked down at the ledgers before her face betrayed her. Good, she said. Then bring me your fraudulent wheat. Buttons trotted past, wearing Corvina's fur wrap again. Marave stared. Why is that one dressed like a bankrupt duchess? Evidence, Serafina said. Rurik looked at the hound. Against fashion? Against many things. They worked until the moon stood high over the keep. Serafina discovered 3 patterns before midnight. First, the worst sacks came from wagons marked with the blue seal of the Royal Chapel District. Second, the thread used to stitch them was not granary hemp, but fine white court cord. Third, each false sack carried a faint scent of rose oil. Corvina Marrow wore rose oil. She had spilled it in Serafina's bedroom once, and complained that the hounds had sneezed for a day. When Serafina told Rurik, he did not look surprised. Lady Marrow's father owns warehouses near the chapel works, he said. Of course he does. Her family also brokers grain contracts. Of course they do. Prince Oren approved the winter reserve transfer 3 weeks ago. Serafina set down her pen. Of course he did. The room assigned to the investigation had once been a chapel. It now held maps, sacks, scales, and hounds asleep under every bench. The hearth gave off a hard orange heat. Rurik stood at the long table beside Serafina, one hand braced near her inkpot. He had removed his armor. Without it, he looked less like a fortress and more dangerous. Black wool fit close across his shoulders. His throat was open at the collar, showing a narrow scar near the base. Serafina had not meant to notice. She noticed thoroughly. "You should sleep," he said. "So should you. I sleep when my keep is fed. Then you have been awake since autumn." "Close." She looked up sharply. That was not a joke. It was an approximation. "General." "Rurik," he said. The name sat in the warm room between them. Serafina looked down at her ledger. "You should not give me your first name while I am holding ink. I may use it to forge something." "What would you forge?" "A requisition for blankets." "Your hounds need more." "My hounds?" "Your soldiers, then." Quartermaster Mara, they classified mine as soldiers. "I am adapting." Rurik leaned closer to read the ledger lines she had marked. His arm brushed hers. Neither moved. "You blush when you are angry," he said. Serafina's pen stopped. "I do not." "You do. That is not useful evidence. It tells me when to stop speaking, and yet you continue, because I also want to see what happens." Her breath caught. The silence turned thick. Rurik's shoulder remained against hers. His hand shifted on the table, not touching her, close enough that one small movement would change the night. Serafina could smell soap on his skin under leather and smoke. She could see a tiny line of exhaustion beside his mouth. "What happens," she said very quietly, "is that I remember I was betrayed this morning." His face changed at once. He drew back by half a step, not in rejection but in discipline. "Then I stop." The loss of heat annoyed her. The gentleness annoyed her more. Serafina turned toward him. "I did not ask you to freeze." Rurik looked at her for a long moment. "Tell me where the line is. I will stand on the correct side." "That sounds very noble." "It is practical. I do not want to become another man who takes your choices." Her anger softened before she could protect it. "The line moves," she said. "Today it is somewhere between being held on a bridge and being kissed over forged grain reports." His eyes lowered to her mouth. "That is a narrow border," he said. "You command borders." "Not that one." For 3 breaths, neither of them moved. Then Buttons rolled under the table in his sleep, kicked both hind legs, and struck Rurik's boot with a thud. Serafina exhaled a laugh. Rurik looked down at the hound with calm betrayal. "He has opinions," she said. "He has terrible timing." "No, that was good timing. Terrible timing would have been 2 breaths later." Rurik's gaze returned to her so fast her stomach dipped. "Then I owe him dried liver," he said. She did not sleep much that night. Her room was small, clean, and plainly prepared by soldiers who had no idea what women needed but respected blankets. Someone had placed 4 on the bed, 2 on the chair, 1 over the washstand, and 1 on the floor where Captain Biscuit immediately lay down. Serafina took off her boots and sat on the edge of the bed. The old bone whistle rested against her throat. Oren's voice kept returning. "Only." The word had teeth. She pressed both fists into the blanket. The tears came without drama this time. They came because she had once wanted a husband who laughed with her at morning hound chaos. She had once imagined Oren watching her train pups and saying he was proud. She had spent years turning his distracted affection into proof of a future. Now that future lay on a salon carpet under Captain Biscuit's paws. The door creaked. Serafina wiped her face. "If you are a soldier, retreat. If you are a hound, enter quietly." Grandmother Pike pushed the door open with her nose. Behind her stood Rurik holding a covered cup. Serafina sat straighter. "You are not a hound. I brought one as a credential." Grandmother Pike walked in and took the rug. Rurik remained outside the threshold. "Marave makes a winter herb drink. It tastes like boiled pine in punishment. It helps with shock. You're selling it poorly. I am honest about beverages." She stood and crossed to the door. He handed her the cup without stepping inside. Steam curled between them. "Thank you," she said. His gaze moved over her face. He saw the tears. He did not mention them. "There will be riders from the capital by morning," he said. "Oren will call you unstable. He will call the hound stolen property. He may claim you attacked him without cause. I left the trail markers on the hunt board." "Good." "I took the knife." Better. I made his collar a dog toy. This time Rurik did smile. It was small, brief, and devastating. Necessary, he said. Serafina looked down at the cup because looking at him became difficult. I am not unstable, she said. I know. I am angry and embarrassed and apparently wanted dead, but I am not unstable. I know. Do you say anything else? When required. She drank. The herb brew did taste like pine and punishment. She grimaced. Rurik watched her mouth again, then looked away as if the wall required military attention. General, she said. Rurik. Rurik. His name changed the air a second time. Serafina lifted the cup. Thank you for stopping at my door. Thank you for not entering without permission. And thank you for looking at the wall as if it insulted your ancestors. It did. What did it say? That I have poor judgment. Does it often tell the truth? His eyes came back to hers. Tonight, yes. The cup warmed her fingers. His voice warmed everything else. Serafina should have closed the door. Instead, she let herself stand there with one bare foot on cold stone and one hound snoring behind her. Rurik's shadow filled the threshold without crossing it. Sleep, Serafina, he said. The way he said her name made it feel less damaged. You too. I will try. That was not an agreement. No. She narrowed her eyes. You are difficult. I have references. She closed the door before she smiled too much. Morning at Frostgate Keep began with a horn, a curse, and a hound stealing a sausage from a lieutenant's hand. Serafina woke before the second horn. Habit pulled her from bed while the sky was still iron gray. At the palace, this was the hour she crossed the kennel yard with warm mash, brushed snow from every muzzle, and greeted each hound by title. The ritual had survived fevers, royal inspections, Oren's board visits, and one unfortunate spring when Buttons fell in love with a laundry basket. She found the Frostgate hounds, her own hounds, and 4 suspicious border mutts gathered in the lower yard around a cook who looked prepared to resign from life. Serafina put 2 fingers to her mouth and whistled. Every dog sat. The cook almost dropped the sausage pan. Rurik stood near the armory steps with a mug in hand. He wore no cloak despite the cold. His black training shirt clung to his shoulders, and his hair was still damp from washing. Serafina's brain, usually competent before breakfast, mislaid several useful thoughts. He watched her line the hounds in rows. Good morning, honorable criminals, she said. 36 tails moved. Captain Biscuit, you look innocent. That means you are guilty. Duchess, stop judging the cook. He has suffered enough. Mutton, remove your paw from that boot. It still contains a lieutenant. Buttons, if you are wearing stolen fur before sunrise, you must at least stand straight. The soldiers gathered on the steps began to grin. Serafina moved down the line, touching each nose. Every hound gave a different greeting. Captain Biscuit pressed his forehead into her palm. Duchess offered one paw. Mutton leaned so hard she had to brace. Grandmother Pike allowed one royal tap, and then looked away in contempt. When Serafina reached the young pups, she crouched. And good morning to the tiny disasters. Did we dream of eating glove leather? We did. Did we repent? We did not. A laugh broke from the soldiers. Rurik's mug had stopped halfway to his mouth. Serafina straightened and caught him looking. For once, the general did not hide it. What? She asked. I have watched men confess under interrogation with less discipline than those pups show for you. Pups respond to consistency, food, and being told when they are ridiculous. Men are less advanced. The soldiers laughed harder. Rurik's gaze warmed. You may brief my officers after breakfast. On grain fraud. On being less advanced than pups. She pointed at him. Do not tempt me before tea. Breakfast became a council because Frostgate had no talent for leisure. They gathered in the old chapel room again. Marave brought porridge thinned beyond pride. Rurik's captains brought maps, petitions, and a stack of replies from the capital. Serafina read them with growing rage. The palace had dismissed every complaint as border exaggeration. The Crown Office claimed weather delays. The Granary Office claimed rodent loss. Oren had signed one note in his own hand. General Voss must learn that hunger makes wolves dramatic. Serafina stared at that line until the ink blurred. Week set beside hit. His knee brushed hers under the table. It might have been accidental. It did not move. He wrote this while my men were cutting mold from bread. Rurik said. He wrote it because he has never watched a young border guard save 3 colonels in his pocket, she answered. A captain with a scarred cheek looked up. You saw Tobin do that? Yes. The room quieted. Serafina closed the letter. We need more than proof of bad grain. We need proof of intent, profit, and chain of custody. If this is only incompetence, Orrin will blame a clerk. If it is theft, he will blame a dead clerk. If Lady Marrow's family is involved, they will blame a foreign merchant. Marave nodded. Then we need their own numbers. And scent, Serafina said. Numbers can be copied. Scent travels poorly through lies. Rurik pointed to the capital map. 3 places. Royal Granary, Chapel Warehouse, North Weighing Yard. The wagons passed all 3 before coming to us. The rose oil was in the sacks, Serafina said. Corvina touched them, or her personal servants did. One officer frowned. Could perfume cling that long? To court cord, yes. To wax, less so. To hounds, forever, because they are petty archivists. Duchess lifted her head from under the table, as if sighted. Rurik leaned toward the map. His shoulder touched Serafina's again. This time the contact lasted. If I ride to the capital now, Orrin will bar the gates. He cannot bar the winter hunt. Marave's eyes sharpened. Serafina tapped the marked route register. All noble houses must attend in 3 days. The hunt opens the Old Oath Road. Hounds, riders, grain sponsors, chapel officers, and border envoys gather in one place. If I accuse him there, he cannot hide the accusation inside a clerk's drawer. Dangerous, Rurik said. Yes. Public. Yes. He already planned to lose you there. Then he will expect fear, not an audit. Rurik turned his head toward her. His eyes were close. You intend to walk back into the trap? No. I intend to bring the trap witnesses. Captain Biscuit sneezed under the table. An illegal team, she added. Preferably one that bites cloth. The plan required a day of ugly work. Serafina sorted thread samples. Marave wrote chain of custody statements in a hand so sharp it looked capable of cutting bread. Rurik's captains interviewed wagoners who had been too frightened to speak before. Marave found the turn in the route first. She slapped one inked finger onto the map. Here. Every false wagon stopped at the chapel warehouse after the royal seal was applied. Honest wagons passed straight through. Rotten ones took the pretty road. The pretty road? Serafina asked. The one with guards who call theft logistics. A pattern emerged. Each driver had been told the delay came from Prince Orrin's personal hunt preparations. Each received a sealed coin purse from a Marrow steward. Each had also been warned that Captain Vey was a hysterical woman who disliked noble accounting. Marave smiled without warmth. I adore noble accounting. It confesses when you hold it upside down. By afternoon, Rurik sent 3 scouts to intercept one such steward on the road. They returned with the steward, 2 purses, and a face that suggested he had considered running until Captain Biscuit smiled at him. The steward broke in 7 minutes. Serafina did not enjoy the man's fear. She enjoyed his documents. He carried a small coded invoice listing good grain weights, sand weights, and payments to chapel warehouse guards. The largest notation bore Corvina's private mark, a rose pierced by a pin. Beneath it was an instruction. Prince Orrin wants the kennel woman away before the hearing. Make sure the western trail remains open. Rurik read the line once. The room grew cold. He gave a written order, Marave said. A stupid written order. She laid the document flat and pinned one corner with her thumb. A fresh bruise darkened her knuckles from the wagoner who had tried to be athletic with the truth. He did not write, I am stealing grain because I am a peacock with a title, Marave said. Sadly, but the order is enough. It moves the western trail open, pulls the hound master away, and sends the chapel warehouse officers to handle the sealed sacks without public weighers. Serafina looked from the order to the map. So Orrin did not just want me gone. He needed my hounds gone. Marave nodded. A lie is easiest when the noses are removed. Buttons lifted his head from the corner, deeply offended on behalf of noses everywhere. Vanity makes people use stationery, Serafina said. Her voice sounded steadier than her hands felt. Rurik noticed. He always noticed. He took the paper from her fingers before she crushed it. Walk with me, he said. It was not a request, but it was not a command either. It was a rope thrown before she sank. They left the chapel room through a side door and stepped into the wall walk. The wind hit hard. Below, the hounds chased one another between snow piles while soldiers pretended not to watch. Beyond the keep, the border forest stretched dark and white toward the old hunt road. Serafina gripped the stone parapet. I wanted to humiliate him. I wanted his buttons scattered. I wanted him frightened for 1/10 of the time he meant me to be frightened. You did humiliate him. Not enough. Rurik stood beside her, close enough to block part of the wind. No, not enough. The agreement loosened something in her chest. People keep expecting me to be sad in a quiet way, she said. I am sad, but I also want to knock his teeth loose with a ledger. A heavy ledger? The feed register from last winter. 400 pages. Excellent spine. Practical. She looked at him. Rurik's face remained serious, but his eyes were not. That nearly undid her. Serafina laughed once, then covered her mouth. The laugh shook into a sob. She hated that. She hated him witnessing it. She hated that he did not look away in embarrassment or step forward to smother her in comfort she had not requested. He simply opened his cloak. Not his arms. His cloak. The offer was absurdly formal and dangerously intimate. That is not a military tactic, she said. It is shelter. Shelter often becomes tactic in male hands. Then take the cloak, not the man. She looked at the black wool hanging open. He was letting cold into his own shirt. The wind cut across the wall and lifted her hair from its braid. She stepped closer before courage could cool. Rurik wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. For a while neither spoke. She stood against his chest, facing the forest. His arms held the cloak around her, not trapping, not loose either. The warmth was immediate and unfair. Serafina's cheek brushed his shirt. His heart beat slow under her ear, though she could feel how much of that steadiness was work. You are very warm for someone called cold-blooded, she said. The title was assigned by idiots. Many titles are. His chin almost touched her hair. What title would you choose? For you. For yourself. She went still. Only the kennel master's daughter. Only pretty. The wind dragged snow along the parapet. I do not know anymore, she said. His arms tightened by a fraction. Then do not let him name you while you are still bleeding. The words entered quietly and stayed. Serafina turned inside the cloak. They were too close. Her hands landed against his chest to steady herself. Muscle shifted under her palms. Rurik looked down at her hands first, then her face. There, she said, softer than she meant. That sounded wise. Are you ill? Severely. Symptoms? Poor judgment. Wall confirmed it. She smiled. His gaze dropped to that smile. The air between them tightened again. This time no hound stood near enough to save them. Rurik lifted one hand slowly, giving her time to step back. She did not. His fingers touched a loose strand of hair at her cheek and drew it away from her mouth. Serafina forgot the wind. This is near the line, he said. Yes. Has it moved? A little. Which direction? She rose on her toes and kissed the corner of his mouth. It was brief. Barely a kiss. Still, it struck through both of them. Rurik inhaled once, sharply. His hand moved to the back of her neck, then stopped before pressure became demand. Serafina felt that restraint. She liked it. She resented it. She wanted to test it with scientific cruelty. That was not forged grain reports, she whispered. No. It was also not quite a kiss. His thumb brushed the hair below her ear. Do you require accuracy? In all investigations. Rurik bent his head. Captain Biscuit barked from the yard below. A soldier shouted. General, the steward fainted again. Rurik closed his eyes. Serafina dropped her forehead against his chest and began to laugh. 2 breaths later, she said, I am going to promote that dog to enemy command. You cannot. He already holds a senior office. The laughter lasted longer than it should have. When it ended, the grief had not vanished. Nothing so convenient happened, but grief no longer held the only chair inside her. That evening, a palace rider reached Frostgate with a sealed order. Rurik received him in the keep hall with Serafina at his right and 32 hounds occupying the lower steps. The rider's face twitched when Buttons sniffed his boot. The order accused Serafina Hale of theft, assault, and emotional volatility. It demanded the immediate return of the royal hounds, the stolen hunt ledgers, and Lady Marrow's white fur wrap. It described Prince Oren's injuries as severe humiliation, though the scribe had crossed out humiliation and replaced it with bruising. Serafina appreciated the first draft. Rurik read the letter aloud without expression. Then he looked at the writer. "Reply," he said. "The hounds are material witnesses in a grain fraud investigation. The ledgers are evidence. The fur wrap is being held by a dog of uncertain allegiance. Prince Oren may petition the Winter Hunt Tribunal if he wishes to dispute custody." The writer swallowed. "My general, His Highness also says Mistress Hale is not to attend the hunt." Serafina stepped forward. "How thoughtful. Did he mention the ravine?" The writer looked away too fast. Rurik saw it. So did every soldier in the hall. "Ask him," Serafina said pleasantly, "whether he wants me to bring the red trail markers, or whether he prefers to identify them from memory." The rider left at speed. The next day passed in preparation. Serafina trained the hounds to identify 3 scents: chapel quarry dust, rose oil, and mold hidden under clean grain. Rurik assigned soldiers to carry evidence chests and protect witnesses. Marave prepared duplicate ledgers, so no one could steal the only proof. Near noon, Rurik found Serafina in the lower yard teaching border soldiers how to work with the hounds. "Do not shout," she told them. "A hound hears better than your conscience. Keep your hand low. Offer scent cloth flat. Do not wave it in his face unless you want him to think you are the clue." A broad soldier named Jory held out a cloth to Duchess. Duchess sniffed, turned, and sat in front of Rurik. The yard went quiet. Serafina covered her smile. "Interesting." Rurik looked at the hound. "Explain." "Duchess found the scent on you." "What scent?" Serafina took the cloth from Jory. It held pine soap, smoke, and the faint iron tang of Rurik's armor oil. "Apparently the exercise cloth was not grain fraud," she said. "It was you." Jory looked horrified. "General, I did not mean to imply you were evidence." "Everyone is evidence eventually," Rurik said. Serafina liked that too much. Rurik walked toward her. The soldiers suddenly found reasons to adjust straps, examine snow, and become furniture. He stopped close enough that Duchess, still seated, had to lean against both their legs. "You are enjoying this," he said. "Immensely. At my expense. Your expense appears durable." His mouth curved. "What is the correction? For a false alert?" The handler apologizes to the hound, resets the scent, and praises the correct behavior. "Then apologize." "I am not the handler." "You are always the handler." That should not have sounded intimate. It did. Serafina held his gaze. "Fine. Duchess, I apologize for asking you to identify fraud when General Voss was standing nearby being suspiciously scented." Duchess wagged once. Rurik bent, took the scent cloth, and held it out again. His shoulder brushed Serafina's hip as he crouched. She felt the contact all the way up her spine. "Try again," he told the hound. Duchess sniffed the corrected cloth, crossed the yard, and put her nose on a marked sand sack. The soldiers cheered. Rurik stood. "Good." Serafina looked up at him. "That is all." "Good. She saved your honor." "My honor has survived worse than a hound's nose." "Has it survived wearing Corvina's fur wrap?" His eyes narrowed. "Do not test command structure." "I would never." Buttons appeared behind him dragging the white wrap. The entire yard inhaled. Rurik did not turn around. "Mistress Hale." "Yes." "Is there a hound behind me with enemy fabric?" "No." A pause. "Define no." "There is a hound behind you with evidence." Jory made a strangled sound. Rurik turned. Buttons placed the wrap over the general's boot and looked proud. Serafina expected Rurik to scowl. Instead he reached down, lifted the wrap, and draped it over one forearm as if accepting a ceremonial mantle. "If I must enter the winter hunt with this," he said, "I will declare war on fashion." The soldiers laughed until Marave shouted that anyone with lungs that strong could carry evidence chests. Later, when the yard emptied, Rurik walked Serafina to the kennels built against the inner wall. The hounds settled around them in straw and lamplight. Outside, wind climbed the stones. Inside, the smells of clean fur, leather, and warm mash wrapped around her like something close to home. Rurik stopped beside a pen of young hounds. "You look different here. Covered in hair? At ease." She fed a pup from her palm. "Kennels make sense. Eat, work, play, sleep. If a hound loves you, he shows it. If he hates you, he also shows it. Court could learn from that. You belong there less than they told you. Her hand stilled. Do not be kind just because I am useful, she said. I am not kind. That is your defense. It is my reputation. Your reputation is terrible company. I know. The quiet after that was not uncomfortable. It was worse. It invited honesty. Serafina touched the old bone whistle at her throat. Rurik's eyes followed the motion. Where did you get that? He asked. A boy gave it to me when I was little, before the palace. I got lost during a winter market storm. He found me under a pine, wrapped me in a blue scarf, and scolded me for freezing quietly. Rurik went still. Serafina looked at him. What? He reached toward the whistle, stopped, and lowered his hand. It was not blue. Her breath caught. What? The scarf was gray when my mother made it. I had fallen through creek ice the week before and stained it with the dye from a merchant's glove. It looked blue after that. The kennel sounds faded. Serafina's fingers closed around the whistle. You! Rurik's face had lost its hard command. Under it stood a boy with serious eyes in a snowstorm. I was 14, he said. You were very small, very angry, and determined not to cry where anyone could see. I was 8. You told me brave girls did not make noise. And you said brave girls were allowed to ask before becoming decorative ice. I was not diplomatic. A laugh escaped her, soft and stunned. You were rude. You were freezing. I kept the whistle. His gaze moved over her face in a way that felt almost painful. I looked for you the next morning. The market had cleared. No one knew where the little girl with the hound pup had gone. My mother found me first. She nearly killed 3 guards in one weather vane. Then she took service at the palace 2 years later. I remembered you, he said. The words were plain. They did not feel plain. Serafina leaned back against the rail because her knees had become unreliable. You remembered a lost child? I remembered a girl who corrected my knot while shivering. I tied the scarf badly. You were offended. It was a terrible knot. I improved. His voice had dropped. Serafina looked at the man before her, the general with scarred hands, the alpha who stood at thresholds, the boy who had given her a whistle without asking for anything back. Something in her chest shifted from interest into recognition. Not fate. She did not trust words that removed choice. Recognition was different. Recognition said, there you are, and I decide what that means. You saved me once, she said. Your mother saved you. I found you first. Do not argue with a woman holding 32 witnesses. He stepped closer. I am not arguing. You look like you are. I am trying not to touch you. The confession struck clean. Serafina's fingers tightened on the rail. Why? Because you learned today that I was part of an old memory that can make a person feel cornered by gratitude. You think too much. Often. Stop for a minute. His eyes darkened. She took his hand and set it at her waist. Rurik went completely still. The touch was over coat and corset and wool, but his fingers spread as if he had been made to hold that exact line of her body and punished for discovering it late. Serafina stepped closer until the toes of her boots touched his. Her free hand rested against his chest. I am not grateful right now, she said. I am tired, angry, and choosing badly on purpose. His thumb moved once at her waist. This is not bad. It may be unwise. Most things worth guarding are. She lifted her face. He bent slowly. This kiss was accurate. It began carefully, because both of them were too aware of what had broken behind her. Then his hand tightened at her waist, and hers slid up to the back of his neck, and careful became something warmer. He tasted of winter herb drink, and restraint finally given a task. Serafina rose higher on her toes. Rurik's other arm came around her back, steady and firm, pulling her closer without taking the choice from her feet. A pup sneezed. Neither of them stopped. Another pup barked. Rurik made a low sound against her mouth that had nothing to do with command. Serafina smiled into the kiss before she could help it. Grandmother Pike barked once. They separated at once. The old bitch stared from her cushion with ancient disapproval. Serafina pressed both hands to Rurik's chest and breathed. That was not 2 breaths later. That was adequate timing. Rurik rested his forehead near hers. I dislike that hound less now. Her approval is difficult to win. I noticed. The hound settled again. Serafina should have been frightened by how quickly her body had trusted his. She was frightened. She was also alive in a way grief had tried to smother. Rurik touched the whistle cord lightly. Keep this visible at the hunt. Why? Old border law honors a rescue token. It proves I knew you before court could buy or name you. If Oren claims you manipulated me for protection, I will show that I owed you none and gave it anyway. You did not owe me protection. No, and you are not giving it anyway. His eyes searched hers. She tapped his chest. You are giving me soldiers, clerks, evidence chests, and a very severe quartermaster. I will protect myself in public. You may stand close enough to make stupid people reconsider their hobbies. Rurik's slow smile returned. That I can do. Good. Serafina. Yes. After the hunt, when the evidence is read and your name is yours again, I will ask if the line has moved farther. Heat climbed her neck. That is arrogant. It is strategic patience. You make patience sound indecent. Only near you. Grandmother Pike barked again. Serafina pointed at the old hound. Do not judge me. You had 6 mates and bit 3. Rurik choked on a laugh. The hunt began under a sky the color of polished steel. The royal forest lay 2 hours from the capital, where old pines crowded a ceremonial road lined with antler poles and blue banners. Noble houses arrived in fur and jewels. Priests from the Moon Chapel carried silver bowls. Merchants brought decorated grain baskets for public blessing. Border soldiers entered last, without decoration, pulling sealed evidence chests on sleds. Serafina rode at the front of the hounds. She wore no bridal white. She had chosen her dark green training coat, polished boots, and her mother's black horn whistle at her belt. The old bone whistle lay visible at her throat. 32 hounds moved around her in perfect formation. Buttons wore no fur wrap today because Marave had locked it in an evidence chest after discovering he had tried to trade it for sausage. Rurik rode beside Serafina on his black horse. He wore border armor under a plain cloak. No jewel marked him. He did not need one. People moved aside because their bodies understood him before their pride did. Whispers rippled through the gathered houses. There she is. She stole the hounds. He brought the border wolf. Prince Oren stood on the high viewing platform beside King Albrecht, Lady Corvina, and the council. Oren's collar sat high enough to hide several bruises. Corvina wore a pale blue gown and a new white fur wrap. Her smile thinned when she saw Serafina. Serafina smiled back. Captain Biscuit showed his teeth in what might have been joy. The master of ceremonies lifted a staff. By royal command, the winter hunt opens with the prince's first trail. Objection, Serafina said. Her voice carried because she had trained hounds across wind for 10 years. The staff faltered. Oren leaned forward. Mistress Hale has no standing to interrupt royal ceremony. She is under accusation for theft and assault. Serafina rode closer to the platform. Rurik stayed at her shoulder, silent and immense. I have standing under the Hound Master's oath, she said. If the hunt trail is tampered with, the trainer may halt the hunt before the first horn. If royal hounds are used to conceal a crime, the trainer may demand witness track before all packs. A murmur moved through the old nobles. They knew the law. They had forgotten it because kennel people rarely had enough power to use it. King Albrecht frowned. He was a broad man with tired eyes and a crown too heavy for his neck. Serafina, child, this is not the time. She flinched at child, then steadied. Your Majesty, Prince Oren and Lady Corvina planned to send me down the western ravine during this hunt. Lady Corvina moved trail markers. Prince Oren approved it. I have the markers, the map, the seal knife, and witnesses. Oren laughed. It sounded practiced. Witnesses? Dogs? Yes, Serafina said. They are less corrupt than men. A dangerous amount of the crowd agreed out loud. Corvina stepped forward. This is a hysterical performance. She attacked us with animals because she could not accept that the prince preferred a more suitable bride. The old wound opened. Serafina let the crowd see it for one heartbeat. Then she closed her hand around the reins. A more suitable bride would not need a ravine. Laughter broke from the lower ranks. Corvina's face tightened. Rurik spoke for the first time. The Frost March also enters accusation. The royal grain sent to my garrisons was cut with sand, mold, and false weight. Evidence links the fraud to chapel warehouses controlled by House Marrow, and authorized under the prince's winter reserve order. Oren's gaze snapped to him. General Voss, you overstep. I underfed my temper for 3 months, Rurik said. Do not call that overstep. The border soldiers struck spear, butts against the snow. King Albrecht lifted a hand. Enough. These are grave claims. They will be heard after the hunt. Serafina's stomach dropped. After the hunt meant time to hide evidence, silence witnesses, and trigger the same trap under ceremony. She raised the blackhorn whistle. No, she said. The entire field stilled. King Albrecht stared at her. Serafina's voice shook once, then steadied. The oath says before the first horn. Not after. The hounds are not decorations, Your Majesty. The hunt is not a toy for princes. If the Western Trail remains open while the accusation stands, every rider here enters a tampered course. If the grain blessing proceeds while sand sits in royal sacks, every hungry border child hears the crown bless fraud. The king's face changed. Oren saw it and struck fast. She is manipulating you with kennel law. Father, she is angry because I ended a childish match. She stole royal animals. She fled the palace in the night. Serafina dismounted. Snow crunched under her boots. I left in the night, she said, after you planned to leave me in the snow. I took ledgers, hounds, and proof. That is not flight. That is transportation of evidence. Rurik dismounted behind her. He did not touch her. She felt him there anyway. The master of ceremonies looked helplessly at the king. Before the king could answer, Corvina smiled again. Then let the hounds track, she said. If Mistress Hale trusts beasts more than nobles, let beasts decide. Serafina did not like how easily Corvina agreed. Rurik's hand brushed the back of Serafina's glove. One brief contact. Warning, not command. Corvina turned to the crowd. Let them track the western markers. If her accusation is true, the hounds will find my scent, yes? If not, she should surrender the hounds and accept a healer's rest. A healer's rest meant quiet confinement. Oren looked relieved. Serafina understood the trap. Corvina had replaced the marker scent. She wanted a simple track because she had cleaned the obvious clue. So Serafina changed the game. Agreed, she said. The hounds will track 3 things everyone can understand. Your rose oil, the Marrow warehouse seal, and the prince's own grain order. We will begin with your new fur wrap, Lady Corvina. Corvina's smile froze. Buttons, sitting beside Mara Vey's evidence chest, perked up with religious interest. Mara Vey stepped forward and opened the first chest. Inside lay the original white fur wrap, sealed in linen, along with Corvina's scraped wax knife and red markers. The crowd leaned in. That is my property, Corvina snapped. Yes, Serafina said. It has been very useful. Buttons wagged as if thanked personally. The king rubbed a hand over his face. Proceed. The hound track became the most watched ceremony in winter hunt history. Serafina gave Duchess the fur wrap scent first. Duchess crossed the snow, ignored Corvina's current wrap, and put her nose on the trail map table beside the platform. Then she pawed at the underside. A clerk lifted the tablecloth. 3 spare red markers were taped beneath the wood. The crowd erupted. Oren shouted. Anyone could have put those there. Correct, Serafina said. So we continue. Mutton tracked the Marrow warehouse seal from the false sacks to a chapel guard satchel. The guard tried to run. Mara Vey moved first, swept his ankle with her staff, caught his collar before his face met the snow, and set him on his knees with insulting politeness. The satchel held seal wax, rose oil, and a payment token marked with House Marrow's rose. Corvina's mother fainted with excellent timing. No one helped quickly. Grandmother Pike tracked the same sour warehouse dust to 2 Marrow wagons parked behind the blessing tent. Under the canvas, good wheat filled the top layer of each display basket. Sand and mold filled the lower sacks meant for public shipment after ceremony. The border soldiers began to shout. Rurik raised one hand. They fell silent, but the silence had claws. Serafina looked at Oren. His face had lost its handsome laziness. Without it, he looked smaller. You signed the transfer, she said. I signed what my officers prepared. And the note about me? She turned to Mara Vey. Mara Vey opened the second chest and handed the steward's order to the king's clerk. The clerk read the line aloud. Keep the kennel woman away from the hearing. Leave the western trail open. Ovi. The field went so quiet Seraphina heard harness bells in the far snow. Oren's eyes flicked from the king to the nobles to Rurik. Then they landed on Seraphina and filled with a hatred that finally looked honest. "You should have stayed grateful," he said. The words carried. Rurik moved. Seraphina caught his wrist before he crossed the space. His whole body stopped under her hand. The power in that pause shook her more than movement would have. "Mine," she said quietly. "This part is mine." Rurik's eyes burned down into hers. Then he stepped back. Seraphina faced Oren. "I was grateful," she said. "For work, for a place in the kennels, for my mother's oath being honored. You mistook gratitude for ownership because no one taught you to see women who arrive with useful hands." Oren's mouth twisted. "You think a few dogs and a border brute make you powerful?" Captain Biscuit growled. Rurik did not. That was more frightening. Corvina seized the moment. She lifted a silver whistle from her sleeve and blew 3 sharp notes. The sound cut through the field. Several strange wolves burst from the tree line. They were not palace hounds. They were paid winter riders in white hunting wraps, hidden low among the trees. They ran for the evidence chests, not the crowd. Seraphina understood the trick at once. Ruin the proof, blame panic, and call the hearing unsafe. Seraphina blew the black horn whistle. Her hounds surged. No wounds, no frenzy. She had trained them for crowd control, not harm. Captain Biscuit hit the first attacker in the chest and drove him into a snowbank. Duchess caught a white cloth sleeve and spun another rider sideways. Mutton seized a satchel strap and dragged its owner in a circle until the man begged for stillness. Border soldiers closed around the evidence chests. Oren grabbed Seraphina from behind. His arm locked across her shoulders. The silver edge of a ceremonial hunt knife flashed near her collar, too close for comfort. The crowd recoiled. Rurik froze 10 steps away. Seraphina felt Oren shaking. "Call them off," he hissed. "Call them off, or I will make this ugly." Fear flashed through her body, bright and old. Snow. Ravine. Only. Then Captain Biscuit saw the blade and lunged. "Stay," Seraphina shouted. The hound stopped mid-charge, claws tearing lines through snow. The command rippled outward. Every hound froze. Every border wolf turned. Oren laughed against her ear. "There. That is what you are. A trainer. A servant with tricks." Something opened under Seraphina's skin. It was not gentle. It was not a pretty glow from a tail. It felt like winter cracking a locked river. Her mother's black whistle burned at her belt. The bone whistle at her throat turned cold enough to bite. Every wolf sound in the clearing struck her blood as language. She heard panic, hunger, shame, rage, obedience forced through bad orders. She heard Rurik's wolf as a low thunder held behind iron, furious because she had told him not to move. Seraphina drew one breath. The old oath rose in her memory. Her mother had made her repeat it every winter before the first hunt. The hounds do not belong to the crown. The crown belongs to the one who keeps the pack alive. Oren's grip tightened. Seraphina spoke, and her voice carried over the entire field without strain. "Kneel." Every wolf in the clearing went to one knee. Not the humans, not the hounds, the wolves. The hired shifters collapsed first. Then the palace wolf guards. Then 3 noble alphas who had been standing near the platform, faces white with shock. At last, Rurik's knee struck the snow. His eyes stayed on Seraphina. The sight nearly broke her concentration. Rurik Voss, border general, cold-blooded alpha, kneeling because her blood had commanded every wolf in reach. Oren did not kneel. He had no true wolf in him, only borrowed authority and a title. Seraphina understood before anyone spoke. A sound moved through the crowd. Old Winter Line. Old Kennel Oath. Winter Steward. King Albrecht stood. His face had gone ashen. Oren's grip loosened. Seraphina drove her heel into his instep. He yelped. She caught his wrist, turned under his arm the way she taught handlers to escape a tangled lead, and slammed his hand against his own chest. The ceremonial blade fell into the snow. Captain Biscuit sprang, caught Oren's coat sleeve, and dragged him face first into a drift. The field exploded into noise. Seraphina did not look away from the kneeling wolves. Her body shook with the force moving through it. She could command them to stay down. She could command them to crawl. The power invited cruelty with a sweet, cold voice. Then she saw Tobin, the young guard with kernels in his pocket, kneeling among the border wolves. His face was frightened, not of her exactly, but of what power might do when it finally changed hands. Seraphina released the command. "Stand," she said, "by your own will." The wolves rose slowly. Rurik stood last. Snow clung to one knee of his black trousers. His face held no humiliation, only awe, anger, and something that looked dangerously like devotion. Seraphina pointed to the evidence chests. "Read the grain oath. All of it." The king's clerk hesitated. Rurik turned his head. "Read." The clerk read. The old winter grain oath was plain enough for every rider, cook, and kennel girl to understand. The crown had one winter duty before all ceremony: feed the border honestly. Any heir who stole grain, falsified hunt trails, or threatened the hound master's witnesses lost winter authority before the assembly. At the final clause, the clerk's voice broke. If the crown fails the pack, the winter steward may take charge until the packs choose succession openly. Everyone looked at Seraphina. She looked at King Albrecht. The king gripped the rail of the platform. Age had turned him slow, but not stupid. His eyes moved from the fraudulent sacks to the kneeling wolves, to Orin spitting snow while Captain Biscuit sat on his back, to Corvina trying to edge behind her mother. "Your mother," he said to Seraphina, voice rough. "Leora Hale." She was not only kennel master. Seraphina's throat tightened. "No," the king said. "She was my cousin's child, born of the old winter line. She refused court. I gave her service because she demanded work instead of empty honors." Seraphina heard whispers become a roar. Not a hidden princess in silk. Not a girl raised for a throne. A kennel woman's daughter with an old winter claim, public evidence, and 32 hounds who had better manners than the royal heir. Orin lifted his snow-covered head. "Father, you cannot be serious. She is a servant." King Albrecht looked at him. Something in the old man's face hardened at last. "You are stripped of hunt command," he said. "You are stripped of winter reserve authority. You will be confined pending full council judgment. House Marrow's warehouses are seized for audit and repayment to the Frost March. Lady Corvina Marrow is detained for conspiracy, grain fraud, and attempted evidence destruction." His voice carried harder. "Every high officer who signed, sealed, ordered, or protected the false grain will stand public judgment under the winter grain oath. If the evidence proves deliberate starvation, the sentence is death. There will be no private pardon behind a velvet curtain." The chapel warehouse officers went white. One granary lord dropped his ceremonial cup into the snow. Marave caught it with one boot before the wine could splash the evidence chest. "Littering during treason," she said. "Bold." Several terrified clerks laughed before remembering they were terrified. Corvina screamed then. It was not elegant. Buttons barked at her once, offended by the pitch. The king turned back to Seraphina. "The old law requires a steward. Will you claim it?" The field seemed to tilt. Rurik stood 10 steps away, hands loose at his sides. He did not nod. He did not prompt. He only watched her with a face that said he would hold the line whatever she chose. Seraphina thought of the palace kennel at dawn. She thought of her mother oiling leather straps by lamplight. She thought of hungry soldiers, false sacks, a boy saving 3 kernels, Orin's hand at her collar, and wolves kneeling because power had finally answered the wrong person in the field. She also thought of the danger. Power did not become clean because it changed hands. Someone had to scrub it daily. Seraphina lifted her chin. "I will claim stewardship," she said. "Not as decoration, not as bride, not as grateful servant. I claim it under the grain oath until the packs can choose openly. First order, Frost March receives full grain from seized marrow stores before sunset. Second, all reserve ledgers become public record. Third, Prince Orin's confinement includes basic food, clean blankets, and no ravines. We are not becoming him." The crowd stared. Then Marave struck her ledger against a shield. One border soldier followed. Then another. The sound spread across the field, shield, staff, boot, spear, hand. It became approval not polished enough for court, but strong enough to shake snow from the banners. Rurik bowed his head. Not a court bow. A border oath. Seraphina's eyes stung. Captain Biscuit dragged Orin 3 more inches for emphasis. "Enough," Seraphina said. The hound released him immediately. "Thank you," Orin gasped. Captain Biscuit sneezed into his hair. The first act of Serafina's rule was not dramatic. She signed grain release orders with hands that would not stop trembling. Marave stood on her left correcting totals. Rurik stood on her right, making anyone who approached with nonsense reconsider. Border soldiers loaded seized marrow grain into inspected wagons. Hounds checked every sack before it moved. Court nobles tried to speak to Serafina in the new tone people used for power they had recently mocked. She disliked it intensely. One lord bowed so low his hat feather brushed Mutton's nose. Mutton ate the feather. Serafina signed another order. Put that on the evidence list. Rurik leaned closer. Feather theft? Feather redistribution. A promising policy. She looked up at him. The day had left lines of strain around his eyes. Snow had melted in his hair. One knee of his trousers remained wet from kneeling under her command. Guilt pricked. About the field. I did not mean to force you down. I know. I hated seeing it. I know. Stop saying that as if it fixes things. Rurik took the signed order from her and passed it to Marave. Then he turned Serafina gently by the elbow, guiding her behind a banner pole where the crowd could not read her mouth. His touch was light. It steadied anyway. Listen to me, he said. You stopped hired wolves without bloodshed. You released the command when fear would have made many keep it. You gave Orin blankets in the same breath you took his power. Do not spend your first hour as steward apologizing because corrupt men forced an old oath awake with a threat. Her breath shook. You knelt. My wolf recognized winter authority. My pride survived. You are sure? His mouth tilted. I have knelt for worse reasons. Boot repairs. Fallen maps. A hound sitting on my foot. Captain Biscuit is very heavy. Marave stepped around the banner pole with 3 fresh warrants under one arm and the expression of a woman who had just found religion in properly numbered arrests. High Steward, she said, then paused. Am I allowed to call you that before the ink dries? Only if you promise not to faint, Serafina said. I have never fainted in my life. I once broke a smuggler's jaw with a sack of barley. Rurik looked mildly impressed. That is not in your service record. Because I wrote the record. I am merciful to boring historians. Serafina laughed, and the laugh steadied something inside her. Captain Vey, until the full assembly votes, you are acting warden of the grain line. Independent authority. Public ledgers. Armed escort. No noble private access to sealed grain. Marave's face changed once. Not much. Enough. The young officer swallowed, then struck her fist to her heart. Then I will make hunger afraid of paperwork, she said. Good, Serafina replied. Make it terrified. A heavy tyrant. She laughed, then pressed a hand over her eyes. Rurik took that hand and pulled it down. Not roughly, not softly enough to be dismissed. His fingers wrapped around hers. Look at me. She did. I am not less because your power answered, he said. If anything, I am relieved. I have carried too much alone because the crown preferred hungry wolves to inconvenient reports. If you mean to scrub power daily, I will hand you brushes. That struck deeper than any pretty vow could have. That may be the least romantic sentence ever spoken. I can do better later. Later? His thumb moved over her knuckles. When you are not signing food orders and trying not to faint from bloodline politics. I am not trying to faint. Good. Because if you fall, I will catch you, and every hound will howl again. As if summoned by prophecy, Captain Biscuit howled from across the field. Serafina lowered her head to their joined hands. I am going to outlaw timing. Ambitious first decree. Do not mock your steward. I would not dare. He absolutely would. By nightfall, Frostgate wagons rolled north loaded with clean grain. Marrow warehouses sat under seal. Orin and Corvina were transported separately under guard, both furious, both alive, both facing public judgment. King Albrecht issued a proclamation naming Serafina Winter Steward until the full pack assembly convened in 30 days. The title felt too large. The work did not. Work began immediately. Serafina returned not to the palace bridal wing, but to the old council residence beside the Hound Yards. She refused the Queen's apartments. She also refused 3 ladies who arrived to dress her in silver before breakfast. I am auditing grain stores, she told them. If any sleeve prevents me from opening sacks, the sleeve is treason. They retreated. Rurik arrived 10 minutes later with a stack of petitions, 2 clerks, and Captain Biscuit trotting proudly at his side. Serafina stared. "Why is my hound with you?" "He followed me." "He does not follow. He supervises." "Then I am supervised." Captain Biscuit dropped a glove at Serafina's feet. She looked at Rurik's bare right hand. "Did he steal that from you?" 3 corridors ago. I chose not to negotiate with a superior force." "Wise." Rurik set the petitions on her table. "The first council sitting begins in 1 hour. Before that, Marave needs signatures for the second grain release. The palace steward wants to know whether you will preserve Oren's household staff. 3 noble houses request private audience. For request public distance from House Marrow. The chapel claims innocence with impressive volume. Also, your hounds have occupied the East Fountain." Serafina sat down slowly. "Why?" "It contains fish." "There are no fish in the East Fountain." "There were 2. She covered her face. "I have been steward for less than a day." Rurik came around the table and crouched in front of her chair. The position made her look down at him. After the field, that should have been strange. Instead it felt like a private correction to public power. He placed both hands on the arms of her chair and held her gaze. "1 order at a time," he said. "I know. 1 liar at a time. I know. 1 hound-related disaster at a time." Her mouth trembled. "That may be impossible." "Then 2 disasters. Maximum." She laughed. Rurik's eyes softened. He reached up and touched her cheek with the backs of his fingers. "There you are." The words went straight through her. His thumb paused at the corner of her mouth. It was barely a touch, indecent only because both of them stopped breathing over it. "General," she said, and her voice came out lower than planned. "Steward," he answered. "You are too close for administrative efficiency." "I noticed." "Move back." His eyes dropped to her mouth. "Is that an order?" She should have said yes. Instead, her fingers closed around the front of his coat and held him exactly where he was. Captain Biscuit, apparently recognizing a government crisis, sat down beside the chair and began to pant with open delight. Serafina leaned forward before fear could count reasons. She kissed him in the middle of petitions, stolen gloves, and fish crimes. Rurik rose into it, one hand sliding to the back of her chair, the other settling at her waist with a restraint that was somehow worse than greed. The chair creaked. Serafina made the mistake of opening her mouth against his, and Rurik answered with a sound so low that her knees forgot they were seated. Captain Biscuit made an approving grunt. Serafina broke the kiss first, breathless. "Door. Closed. Clerks. Outside. Hound. Judging. Good. Accuracy matters." Rurik's hand flexed once at her waist. "If I keep kissing you, the clerks will invent a new category of delay." "Let them. You are High Steward. Then I can authorize delays." He laughed under his breath and rested his forehead against hers. For one dangerous second, he looked less like the cold border general and more like a man losing a battle he wanted to lose. For one full second, neither of them moved. Serafina closed her eyes. "I'm going to promote the first person who invents silent paperwork." Rurik's smile appeared against her mouth. "Always." Someone outside cleared a throat, aggressively official. The smile vanished from both of them. Marave's voice came through the wood. "If you 2 are done establishing diplomatic contact, the grain orders need ink." Serafina turned scarlet. Rurik looked at the door. "Quartermaster." "General." "You heard nothing." "I heard governance." It sounded inefficient. Captain Biscuit barked once. Marave added, "The dog agrees." Serafina dropped her forehead to Rurik's shoulder and laughed until the pressure in her chest eased. 30 days later, the full pack assembly met beneath the repaired antler poles of the winter hunt field. This time, no trail markers had been moved. Serafina checked them herself at dawn with Duchess and 3 board clerks. Every grain basket had been cut open, tested, weighed, sealed, and marked by public hand. The chapel warehouse officers stood under guard. House Marrow's accounts had been read until even the nobles understood the theft. Good grain had reached Frostgate, Northmere, Greyford, and the 3 villages that supplied sled dogs to the border. No one called hunger dramatic anymore. Oren stood before the assembly without his prince's cloak. He had eaten plain food, slept on clean blankets, and complained through most of it. The public judgment stripped his succession rights, seized his private hunting estates for restitution, and sentenced him under the winter grain oath for falsifying a hunt, endangering a witness, and protecting deliberate starvation. No noble name softened the sentence. It would be carried out away from the field, without spectacle, after the victim's accounts entered the public record. Corvina Marrow, her mother, the royal steward, the chapel bursar, 2 granary lords, and every high officer who signed the false route books received the same judgment. Lower clerks who had confessed early kept their lives and gave testimony. Drivers who had moved sealed wagons under threat were assigned supervised restitution. High officials who had traded border hunger for court comfort met the full sentence of the oath. The seized Marrow silver funded border reserves, kennel repairs, and a public grain office staffed by people who had eaten army porridge and were therefore immune to elegant excuses. Serafina watched the orders signed and felt no triumphal music rise inside her. Relief was quieter. It wore ink on its fingers. When the votes were called, the pack representatives chose her as High Steward for a full winter term, with authority to reform grain, hunt, and hound law before a permanent Crown Assembly. The old winter line made her eligible. The evidence made her credible. Her choices in the field made people trust the claim. Serafina's first permanent appointment came before any courtier could ask for a private favor. "Marave," she said. The grain watch captain stepped forward in her brown coat, steel staff at her back, and ledger hugged to her ribs. For once, she looked young. "You helped expose the theft when silence would have been safer," Serafina said. "You protected witnesses, held the grain line, and told the truth without waiting for permission. By my authority as High Steward, I name you High Warden of the Grain Line. Your office answers to the public ledger, not to noble kitchens." Marave stared at her. Captain Biscuit barked once. "He seconded the appointment," Serafina said. Marave struck her fist to her heart. "Then I accept before the dog changes policy." The field laughed. The laugh mattered. It meant the new law had a face, a staff, and a woman who would hit corruption with both hands. That distinction mattered to her. After the vote, King Albrecht removed the winter circlet from its velvet cushion. It was not a queen's crown. It was black iron set with one pale stone, made for work and weather. He held it out to her with both hands. "Leora's daughter," he said. "The crown should have known you before crisis forced it." Serafina took the circlet. "Yes, it should have." A few courtiers inhaled at the bluntness. The king bowed his head. "Then let that be recorded too." She placed the circlet on her own head. The field bowed. Hounds did not bow, because hounds were sensible. Captain Biscuit sat on Rurik's boot instead, which many observers understood as a border endorsement. Rurik stood beside the steward's platform, not behind it. Serafina had insisted. He had argued for 7 minutes that a general belonged at her flank in public crisis. She had argued for 7 minutes and one eyebrow that a woman who had been almost erased by a fiancé did not need another man arranged as her shadow. They had compromised. He stood at the edge of the platform, close enough to intercept threats, visible enough to annoy traditionalists, and far enough that no one could pretend he held her strings. After the assembly, when the crowd moved toward the feast tents, Serafina found him in the old pine lane. Snow balanced on the branches. Evening light turned the path blue. For once, no clerk followed her. No noble waited with a complaint. No hound appeared except Grandmother Pike, who settled at the end of the lane and pretended not to guard them. Rurik looked at the circlet on Serafina's head. "It suits you. It pinches. Most authority does. I am considering replacing it with a warm hat. A radical reform." She stepped closer. Would the Frost March support it? With enthusiasm. He reached up and adjusted the circlet with careful fingers. His knuckles brushed her hair. Serafina closed her eyes for 1 second, letting the touch land. When she opened them, his hand had lowered to her shoulder, but had not left. "You have not asked," she said. "I said I would ask after the hunt, then after the evidence, then after the assembly. You kept acquiring emergencies. I may continue acquiring them. I noticed. So ask before someone steals a fish." Rurik's hand slid from her shoulder to her waist, slow enough to give her every chance to refuse. She did not. The winter lane shrank around that touch. "Has the line moved?" he asked. Serafina looked at the man who had found a lost child without trying to own the memory. The man who had knelt under her power and risen without resentment. The man who brought petitions, blankets, military patience, and the worst romantic sentences in the kingdom. The man whose hand at her waist made her feel steadier and less tame at the same time. "Yes," she said. His eyes darkened. "How far?" She set both hands on his chest and pushed him back against the pine trunk. Surprise flashed across his face. It was brief. Pleasure followed. His hand settled on her hips, firm and warm through her coat. "That far," she said. Rurik looked down at her mouth. "A useful measurement. Do you need confirmation?" His hands had not moved higher than her waist. That almost made it worse. Rurik held her as if he had memorized the exact line between protection and hunger and intended to suffer there with military discipline. Serafina, who had survived betrayal, grain fraud, and 32 hounds with opinions, found his restraint personally insulting. "You are thinking too loudly," she said. "I am trying to be honorable. Try being interesting." Rurik's laugh was quiet and rough enough to warm her ears. In all investigations, she kissed him. This time, no grief stood between them. No one had just read an ugly order. No threat waited at her collar. The kiss was not careful in the same way. It was still controlled, because Rurik's control seemed built into his bones, but heat moved through it. His arm wrapped around her waist and drew her close. Her fingers slid into the black hair at his nape. He made that low sound again, the one that turned her knees into poor advisors. Grandmother Pike waited until Rurik's hand had fully tightened at Serafina's waist, until Serafina had made one helpless sound into his mouth, and then barked once from the lane. Serafina did not stop. Rurik smiled against her mouth. "Your chaperone objects. She objects to weak follow-through. Then I must respect command." He kissed her again, and for several excellent breaths, governance waited. When they returned to the feast, Marave gave them both a look that could curdle milk. "The new High Steward has pine needles in her hair," she said. Serafina removed one. Administrative burden. Rurik removed another from his own collar. Forestry consultation. Captain Biscuit stole a roll from the table and dropped it at Serafina's feet. "And what is that?" Marave asked. Serafina picked up the roll. "A tribute from the food office. That dog is going to have a title by spring. He already has one." Rurik looked resigned. "Minister of Stolen Bread?" "Deputy Minister," Serafina said. Grandmother Pike outranks him. The feast laughed around them. Not court laughter, better laughter. Soldiers, kennel girls, clerks, village delegates, and nobles who had learned quickly all shared tables under frost lanterns. The grain bread was coarse and honest. The stew held real meat. Hounds slept under benches with full bellies. At midnight, Serafina slipped from the tent and walked to the kennels prepared for the royal pack. The hounds rose one by one. Captain Biscuit came first, then Duchess, Mutton, Buttons, Foxglove, Pepper, Ash, and all the rest. Grandmother Pike remained lying down, but opened one eye. Serafina crouched in the straw. "Good evening, honorable criminals," she whispered. "We survive politics. Tomorrow we improve it." Buttons licked her chin. Behind her, the kennel door opened. Rurik entered with 2 bowls of stew and a blanket over one arm. "You missed the council toast," he said. "Was it good?" "Terrible. I improved it by leaving." He sat beside her in the straw without complaint. Captain Biscuit immediately put his head in Rurik's lap. Rurik looked down at him. "This is an abuse of office. You are learning government." Serafina took one bowl. Rurik spread the blanket over her knees, then over his, making no attempt to hide that he wanted the shared warmth. She let him. More than that, she leaned into his side. For a while, they ate in the kennels while the new government danced without them. "You will be busy," Rurik said. "You will be unbearable. Likely. You will tell me when my counsel is lying. Yes. You will not decide for me. No. You will stand close enough to make stupid people reconsider their hobbies." "With pleasure." She looked up. "And when I am tired?" His arm came around her shoulders. He pulled her into his warmth, not as a rescue, not as a claim, but as a place she had chosen and could choose again. "Then I will bring stew," he said, "and blankets, and petitions in the morning, after you sleep." Still not romantic, he bent and kissed the corner of her mouth. "I love you, Serafina Hale." I am trying not to make that sound like a supply order. Her heart stopped, then restarted with a force that made her laugh softly. You failed, she said, but I love you too. Rurik kissed her properly then in the straw, under the supervision of 32 hounds and one ancient judge on a cushion. The kiss tasted of stew, winter, and the strange mercy of being wanted after being underestimated. It did not erase what had happened. Better than that, it met her on the far side of it. Outside, the first clean grain wagons rolled north under guard. At the head of the line rode High Warden Marave, steel staff across her saddle and public ledger sealed at her hip. The road would not belong to hungry excuses again. Behind the assembly hall, bells marked the completed sentences of the condemned high officers. The sound was brief, formal, and cold. No one cheered. Serafina had not asked for spectacle. Justice did not need theater to be final. Inside, the High Steward of Winter rested her head against the Border General's shoulder, while Captain Biscuit snored across both their boots. By morning, there would be reforms, angry nobles, hungry villages, and a fountain that still had to be investigated for missing fish. Serafina would rise before dawn, greet every hound by name, and put her hands on the work of ruling. This time, she would not be only anything. If you enjoyed this story, subscribe for more wolf romance, winter revenge, and stubborn women with dangerous hounds.
Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Part 1. Ashes and Silence. Serafina Ashgrove returned from the Sanctum Healing Ward with a death sentence in her pocket and found her husband's old Alliance bride hanging above the hearth in his private chamber. Before she could tell Obsidian Drake that Ashheart Corrosion had given her 4 months to live, he would defend a portrait more fiercely than he had defended his wife in 6 years. If the universe intended to kill her, it had chosen a remarkably petty Tuesday to begin. Ashheart Corrosion, the healer had said that morning, turning the crystal diagnostic sphere in his weathered hands. Inside it, Serafina's blood sample pulsed with threads of dark silver. Beautiful, actually, if you didn't know what it meant. The decay has already entered your bloodstream and begun affecting your optic channels. I estimate 4 months, perhaps 5 if you avoid all magical exertion. Serafina sat very still on the examination bench. The leather was cold beneath her palms. She counted 3 cracks in the ceiling plaster before she trusted her voice. And if I don't avoid magical exertion? The healer looked at her then. His eyes held the particular pity reserved for those who had already decided their answer. 2 months, maybe less. At the door, a young apprentice healer named Ellen Vale pretended not to listen and failed completely. She was freckled, sharp-chinned, and still young enough to be angry at cruelty before she remembered to be afraid of rank. When Serafina rose, Ellen silently tucked an extra vial of pain tonic into her glove and looked away, as if mercy were a clerical error. She nodded once, precisely the way she did everything. Then she stood, smoothed her heavy wool cloak, charcoal gray, because apparently that was the only color the universe would permit today, and walked out without paying. Not because she couldn't afford it, but because she'd forgotten, which was worse. The cold hit her face like a slap. Good, she needed it. 4 months. She had spent 6 years as the contractual wife of Obsidian Drake, Duke of the Black Dragon Eyrie, Lord of the Dragonbone Mines, Commander of the Sky Cavalry, and Chairman of the Dragon Gold Merchant Consortium. 6 years of being invisible in her own home. 6 years of whispers behind fans. Poor thing, married above her station. He never touches her. Did you see the way she sat alone at the midwinter feast? 6 years of watching her husband look through her as if she were made of glass too thin to bother seeing. The cruelest part was that it had not begun as a prison. In the first winter after their contract, Obsidian had once stepped between her and a courtier's insult with such fierce, awkward tenderness that Serafina had believed he might love her as she loved him. He had looked at her then as if no other woman in the world had ever mattered. That memory was why the betrayal still had teeth. She had spent 6 years, and the universe had decided that was enough. Fine. But she would tell him first. Not because she expected comfort, she had stopped expecting that approximately 4 years ago, but because there were practical matters. The marriage contract had clauses about illness, about inheritance, about the disposition of assets. She was, despite everything, a woman who believed in clean paperwork. The black dragon Eyrie sat atop Iron Vein Mountain like a crown of obsidian and dragon bone, its towers carved from the living rock, its halls heated by veins of dragon fire that ran beneath the floors like molten blood. It was beautiful in the way that prisons could be beautiful, all sharp edges and expensive silence. Seraphina passed through the lower gates without challenge. The guards barely glanced at her. She had learned, in 6 years, to move through the Eyrie like smoke, present enough to avoid being locked out, absent enough to avoid being noticed. It was a skill that had served her well in her other life, the one nobody here knew about, the one that was killing her. She climbed the central staircase to the Duke's private wing, her boots leaving wet prints on the dragonbone steps. The halls were quiet at this hour. Most of the Eyrie's residents were at the evening meal in the Great Hall, which Seraphina had stopped attending 2 years ago after the incident with the soup. The soup had been poisoned, mildly. She had noticed before drinking it. Nobody had believed her. The door to the Duke's bedchamber was ajar. She pushed it open. The room was vast, all dark stone and black silk, heated by a fireplace large enough to roast a horse. Above the fireplace hung a portrait she had never seen before, or rather, a portrait that had been moved from storage to this most prominent position. It showed a woman, golden hair like sunlight through honey, blue eyes wide and dewy, lips curved in a smile so gentle it looked almost apologetic for existing. She wore white, naturally, because women like that always wore white. Celestine Brightmore. The Duke's former betrothed, the woman his family had once displayed as the perfect future Duchess before the alliance dissolved. The one whose painted perfection had haunted their marriage bed more effectively than any actual ghost could have managed. Seraphina stared at the portrait. Something cold and sharp pressed behind her sternum. Not grief, not jealousy, just the bone-deep exhaustion of a woman who had walked into yet another room that wasn't really hers. She should not have touched the frame. She knew that. But her vision flickered, just for a moment, the edges going gray, and she reached out to steady herself, and her fingers brushed the gilded edge of the portrait. "Don't." The voice came from behind her, low, cold, resonant, the kind of voice that made lesser nobles stammer and serving girls drop their trays. Obsidian Drake stood in the doorway of his private bath, his dark hair damp, a high-collared black shirt fastened at his throat, his silver-gray eyes fixed on her hand with an expression that might have been anger or might have been contempt. With him, they often looked the same. He was beautiful. She had never denied that. Tall and broad-shouldered, with the sharp bone structure of old dragonblood aristocracy and the particular grace of a man who could shift into something enormous and winged. His jaw was cut glass. His cheekbones could slice paper. Even after 6 years of marriage to him, Seraphina occasionally caught herself thinking what a waste before her rational mind caught up. "I wasn't," she began. "Touching her portrait with your grubby little fingers?" He crossed the room in 3 long strides, took her wrist, and moved her hand away from the frame. His grip was not gentle. "I had it restored. The oils on skin can damage the pigment." Seraphina looked at her hand. It was perfectly clean. She had scrubbed it raw in the sanctum washroom after the diagnosis, a compulsive habit she'd developed to hide the faint gray discoloration that Ashheart corrosion left on the fingertips. "I came to talk to you," she said. Her voice was steady. She was proud of that. "About what?" He released her wrist and turned away, adjusting his cuffs with the precise irritation of a man interrupted during his evening routine. "If this is about the household budget again..." "I'm ill." He paused, for exactly 1 second. Then he continued adjusting his cuffs. "You're always claiming some ailment or another. Last month it was headaches, the month before fatigue. If you want attention, Seraphina, there are less tedious ways to get it." The cold thing behind her sternum pressed harder. "This isn't..." "Is this because of the portrait?" He turned to face her, and now his expression was clear. Contempt, edged with something almost like satisfaction. "You saw Celestine's portrait and decided to manufacture an illness for sympathy? How predictable." "Obsidian. It's your grace in this wing." His silver eyes were flat. We discussed this. They had not discussed it. He had decreed it. 3 years ago, after she had made the mistake of calling him by name at a banquet, and he had looked at her as if she had publicly urinated on the tablecloth. Serafina drew a breath. The air tasted faintly metallic, her own blood, she realized. The corrosion was active today. She swallowed it. "Your Grace," she said, and the words tasted like copper and ash. "I have been diagnosed with ash heart corrosion. The decay has entered my blood and my optic channels. I have approximately 4 months." Silence. Obsidian studied her face the way one studies an insect that has landed on one's sleeve, with mild interest and absolute indifference to its survival. "Ash heart corrosion," he repeated. "A disease of runesmiths and sealcasters, which you are not." She said nothing. "Unless you've been secretly practicing forbidden magic behind my back. Have you?" His voice sharpened. "Have you been dabbling in things beyond your station again?" Beyond her station. She was the last living heir of the Ashgrove rune line, a bloodline so ancient it predated the Dragon Aeries themselves. She could trace, cast, and break dragon rune contracts that would make his court smiths weep with inadequacy. She had single-handedly saved his empire 6 years ago. But he didn't know that. And she was not going to tell him today. "Never mind," she said quietly. "I apologize for disturbing your evening." She turned to leave, made it 3 steps before. "Serafina." She stopped, did not turn. "If you're going to be ill," he said, his tone as casual as discussing weather, "do it in the East Wing. I have guests arriving tomorrow, and I don't need you looking pathetic in the main halls." She left without another word. The guests arrived not the next day, but that very night, a dramatic entrance through the Aries sky gates that woke half the household. Serafina, lying awake in her cold corner chamber in the East Wing, heard the commotion through the walls. Running feet, excited whispers, the heavy beat of wings in the landing courtyard. By morning, the entire Aerie was buzzing. Celestine Brightmore had returned. Not alone. She came with a child, a small boy of perhaps 4 years, with silver blonde hair and wide blue eyes, and this was the detail that had set every tongue in the Aerie wagging, the ability to produce a flicker of blue dragon flame from his tiny palms. Serafina heard about it from her maid, Marta, the only servant still assigned to her wing, a sturdy woman of 50 who disapproved of everything equally, and therefore couldn't be called biased. "Claims the boy is his Grace's blood," Marta said, setting down a tray of toast and weak tea with rather more force than necessary. "Born after she left, she says. Raised in secret to protect him from enemies, she says," she sniffed. "If you ask me, which nobody does, a woman who hides a child for 4 years has more to hide than a child." Serafina did not eat the toast. Her appetite had been failing for weeks, another symptom she had been carefully hiding. She drank the tea, which tasted like nothing. Where is the boy now? Main nursery. Already been given the blue silk suite, a personal nurse, and 3 new outfits from the Duke's own tailor. Marta's mouth was a thin line. "You, meanwhile, have 1 maid and a leaking ceiling." "The ceiling isn't leaking." "It will be. I've seen the stain. Give it 2 weeks." Serafina dressed carefully. Heavy charcoal wool, high collar, long sleeves. She pinned her dark hair back with the simple iron clasp she wore daily, avoiding the ornate dragon crest jewelry that had come with the marriage contract and sat untouched in its velvet case. She checked her reflection, pale but composed. The gray discoloration hadn't reached her face yet. Good. She would need to see the boy, not because she was jealous, she was dying, jealousy required a future, but because something about the claim did not add up. Black dragons produced black dragon fire. The Obsidian bloodline had never, in 800 years of recorded history, produced blue flame. But she would need to be careful. The Aries residents already saw her as the unwanted wife. If she questioned the child's parentage openly, she would look like exactly what they expected, the bitter woman trying to eliminate a rival's offspring. She left her chamber and walked toward the main wing. The corridors were busier than usual, servants scurrying with fresh linens, courtiers clustering in doorways to whisper. They fell silent as she passed, then resumed at twice the volume behind her. She found the scene in the winter garden. Celestine Brightmore sat on the carved stone bench beneath the frost roses, wearing a gown of white that somehow wasn't wrinkled despite her night of travel. Her golden hair fell in perfect waves. Her skin was porcelain. Her expression was one of fragile bravery, the look of a woman being very strong about something very difficult. The boy sat at her feet, playing with a set of dragon bone figurines. He was beautiful, Serafina admitted. Silver blonde hair, enormous blue eyes, chubby cheeks flushed pink. He made small sounds as he played, and occasionally a tiny lick of blue flame curled from his fingers. Obsidian stood beside Celestine. Not sitting, he never sat in public with anyone, but close enough that his shadow fell across her. His hand rested on the bench back behind her shoulder. Not touching her, but close. He was looking at the boy with an expression Serafina had never seen on his face before. Something soft, something wondering, something that might, in a less frozen man, have been called hope. He had never looked at Serafina like that. Not once. She stopped in the garden archway, took it in, filed it away in the small, cold compartment in her chest where she kept things that hurt too much to examine. Celestine noticed her first. Those blue eyes widened with perfectly calibrated surprise. "Oh, you must be." She looked at Obsidian with a flutter of concern. "I didn't know we would be interrupting." "You're not interrupting anything," Obsidian said flatly, without turning to look at Serafina. "Serafina, this is Celestine Brightmore and her son Lucian. He may be my heir." Maybe. At least he had that much caution still. "How wonderful," Serafina said. Her voice was perfectly level. "Welcome to the Eyrie, Miss Brightmore." Celestine smiled, tremulous, grateful, as if Serafina's welcome meant the world. "Please, call me Celestine. I do so hope we can be friends." She reached out a delicate hand. "I know this must be difficult for you." Serafina looked at the outstretched hand, then at Celestine's face. The smile was flawless. The eyes were calculating. She shook the hand, brief, professional. "Not difficult at all," she said. "I hope you find the Eyrie comfortable." She turned to leave, and her vision flickered. Just a moment. Just the edges going gray, the world tilting sideways. She caught herself on the archway, knuckles white against the stone. "Are you quite well?" Celestine's voice, sweet with concern that carried perfectly across the garden. Obsidian did not turn around. "Perfectly," Serafina said, and walked away. 3 days passed, each worse than the last. Celestine established herself in the Eyrie with the efficiency of a military campaign disguised as helplessness. She needed a larger room. The boy had nightmares without windows. She needed different food. Her constitution was delicate. She needed Serafina's personal sitting room for the boy's lessons. It had the best morning light. Obsidian granted every request without consulting his wife. The boy, Lucian, was paraded before the court daily. His blue flame was displayed, admired, exclaimed over. "A true dragon child," the nobles murmured. "Look at those eyes, just like His Grace's mother's side." Nobody seemed to remember that Obsidian's mother had been a black dragon whose eyes were silver, not blue. Serafina watched. She said nothing. She noticed things. She noticed that Lucian's blue flame flickered oddly, not the steady burn of natural dragon fire, but the stuttering pulse of a flame sustained by external fuel. She noticed that Celestine's delicate wrists bore faint powder marks where something had been regularly applied and wiped away. She noticed that the boy flinched when Celestine touched his shoulder in a certain way. She noticed, but she could not yet prove. On the 4th day, Celestine made her first real move. It happened in the Great Hall at the noon meal. Serafina had come to retrieve a book she'd left on her usual side table. She no longer ate in the hall, but she occasionally sat there to read during off hours when nobody would bother her. The hall was crowded today, some minor celebration for the boy's official presentation to the court. Serafina was crossing the hall toward the side table when Celestine appeared from behind a pillar, carrying a tray of sweets. Their paths intersected. Celestine stumbled, a graceful, floating stumble, the kind that looked effortless, and went down. The tray scattered. Celestine hit the floor with a cry that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. Every head turned. "She pushed me," Celestine gasped, one hand clutching her ankle. Tears, actual glistening tears, filled her blue eyes. The Duchess, she cast something at my feet. The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. Guards appeared. Obsidian materialized from wherever he'd been lurking, his face thunderous. "Serafina." His voice cut through the noise like a blade. "What did you do?" She looked at him. He was already decided. She could see it in his eyes, the verdict rendered before the trial. Of course he would believe the weeping golden woman over the gray, silent wife who had never given him tears. The old Serafina, the one from 6 years ago, fresh-faced and still hoping, might have stammered a denial, might have begged him to listen, might have dissolved into the pleading, desperate creature he clearly expected her to be. The current Serafina did none of those things. She removed the iron ring from her left index finger, her ash print ring, the only visible tool of her true craft, and pressed it to the stone floor. A pulse of gray light spread outward from the point of contact, thin as spider silk, illuminating the floor like frost on glass. Everywhere it touched, previously invisible marks became visible, footprints of residual spell energy, glowing faintly gold. The courtiers gasped. There, clearly visible on the floor, was a neat line of trip hex energy. It originated not from Serafina's path, but from directly beneath Celestine's own feet. The woman had hexed herself, tripped herself, thrown herself down, and blamed it on the silent wife standing 6 feet away. The glowing marks faded after 3 seconds. Ash print diagnostic traces were not permanent, but 3 seconds was enough. Half the court had seen. Celestine's tears dried remarkably fast. Her expression shifted, just for a heartbeat, from wounded innocence to something sharp and furious before the mask slid back. I don't understand what that was," she whispered. "Some kind of illusion? Obsidian, she's casting things?" "It was a diagnostic reveal," said a voice from the crowd. Old Magister Thornwell, the Ares senior arcanist, pressed forward. His rheumy eyes were sharp. "Shows the origin point of recently cast hexes. Can't be faked." The hex came from under her. He pointed at Celestine, not from the Duchess. Silence. Obsidian looked at the floor where the marks had been, then at Celestine, then at Serafina. He said nothing. He did not apologize. He turned and walked away. Celestine was helped up by her supporters, she still had plenty, and whisked off to her rooms with much fluttering concern. The court dispersed, buzzing. Serafina stood alone in the great hall. Her vision flickered again, longer this time. She pressed her palm against the cool stone of the pillar until the grayness receded. Then she walked to the side table where Lucien's silver water cup had been left among the lunch debris. She turned it over. With a movement so small no one would notice, she pressed her ash print ring to the cup's inner base, leaving a blood trace marker that would activate when the cup was next used. The marker would read the child's blood composition through any liquid he drank from it. In 3 days, it would have enough data to determine exactly whose bloodline Lucien carried. She set the cup back, walked away. Let the blood speak for itself. Part 2. Dead Eggs and Living Things. The snow began that evening, heavy, wet, blanketing the mountain in white that turned the Ares black stone dramatic. Serafina left through the servants' gate at dusk, pulling her hood low. She had an appointment at the Sanctum Healing Ward for a follow-up examination, and she was not going to let anyone see her go. The path down from the Eyrie to the city was treacherous in snow, but she knew every step. 6 years of lonely walks had made her an expert on this particular mountain. She moved quickly, her boots finding purchase on the icy stones by memory more than sight. Her right eye had developed a persistent gray haze that no amount of blinking could clear. The appointment was brief and brutal. The corrosion had advanced since Tuesday. The healer adjusted his estimate downward, 3 months, perhaps 3.5. Is there anything? Serafina began. The only known treatment requires a source of white gold dragon fire, the healer said gently, which, as I'm sure you know, has been extinct for over a century. I'm sorry, Your Grace. She nodded, thanked him, left. The snow had thickened while she was inside. The streets were almost empty, merchants packing up early, lanterns sputtering in the wet wind. Serafina pulled her cloak tighter and turned toward the mountain path. She almost missed it. A pile of refuse beside a merchant's cart, broken crates, soiled straw, the usual detritus of market day. But something in the pile caught the fading lantern light. A curve, a smooth oval shape, gray and dull, half buried in dirty snow. An egg. Serafina stopped. It was large, roughly the size of a melon, and completely unremarkable. Gray shell, hairline cracks webbing its surface, no luminescence, no warmth, no sign of the inner fire that marked a living dragon egg. A dead egg, worthless. That's why the merchant had tossed it with the trash. She should keep walking. She had 3 months to live, a marriage to dissolve, a secret identity to protect, and absolutely no time for. Thump. She felt it through her ash print ring. Not heard, felt. A vibration so faint it was barely distinguishable from her own heartbeat. But there, undeniably there. A heartbeat, inside the egg. Tiny, struggling, almost gone. Oh, for... Serafina pressed her hand to her face. No, absolutely not. Thump, thump. I am dying. I don't have time to... Thump, thump. This is ridiculous. You're probably going to die anyway. We'll die together in my cold room and they'll find us both frozen in 3 months like some pathetic... Thump. She picked up the egg. It was heavier than it looked, and cold, so cold that even through her gloves she could feel the chill radiating from its shell. She tucked it inside her cloak, against her chest, where her own body heat might do something. The heartbeat steadied slightly. I'm not keeping you, she informed the egg. I'm merely preventing you from dying in garbage, which is the bare minimum of decency. Don't get attached. The egg did not respond, obviously. It was an egg. She carried it home. The east wing of the Eyrie was cold, as always. Serafina's chambers consisted of a sitting room, a bedroom, and a small private study, all furnished in the Eyrie's leftover pieces that nobody else wanted. The heating runes in this wing had been temporarily reduced 3 years ago during a budget dispute and never restored. She set the egg on her bed, surrounded by pillows, and covered it with her spare wool blanket. Then she fed the fireplace until the room was warm enough that her breath no longer fogged. Then she sat and stared at the egg. Well, she said. Now what? The egg sat, gray, silent, cracked. Serafina touched her ring to the shell. Gently, carefully, a whisper of diagnostic magic. The heartbeat was there, slow but steady. The egg was alive. The cracks weren't decay, they were stress fractures, possibly from impact when it was discarded. The creature inside was... She frowned. The diagnostic couldn't get a clear reading on the species. Dragon, certainly, but the subsignature was muddled, as if something was actively obscuring it. Self-camouflage? In an unborn creature? Aren't you interesting? She murmured. The egg gave no reply. She fell asleep beside it that night, one hand resting on its shell. In the morning, she found it had somehow rolled 3 inches closer to her, pressing against her hip. She chose not to examine this too closely. Over the next week, the egg developed what Serafina could only describe as a personality. When she was in the room, it was perfectly still, silent, inert. The picture of a dead egg that happened to not be dead. The moment she left, Marta confirmed this with increasing bewilderment, it became active. It was vibrating when I came in to change the linens, Marta reported, arms crossed. And it had rolled off the bed entirely, found it in the wash basin. The wash basin? in a nest of your clean small clothes, which it had apparently knocked off the shelf. The next day, Serafina returned from a walk to find the egg had somehow shoved itself into her medicine box, displacing 3 bottles of the pain tonic she was supposed to take daily. The bottles were lined up on the bedside table in a neat row, as if arranged by invisible hands, or by an egg repeatedly butting them into position. "Are you reminding me to take my medicine?" Serafina asked it, feeling only slightly insane. The egg was perfectly still, perfectly innocent, not at all alive. She took the medicine. On the 3rd day, she returned to find a small package from Obsidian on her bureau, a guilt gift, probably. Some trivial trinket sent by a secretary to maintain appearances. She hadn't opened it before she left. When she came back, the package was under the bed, far under the bed, pushed into the dustiest corner against the wall. The egg sat on the bureau in the package's place, serene as a church. "Did you?" Serafina looked at the egg, looked under the bed, looked back at the egg. "How do you even move? You don't have legs." The egg did not dignify this with a response. On the 5th day, something remarkable happened. Celestine sent one of her maids to Serafina's wing, ostensibly to deliver an invitation to tea, actually to snoop. Serafina was out. Marta was in the laundry. The maid entered freely and began opening drawers. According to Marta, who returned partway through, the egg began vibrating so violently that it bounced off the bed, rolled across the floor at alarming speed, and struck the maid's ankle with sufficient force to send her stumbling backward into the doorframe. The maid fled. The egg rolled itself back to the bed and settled into its pillow nest with the air of a job well done. "Your egg," Marta said that evening, "is possessed." "It's not my egg. It pushed a grown woman out of your room. It's slightly my egg." On the 7th day, the cracks in the shell shifted. Serafina didn't notice at first. She was reviewing the blood trace data from Lucien's cup, which was yielding increasingly interesting results. But when she glanced over, the hairline fractures had rearranged themselves. They formed unmistakably a pattern, an expression. Specifically, the dragon rune symbol for eye-rolling contempt. Serafina stared at it for a long time. "Were you making a face at something specific?" she asked slowly. "Or is this a general commentary?" The cracks shifted. Now they formed, she was not imagining this, a pattern that loosely resembled droopy eyelids and a curled mouth, like a miniature sneer. From the corridor outside, Serafina could hear the distant sound of Celestine's tinkling laugh. "Ah," Serafina said, "the laugh." The egg cracks formed something that might have been a nod. "I agree," Serafina said. "It is insufferable." She went back to her data. The egg settled smugly in its pillows. Obsidian found out about the egg 9 days after its arrival. He came to the East Wing, a rare event that startled Marta so thoroughly she dropped a water pitcher, ostensibly to inform Serafina that her household budget would be further reduced to accommodate Lucien's needs. He delivered this news standing in her doorway without entering, his gaze sweeping the room with the distant assessment of a landlord inspecting a property he planned to sell. His eyes landed on the egg. "What is that?" Serafina did not look up from her book. "An egg." "I can see it's an egg. Why is there a cracked, dead egg in your bedchamber?" "It's not dead." Obsidian stepped into the room, first time in months, and approached the bed. The egg was very still, very gray, very unremarkable, but the cracks were visible, and to someone like Obsidian, who had grown up around dragon eggs, they looked wrong. "This is a reject," he said flatly. "Where did you get it?" "The street." "You picked up a street egg." His voice carried the particular disbelief of the very privileged. "Serafina, do you understand what could be incubating in a discarded egg? Parasite worms, blight mites, corruption spawn. It has a heartbeat." "Many parasites have heartbeats." He reached for the egg, and the egg pulsed. A single flash of heat, brief but intense, that made Obsidian snatch his hand back. He stared at his palm. Across the inside of his fingers, faint as a watermark, a pattern of white gold scales had appeared. They faded after a moment, leaving his skin unmarked. The room was very quiet. That, Obsidian said carefully, should not have happened. Seraphina had seen it, filed it, white gold, not black, not blue, white gold, a color that had not been seen in dragonkind for over a century. "It's just an egg," she said mildly. "Probably reacting to your dragonfire proximity. You know how unstable damaged eggs can be." Obsidian looked at her. For the first time in a long while, his expression held something other than contempt, uncertainty. It lasted only a moment before his usual mask reassembled. "Get rid of it," he said. "I'll send someone with a purification basin tomorrow. It's clearly contaminated." "No." The word dropped like a stone into still water. Obsidian's eyes narrowed. "No?" "No." Seraphina set down her book, stood. She was a tall woman, not as tall as him, but enough that she didn't have to crane her neck when they were this close. "You will not touch this egg. It is a potential threat to the Eyrie. It is a potential life that someone threw away because they couldn't be bothered to look closer." Her voice was level, but something in it had shifted. An edge, a hardness she usually kept hidden. "I'm familiar with the experience." A muscle in Obsidian's jaw tightened. "If you're implying..." "I'm not implying anything. I'm telling you, this egg stays. If your purification squad comes near it, they'll lose the use of their hands for a week." "Is that a threat?" "It's a promise." She held his gaze, steady, unflinching. "You have your heir now, don't you? The golden boy with blue fire. What do you care about one gray egg in a wing you never visit?" Obsidian stared at her. Something flickered in his silver eyes, surprise maybe. She had never spoken to him like this. In 6 years, she had been quiet, accommodating, invisible. The sudden steel in her voice was clearly unexpected. "Fine," he said at last through his teeth. "Keep your dead egg. But if it hatches something that threatens my household..." "At least if it hatches something dangerous," Seraphina said, picking up her book again, "it'll be honestly dangerous, not dressed in white and calling itself family." Obsidian went very still, his mouth opened, closed. He turned on his heel and left without another word. The egg, in the silence that followed, emitted a tiny pulse of warmth against Seraphina's hip, almost approving. "Don't start," she told it. Part 3. The Dissolution. 2 weeks after Celestine's arrival, Seraphina finished her preparations. The blood trace data from Lucien's cup was complete. The results were exactly what she'd suspected. The boy's dragon flame signature bore 0 compatibility with the Obsidian bloodline. Not partial, 0. Whatever lineage Lucien carried, it was not Obsidian Drake's. But she did not reveal this immediately. She was not stupid, and she was not impulsive. If she made the accusation now, it would look like jealousy, like desperation, like the unwanted wife trying to eliminate her replacement. Instead, she sealed the data into the cup's base, a self-activating ash print that would release its findings when examined by the Ares matriarch, Old Lady Obsidian Drake the Elder. The matriarch was many things: imperious, traditional, occasionally cruel, but she was not stupid, and she would not ignore blood evidence. Seraphina placed the cup in a velvet pouch and locked it in her desk. Then she took out the document she had been drafting for 3 days. A petition for dissolution of the Dragon Blood marriage contract. In the dragon aristocracy, marriage contracts were not simple unions. They were binding magical agreements sealed in the contract flame basin, enforceable by ancient dragon law. Breaking one required either mutual consent or proof of irreparable breach. Seraphina had spent 6 years gathering evidence of breach. She had enough. She reviewed the document one final time. It asked for no wealth, no property, no title, no compensation, just freedom. She signed it with her blood name, the real one, not the diminished version on the public marriage contract, and sealed it with her ash print ring. Then she went to find Obsidian. He was in his study, Celestine was there too, of course, curled in the window seat with Lucien, reading to him in her soft golden voice. The picture they made was deliberately beautiful. The family unit, the future, the life Obsidian could have if not for the inconvenient existing wife. Serafina knocked, entered without waiting for permission. "I need 5 minutes of your time," she said, alone. Obsidian looked up from his desk with visible irritation. "Whatever it is, it can wait." "It cannot." She held up the document. "This is a formal petition for dissolution of our marriage contract. It requires your acknowledgement." The room went silent. Celestine's reading stopped. Lucien looked up with wide eyes. Obsidian set down his pen very slowly. "Leave us," he said to Celestine. His voice was flat. Celestine gathered Lucien with visible reluctance and visible satisfaction barely hidden, and swept out, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Obsidian stood, came around the desk, took the document from Serafina's hand and read it in silence. "You're asking for nothing," he said at last. "Correct. No settlement, no property, no ongoing support. I want freedom, not money." He looked at her. His expression was strange, not angry, which she'd expected. Something else, something almost like insult. "This is about Celestine," he said, "not a question. It is about the 6 years preceding Celestine. You're jealous. You've been jealous since she arrived, and now you're using a dissolution petition as, what? Leverage? A threat? You think if you wave this in my face, I'll send her away?" Serafina took a slow breath. The gray was creeping at the edges of her vision again. "I am not asking you to send anyone away. I am asking you to let me leave." "No." He tossed the document onto his desk. "I'm not playing this game." "It isn't. You married into the Eyrie. You took my name. You benefit from my protection, my wealth, my..." "Your protection?" The word came out sharp enough to cut. "When have you ever protected me? When was the last time you entered this study and thought I should check on my wife? When was the last time you remembered I existed without someone reminding you?" He stared at her. "I'm dying, Obsidian." Her voice cracked. "Just barely. Just once. I told you that. 12 days ago, you told me to do it in the East Wing where no one would see. That is what you call protection?" Something shifted in his face. The faintest flicker of, not guilt, not yet, but something close to the precursor of guilt, if guilt were a seed that needed much longer to germinate. "You were exaggerating," he said, but his voice was less certain. "You're always. Sign the paper or don't. I'll petition the matriarch directly if you refuse." She turned and left. He did not sign it. In the days that followed, Celestine moved with increasing boldness. She installed herself in the main wing as if she were already mistress. She directed servants. She rearranged furniture. She chose menus. She sat in Serafina's chair at formal dinners, the one beside Obsidian's, and nobody corrected her. She also began sending Serafina small, deliberate humiliations disguised as requests. Would Serafina mind organizing the linen closet in the guest wing? The nursery needed fresh flowers. Could she arrange them? The dragon flame breakfast required a specific rare tea that only grew in the lower markets. Would Serafina fetch it? Serafina completed none of these tasks. She simply didn't respond to the requests, which drove Celestine to a particular white-lipped fury that she hid behind concerned sighs to the court. "I do worry about her. She seems so withdrawn. Is she eating properly?" The egg, during this period, seemed to develop opinions about Celestine. Every time her name was mentioned within earshot, or when her signature perfume drifted down the East Wing corridor from a passing servant, the shell cracks would rearrange into what Serafina had come to recognize as the egg's disgusted expression, a pattern resembling narrowed eyes and a turned-down mouth. "You've never even met her," Serafina told the egg one evening. The cracks rearranged themselves emphatically. "Fair point. I suppose the perfume is evidence enough." Celestine's next move involved Lucien and the egg. It happened on a day when Serafina was reviewing trade reports in her study, a habit she maintained despite having no official role in the Ares' finances. She liked to know things. Knowledge was armor. The door burst open. Lucien ran in, small and blue-eyed, and propelled by the particular momentum of a 4-year-old who has been aimed at a target. Behind him came Celestine, breathless and performatively worried. "Lucien, no, darling, come back." She grabbed the doorframe, one hand pressed to her heart. "I'm so sorry, Duchess. He just ran off. He wanted to see your chambers. Children are so curious." Lucien, oblivious to the script, had already spotted the egg. His eyes went round. "Egg!" He tottered toward the bed with arms outstretched. "Pretty egg. Can I hold it?" Serafina stood. "Careful. It's..." But Lucien had already grabbed the egg with both hands. And nothing happened. No flash, no burn, no defensive pulse. The egg sat perfectly still in the child's arms, as docile as a stone. Lucien grinned, clutching it to his chest. Celestine's eyes sharpened. This was not what she'd expected. Serafina could see the calculation shifting behind those pretty blue irises. She'd clearly been hoping the egg would react badly, would shock or burn the boy, providing evidence that the contaminated egg was dangerous and should be destroyed. But Serafina had planned for this. 3 days ago, she'd laid a softening charm on the egg's outer shell, not to change its nature, but to ensure that any accidental contact would be cushioned. If someone tried to manufacture "the egg hurt the air" incident, the egg would feel no harder than a pillow. Lucien was now hugging the egg like a stuffed toy, showing no inclination to release it. "Mine," he declared. "No, darling, give it back." Celestine reached for the egg. Lucien dodged. "Hazard." "A sunstoro." Romantically, Glinsby used this sash, a village gravitate about great hazard. Serafina watched with something that might, in a healthier woman, have been amusement. The boy clearly had no malice. He was 4, acting on 4-year-old impulse. Whatever Celestine had planned, the child wasn't playing along. "Lucien," Serafina crouched to his level, "the egg needs to stay warm. Would you put it back on the bed for me? You can visit it again later." Lucien considered this. "Promise?" "Promise." He set the egg down with surprising gentleness, patted it twice, and ran back to Celestine. As he passed his mother, Serafina noticed something. The boy's hands, which had been clutching the egg, bore no trace of blue flame, not even a flicker. Every other time she'd seen Lucien hold something, his excitement triggered small bursts of dragonfire. It was, according to Celestine, involuntary, yet with the egg, nothing. Interesting. Serafina looked at the boy's wrists. There, fading quickly but briefly visible in the warm light, were faint powder marks. The same marks she'd noticed on Celestine's wrists. Blue flame powder, applied externally, making the boy appear to produce dragonfire he could not actually produce on his own. She said nothing, filed it, added it to the growing collection of truths she would deploy at the right moment. "We'll let you rest," Celestine said sweetly, ushering Lucien out. "Do take care of yourself, Duchess. You look so pale lately." The door closed. The egg's cracks reformed into what was unmistakably a rude gesture. "Language," Serafina said. Part 4. Hatching. The night the egg broke open, Serafina was dying. Not metaphorically, not slowly. Dying right then in the sharp and immediate sense, her vision gone entirely gray, her chest filled with the grinding pressure of ash-heart corrosion in full attack, her body curled on the cold floor of her bedchamber because she hadn't made it back to the bed. She'd been fine at dinner, or as fine as she ever was. Then the pain hit like a hammer between her shoulder blades, and her legs gave out, and she'd gone down hard enough to bruise her knees on the stone floor. The egg was screaming. Not literally, eggs couldn't scream, but it was producing a vibration so intense that the water glass on the bedside table had shattered. The shell was glowing white-hot, the cracks spreading and widening, liquid light pouring through them like molten metal. Serafina crawled toward it. Her hands left gray-smeared trails on the floor, The corrosion was leaking through her skin now, painting everything she touched with ash. Her vision was nearly gone, the world reduced to blurs and brightness. Don't! She reached the bed, got her hands on the egg. It was burning, searing, but she pressed her ash print ring against the shell anyway, feeding it her own blood magic in a desperate attempt to stabilize whatever was happening inside. The shell cracked. Not the gentle hatching of a baby dragon, the explosive fracture of something immensely powerful, forced through too small a container. The shell blew apart. White gold fire erupted upward, scorching the canopy of her bed, washing across the ceiling in a wave of light so bright it burned through even her failing vision. Heat, brilliance, the smell of ozone and old magic. Then silence. Serafina blinked. Her vision was returning, slowly, the gray receding as if pushed back by the residual warmth in the air. She was still on the floor beside the bed, surrounded by shell fragments that glowed faintly platinum in the darkness. On the bed, where the egg had been, sat a man. There was, embarrassingly, not a stitch of clothing involved. 3 frantic minutes, 1 thrown cloak, 1 overturned chair, and a very firm order through the door about imaginary alchemical fumes later, the impossible stranger sat wrapped from shoulders to ankles in Serafina's heaviest wool cloak. His hair was pale as moonlit ash, his eyes opened gold, and his first hoarse words were, "You're the heartbeat." "You were the egg," Serafina said flatly. "I was in the egg," he corrected. "The egg was merely temporary housing." "For how long?" He tilted his head. That movement, the slight angle, the faintly curious regard, was so like the egg's habit of rolling toward interesting sounds that Serafina felt a strange jolt of recognition. "A while," he said. "Time is difficult to track when you're busy not dying." She should ask more questions. She should demand explanations. She should probably be terrified. A strange, impossibly beautiful man had just materialized in her bedroom from an egg she'd been sleeping next to for weeks. Instead, what she said was, "Are you going to die if I stop looking at you for 30 seconds? Because I need to find you clothes." His mouth curved, just slightly. A smile that was less innocence and more quiet delight, as if she had said exactly the thing he'd been hoping to hear. "I will endeavor to survive your absence." She did not dignify this with a response. She went to the wardrobe, pulled out the largest shirt she owned, one of Marta's that had been mixed in with the laundry, and a pair of loose trousers from her own collection, the ones she wore for physical work. "These will be short on you," she said, tossing them to him, "but they'll have to do until morning." He dressed with the unself-conscious ease of someone who had never learned to be modest, or perhaps someone so ancient that modesty was a concept he'd once invented and grown bored of. The shirt stretched across his shoulders. The trousers ended above his ankles. He looked ridiculous. He also looked like something out of a legend. Even in borrowed, ill-fitting clothes, wrapped in a too small cloak, with shell dust still in his hair, he radiated a quiet, devastating presence that made the air in the room feel heavier. Serafina crossed her arms. "Name." "Ah," he looked at her. Something cautious entered those gold eyes, the first hint that behind the bemusement there was calculation. "You may call me Sirin. It's close enough." "Close enough to what?" "To what I once was." "That's not an answer." "No," he agreed pleasantly. "It isn't." She studied him. He met her gaze without flinching, without the defensive bravado that usually accompanied secrets, or the evasive dart of someone constructing a lie. He simply looked at her, gold eyes steady, and allowed her to look back. "Fine," she said at last. "Sirin, you hatched in my room. That makes you my responsibility until I decide otherwise. You will sleep," she pointed to the window seat, which was padded but narrow. "There. You will not leave this room until I determine that you're safe to be around. You will answer my questions when I ask them, and you will never appear improperly dressed in my presence again." He considered the window seat, looked at her, looked at the window seat again. "It seems," he began. It seems perfectly adequate for someone who spent the last several weeks as a 9-inch egg. Another curve of his mouth. Fair. He settled himself on the window seat with fluid grace, pulling the cloak around himself like a blanket. He was too long for it. His feet hung off the end, but he curled without complaint, making himself small. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for keeping me warm." Serafina turned off the remaining lamp. In the darkness, she could still see the faint glow of white gold from his skin, like moonlight captured in flesh. "Don't thank me yet," she said. "Tomorrow we'll have problems." "We already have problems," he said, "but yours are worse than mine, and you haven't told me about them." She was silent for a long moment. "Good night, Siren." "Good night, Heartbeat." She did not sleep, but she did, for the first time in weeks, feel like the room contained something alive besides her own slow decay. Part 5. The Mask of Weakness. The first 3 days with Saren in the East Wing were an exercise in controlled chaos. He was, on the surface, everything a displaced, newly hatched person should be: confused, grateful, compliant. He wore the borrowed clothes without complaint. He ate the food Marta brought without asking for better. He slept on the window seat without mentioning that it was 3 feet too short. He said please and thank you, and I don't want to be a burden, with such consistent sweetness that even Marta, immune to all charm, occasionally brought him an extra bread roll. It was, Serafina reflected, an absolutely masterful performance. Because she noticed things. She noticed that his confusion was selective. He was baffled by modern cutlery, but instantly understood the defensive runework on her door. She noticed that his compliance was strategic. He deferred to her on every decision, but somehow always ended up positioned between her and the window, the most defensible spot in the room. She noticed that when guards passed in the corridor, his gold eyes tracked their footsteps, cataloging them, and noted the family crests embroidered on the one guard's collar when the door briefly opened for Marta. She noticed that he was not weak, not confused, not harmless. But she also noticed that he had not, in 3 days, made a single move that could threaten her. His performance was aimed outward, at the household, at the situation, at the careful maintenance of being too pathetic to threaten. With her, when they were alone, the mask thinned, not vanished, thinned. "You're watching me figure you out," she said on the 3rd evening, not looking up from her book. He was on the window seat, ostensibly dozing, his eyes opened, gold, clear, not at all sleepy. "Is it working?" he asked. "The helpless act?" "The letting you feel safe act." She set the book down. "I felt safe before. You were an egg. Eggs are inherently non-threatening. And now? Now you're a 6-foot-something man with reflexes that suggest military training, eyes that catalog every person who enters this corridor, and a magical signature I cannot read even with direct diagnostic contact." She folded her arms. "So I feel intrigued and cautious, but not unsafe." Something shifted in his expression. The faint amusement that was his default melted into something more genuine, something closer to surprise. "You're not afraid of me," he said. "Not a question." "Should I be?" He was quiet for a moment, then, "No, but most people would be." Most people didn't spend 6 years married to a man who can turn into a 12-ton flying lizard. My threshold for intimidating is calibrated differently. He laughed, quiet, unexpected, genuine, a sound that seemed to surprise even him, as if he hadn't made it in a very long time. "I like you," he said, simply, directly, as if stating a fact about the weather. Serafina felt heat rise to her face. This was absurd. She was dying. She was 31. She had been married for 6 years to a glacier in man form, and she was blushing because a pretty creature said, "I like you," with the directness of a child. "Go to sleep, Saren." "As you wish, Heartbeat." On the 4th day, the Airy discovered his existence. It was inevitable. The explosion of light during his hatching had been seen, and while Serafina's dropped lamp excuse had bought time, the servants talked. Rumors spread. A strange man in the Duchess's chambers, a flash of white fire, sounds in the night. By noon, the whispers had reached Obsidian. He came to the east wing with 2 guards and the expression of a man who has been personally insulted by the universe. Serafina opened the door before he could knock. She'd heard his footsteps on the stairs. "What?" Obsidian said, looking past her into the room where Seren sat on the window seat in his 2 small clothes. "Is that?" "A guest," Serafina said. "A guest." Obsidian pushed past her. The guards followed. Seren looked up with an expression of wide-eyed uncertainty, the helpless mask sliding into place so smoothly it was almost undetectable. "Where did he come from?" Obsidian demanded. "The egg." Silence. "The egg," Obsidian repeated. "Yes, it hatched. He was inside, as eggs do." Obsidian turned to stare at Seren. Seren stared back with precisely calibrated vulnerability, a young man alone in a strange place, wearing borrowed clothes, clearly malnourished, obviously helpless. "That's impossible," Obsidian said. "Dragon eggs don't produce." He gestured vaguely at Seren's very human-looking form. "Some do," Serafina said. "Ancient bloodlines sometimes." "I don't know what I am," Seren said softly. His voice trembled, exactly the right amount. "I don't remember much. Before the shell, it's all dark. I just know she..." He looked at Serafina with an expression of such transparent gratitude that Marta, standing by the door, actually softened. "She kept me warm. She kept me alive." Obsidian's jaw tightened. He looked at Serafina. "How convenient. A mysterious man emerges from your mysterious egg just as you file for dissolution. You expect me to believe this isn't staged?" "I expect nothing from you," Serafina said. "I stopped expecting things from you years ago." A muscle jumped in Obsidian's cheek. "He'll be questioned," Obsidian said. "The court arcanist will examine him. If he's a threat..." "He is my guest." Serafina's voice went flat, hard. "He is under my protection. If you want him examined, you will ask my permission first." "You don't have the authority." "I have the authority of someone who is still, legally, your wife. The East Wing is my domain by contract. My guests are my jurisdiction. Unless you've signed those dissolution papers?" She raised an eyebrow. "No? Then my authority stands." Obsidian stared at her, then at Seren, then back at her. "You've changed," he said. "Not quite an accusation. Not quite anything else." "No," she said. "I've always been this. You just never looked." He turned, walked out. The guards followed. In the silence, Seren released a long breath. The mask dropped, the vulnerability dissolving into something cooler, sharper, more amused. "He's..." Seren began. "An idiot. I was going to say blind, but yours works too." Serafina shot him a look. He met it with perfect innocence, but his gold eyes glittered. The interrogation happened the next day. Magister Thornwell came to the East Wing with his diagnostic tools, a concession to Serafina's authority that clearly galled Obsidian. Serene submitted to examination with the cooperative meekness of a church mouse, coughing delicately at appropriate intervals. Thornwell's findings were inconclusive. High dragon blood, certainly. Ancient lineage. But the specifics are muddled, as if something is suppressing the full signature. He looked at Seren over his spectacles. "Can you produce flame?" Seren produced a tiny flicker of white gold fire from his fingertip. Just a spark. Just enough to confirm dragon heritage without revealing its full power. Thornwell made notes. Weak fire, probably a minor side branch of some extinct line. Nothing dangerous. Seren coughed again, delicately, shoulders curving inward with just the right amount of fragility. Serafina watched this performance from her reading chair and thought, very clearly, "You absolute fraud." After Thornwell left, Seren straightened from his cough-curved posture and stretched like a cat. "That went well." "You enjoyed that." "I enjoyed being underestimated." His gold eyes cut to her. "You enjoy it too. Different method, same principle." She couldn't argue with that. What happened next was gradual, insidious, and, Serafina suspected, entirely deliberate on Seren's part. He made himself indispensable. Not in a dramatic way, not in a way that could be called overstepping, just present, helpful, exactly where she needed him without being asked. When her vision grayed out during her morning preparations, the tea was already at her elbow, warmed to exactly the right temperature. He'd seen her squint at the cup the day before and adjusted. When Celestine sent another of her snide requests via messenger, Seren answered the door before Serafina could, looked at the messenger with his wide gold eyes, and said in his softest, most confused voice, "I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The Duchess is what needs organizing. Is there no one else who can?" The messenger left without delivering the request. When she coughed, the deep, painful cough that brought flecks of gray to her handkerchief, he didn't fuss, didn't ask, just pushed the medicine bottle an inch closer to her hand, as if it had always been there. "You're managing me," she told him one evening when the medicine appeared at her elbow for the third time that day. He was on the window seat, his window seat now with a proper blanket and pillow she'd given him, reading a book he'd found in her study. He looked up with faultless innocence. "I'm being helpful. You're being strategically helpful in ways designed to make me dependent on your presence. Is it working?" She threw a pillow at him. He caught it without looking up from his book. "Also," she said, "you've been wearing my old cloak exclusively, the one I wrapped you in the first night. I've offered you better clothes 3 times. This one is warm. It's threadbare. It smells like you." He said it casually, without looking up, as if it were a perfectly normal thing to say, but his ears, she noticed, turned faintly pink at the tips. Serafina stared at the back of his head for a long moment. Then she returned to her own book and said nothing, because she absolutely did not know what to say. The dynamic between them settled into something Serafina could not quite name. It wasn't friendship, too charged for that. It wasn't romance, too early, too fraught, too complicated by the fact that she was still technically married and also dying. It was a vigil. 2 people in a cold room, keeping each other company against things they couldn't say aloud. He never pushed, never demanded, never tried to kiss her or hold her or make declarations. He simply was there, warm and alive and occasionally devastatingly funny in ways that caught her off guard. "Your husband's portrait," he said one morning, examining the painting of obsidian that hung in the corridor outside her chambers. "Is the jawline accurate, or did the artist add extra geometry?" "It's accurate." "Tragic. A man that angular should have at least one soft opinion, as compensation." She choked on her tea. Another time, watching Celestine parade through the courtyard below the east wing windows. She's wearing white again, in a snowstorm. Either she's committed to the aesthetic, or she's hoping to disappear entirely. "Seren, I'm simply observing. If one stands very still in that outfit against a snowy wall, one achieves perfect camouflage. Very practical for avoiding accountability." And perhaps most dangerously, when Celestine made one of her public declarations of concern for Serafina's health, she asked if I was eating properly in front of 12 courtiers while sitting in my chair. Seren, without looking up, "Perhaps she was asking as your chair's new occupant. The chair might have dietary concerns." Serafina laughed before she could stop herself. It was the first time she'd laughed in months, and the sound surprised them both. Seren looked up from his book with an expression she would later describe as caught, briefly unmasked, briefly unguarded, briefly and obviously pleased with himself in a way that had nothing to do with cleverness and everything to do with her. He looked away quickly, returned to his book, said nothing else. But he was smiling, slightly, behind the page. Part 6. The Night She Lost. 1 month after Celestine's arrival. 3 months, approximately, before Serafina expected to die. 2 weeks after Seren hatched into her life with all the subtlety of a comet in a teacup. The night started with an argument. Not between Seraphina and Obsidian. They had stopped arguing, which was worse. Arguments implied engagement. What happened between them now was more like weather. She existed. He acted upon her. She endured. The argument was between Obsidian and the truth. A truth Seraphina had made the mistake of speaking aloud during a council meeting she'd been summoned to, a rarity and suspicious in itself. The council was discussing Lucien's formal recognition as heir. Celestine had petitioned for a blood ceremony, a public magical ritual that would confirm the boy's parentage and grant him inheritance rights. Seraphina, seated at the far end of the table like an afterthought, had listened in silence for 40 minutes before saying, "Has anyone considered that his fire is blue?" The table went quiet. "Black dragons produce black fire," she continued. Her voice was mild, conversational, the tone of someone pointing out that it was raining. In 8 centuries of documented Obsidian bloodline history, there has never been a single instance of blue flame. Not one. Even mixed heritage offspring produce flames within the black to gray spectrum. Blue is from an entirely different lineage. Celestine, seated beside Obsidian like a second shadow, went very still. Dragonfire color can vary with diet, environment, and emotional state in young children, she said quickly. Sweet, reasonable. The healers confirmed. "Which healers?" Seraphina asked. "The Ares or ones you brought with you?" "Seraphina," Obsidian's voice cut across the table. "Enough. I'm raising a valid concern about... You're raising a jealous objection to a child's right to know his father." His silver eyes were cold. "This isn't the time or place for your personal grievances." She held his gaze. The gray was creeping again. Her right eye was nearly useless now in dim light, but she kept her face perfectly still. "As you wish, Your Grace." The council continued. The blood ceremony was scheduled for the following week. After the meeting, Obsidian intercepted her in the corridor. His face was thunderous. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Questioning the boy's blood in front of the entire council? Making yourself look bitter and... I'm trying to prevent you from making a legal error that will... You're trying to undermine Celestine because you can't stand that someone else might give me what you never could." The words landed like a blow. Not because they were cruel, she was used to his cruelty, but because of what they revealed about his understanding of her. 6 years, and he still thought she was motivated by competition, by jealousy, by the petty desire to be chosen. She was motivated by being right. She was motivated by the fact that a woman was lying to him, using a child as a weapon, and he was too proud and too guilt-ridden to see it. But he would never believe that coming from her. "The blood ceremony will answer everything," she said quietly. "I hope, for the boy's sake, you're prepared for what it finds." She walked away. He let her. That night, Obsidian had her locked in the runesmith chamber. He didn't come himself. He sent guards, 2 of them, large and apologetic, who appeared at her east wing door at midnight with the message that His Grace required her to reflect on her behavior in a secure location until morning. The runesmith chamber was in the lower levels of the Dragon Gold Consortium building, a separate structure from the main Eyrie, connected by a sky bridge. It was where the Consortium's master smith worked on dragon rune contracts. It was also, during the winter months, essentially an unheated stone box. Seraphina did not fight the guards. She could have. Her ash print abilities could disable them in seconds, but doing so would require revealing capabilities she was not ready to reveal. So she went, quietly, without making a scene Celestine could use. She did, however, have time to do one thing before leaving. She pressed her ash print ring to Seren's wrist, leaving a binding mark. "Don't move," she whispered. "Don't reveal yourself. Whatever you hear tonight, stay in this room. That's an order." His gold eyes blazed. She could see the rage behind them, barely contained, nothing like the soft creature he pretended to be. "They're taking you. And they'll bring me back in the morning. But if you follow, if you fight, they'll know what you are. And right now, being underestimated is the only advantage we have." She pressed her fingers against the mark on his wrist. "Trust me." He caught her hand. held it for one breath. 2. If they hurt you, they won't. It's just a cold room. She was wrong about that. The runesmith chamber was not just cold, it was magically insulated, designed to prevent rune resonance from escaping during delicate work. This meant that all ambient magical energy was blocked, including the faint residual dragon fire that heated the area's floors, including the ambient warmth of any passing spell work. The temperature dropped rapidly once the door sealed. Within an hour, Serafina could see her breath. Within 2, her fingers were numb. The ash heart corrosion, which responded to cold and stress with accelerated attacks, activated fully. The pain was extraordinary, like someone had poured molten glass into her chest and then frozen it there. Her vision collapsed to a pinhole, her lungs seized. She slid from the workbench to the floor, unable to hold herself upright. And somewhere in the pain and the cold and the darkness, the tiny spark inside her, the one she'd been trying not to acknowledge, the one the healer had tentatively identified just days ago as a dragon imprint, a pre-viable pregnancy, flickered and went out. She knew what had happened before the pain faded. The body knows these things, knows when something that was becomes something that was not, a particular emptiness, a particular silence. She curled on the stone floor and did not cry. She did not have the energy for tears. The cold took everything, took her warmth, her vision, her dignity, her tiny secret hope that she hadn't even allowed herself to name, and left her with nothing but breath, shallow, gray. From outside the chamber, through stone, spell work, and the order she had placed on his wrist, the binding mark on Saren split open. He did not reveal his full nature, but white gold fire clawed through one seam of the warded door. The metal screamed. Heat poured through. He could not shatter the inner lock without exposing what he was to the entire area, so he did the next possible thing. He held the torn seam open with his own blood and forced warmth around her body until her breath stopped fading. Before dawn, he burned a white gold warning into Marta's wash basin and sent every bell in the east wing ringing. It was not enough to save the child. They came before dawn. Marta first, pushing past the guards with the fury of a woman who had been woken by a supernatural fire message and prevented from doing her job all night. Then the Ares healer, summoned by Marta's shouting. Then Obsidian, standing in the doorway with an expression she couldn't read because her vision was still mostly gray. She was carried to the east wing. Examined. The healer found evidence of acute corrosion attack, hypothermic shock, and there was a dragon imprint, the healer said carefully, looking at Serafina with too much pity. Early stage, very faint. It is no longer viable. Obsidian was not in the room for this conversation. He had been told she was recovering from cold exposure and had returned to his own wing with what Serafina assumed was moderate indifference. She looked at the healer, spoke clearly despite the rawness of her throat. Record it as a diagnostic error, an imprint misread, not a loss. The healer stared. Your Grace. Do it. But His Grace should know. His Grace locked me in a freezing room because I questioned his former betrothed's lies at a council meeting. Her voice was level, perfectly controlled, perfectly dead. I will not give him a grief to perform. I will not give him a guilt to weaponize. I will not become the tragic wife whose suffering finally makes him pay attention. Record it as an error. That's final. The healer recorded it as an error. Serene was at her bedside when everyone else left. His binding mark was still glowing faintly on his wrist. He had obeyed her, stayed in the room, not revealed himself. But the cost was visible. His eyes were bruised with exhaustion, his hands trembling. He'd funneled warmth to her all night through stone and shielding, draining himself to keep her alive. He did not ask what happened. He did not offer condolences or rage or solutions. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulled the old cloak, her cloak, the one he wore constantly, over her shoulders, and stayed. They did not speak. Sometime near midnight, she felt his hand close around hers, warm, steady, holding without pulling. she held back. That was all. Part 7. The Clearing. The days after the chamber were quiet, dangerously quiet, the kind of quiet that precedes earthquakes. Serafina recovered. Her body, what remained of it that wasn't being consumed by corrosion, healed the surface damage. Her vision stabilized at roughly 70%. Her strength returned, gradually, to something approximating functional. But something inside her had shifted. A final tether had been cut. The last thread connecting her to the Aerie, to the marriage, to the faint residual hope that Obsidian might one day see her clearly. Gone. Severed. Not with anger, not with grief, but with the cold clarity of a woman who has looked at the bottom and found it empty. She began preparing. Not for death, though that was still coming, for departure. She wrote letters, updated legal documents, made quiet arrangements with the Sanctum regarding her long-term care options. She purchased, through a discreet intermediary, a resting stone placement in the northern peace fields, a burial site for those without family holdings. She did not tell Saren about this, but he knew. She could tell he knew by the way his gold eyes tracked her correspondence, by the tightness around his mouth when she sealed letters with the Ashgrove family crest instead of the Drake one. He said nothing. He did not try to stop her. He simply stayed closer, moved from the window seat to the floor beside her bed without being asked, kept her old cloak wrapped around his shoulders like armor. "You're sleeping on the floor," she said one night, looking down at him from the bed. "I'm comfortable." "You're on stone." "I slept in an eggshell for a century. Stone is an improvement." "A century?" He looked up at her. Those gold eyes in the firelight were impossible to look away from. Give or take. "What are you, really?" He was quiet for a long time. Then, "What do you need me to be?" That's not an answer. "No, but the real answer is complicated. And if I tell you now, it changes things. It puts pressure on decisions that should be entirely yours." He sat up, bringing his face closer to level with hers. His expression was the most serious she'd seen it, stripped of performance, stripped of playfulness, stripped of everything but sincerity. "I want you to leave this place because you choose to, not because of what I am." She studied him. His face was very close. His breath was warm. "When I leave," she said carefully, "will you come with me?" "You haven't asked." "I'm asking now." Something broke open behind his eyes, something enormous and barely contained that he'd been holding back since the night he hatched. He closed his eyes, opened them. They were brighter. "Yes," he said, "anywhere, always." She reached out and touched the edge of his jaw, just the lightest contact, her fingertips against the faint white gold scales at his jawline. He went perfectly still. "Then I'll leave soon," she said, "and you'll come." "Yes." She withdrew her hand. He released a breath he'd clearly been holding for a very long time. Neither of them slept that night, but they were, for the first time, not alone in their wakefulness. Part 8. The Departure. Serafina chose the noon meal. Not because she was dramatic. She was, somewhat, but that wasn't the reason. She chose it because the noon meal was the daily gathering of the entire Aerie court. Nobles, merchants, officers, servants, everyone present, everyone watching. She wore her ash print battle dress. Heavy charcoal wool reinforced with dragon bone stays, silver embroidery tracing the old Ashgrove rune patterns along the hems. It was the formal attire of a runesmith going into battle. Not physical battle, but the kind where every gesture was a statement and every silence was a weapon. She had not worn it since her wedding day. Marta helped her dress in silence, mouth pressed thin, hands steady. When Serafina looked in the mirror, her reflection slightly blurred through her damaged right eye, she saw someone she hadn't been in 6 years. Not the gray ghost of the East Wing, not the silent woman at the end of the table. Someone with edges, someone who remembered how to cut. "Ready?" Marta asked. "Past ready." The great hall was full. The noon meal had become elaborate since Celestine's arrival. Longer, more performative, more obviously designed to showcase the new family. Today was particularly festive. Lucien was to demonstrate his blue flame for the court as a preview of the upcoming blood ceremony. Celestine sat beside Obsidian at the high table, wearing white naturally, her golden hair arranged in a crown of braids that mimicked the ducal coronet. She had positioned herself in what Serafina privately called the wife chair, the seat to the right of the duke, traditionally reserved for the lady of the house. Serafina entered through the main doors. The hall went quiet. It wasn't the gray ghost entrance they were used to, the slipping in through side doors, the finding corners, the being present without being seen. She walked straight up the center aisle, boots ringing on the dragonbone floor, battle dress heavy and correct, and every eye in the room turned to follow her. She reached the high table, stood before it, did not sit. "I have an announcement," she said. Obsidian set down his goblet with the air of a man bracing for irritation. Celestine's smile was fixed and brilliant, the smile of someone who believes she has already won. Serafina removed her wedding ring. The ring was dragon gold, set with a single black diamond, the traditional ring of the Obsidian ducal consort. She had worn it for 6 years. Her finger bore a permanent indentation where it had sat. She set it on the table before Obsidian. The sound it made, a tiny gold circle on polished dragon bone, was somehow louder than it should have been. "I am dissolving this marriage," she said, effective immediately. Murmurs erupted. Obsidian's face went blank, the particular blankness of someone taken genuinely by surprise. "You can't," he began. "I can." She produced the dissolution document from inside her battle dress, the one she'd filed weeks ago, the one he'd refused to sign. "I've exercised the unilateral dissolution clause, Article 17 of our marriage contract. A spouse may terminate without mutual consent if they can demonstrate 6 months of unreciprocated contractual obligation." She met his eyes. "I have 6 years. This isn't legally. I've already filed with the matriarch's office. The paperwork is processed. This announcement is a courtesy." Obsidian stood, his chair scraped back. "Serafina." She pulled the second document from her dress. The marriage contract itself, her copy, the original, with both their blood signatures. She held it over the contract flame basin, the ceremonial fire pit set into the high table, used for contract sealing and oath binding. "I am returning this to the flame," she said, "as is my right." She dropped it. The basin flared, but instead of simply consuming the paper, the fire blazed, higher, brighter, turning from its usual red gold to a furious white. The flames licked up and outward, and across the surface of the fire glowing symbols appeared, runes, contract runes, marking every instance of breach, every broken promise, every obligation unfulfilled. There were hundreds of them. They clustered on Obsidian's side of the contract like a disease. Each one a time he had failed to protect, to honor, to treat his contractual wife as anything more than furniture. The court stared. The runes were damning, visible, undeniable, recorded by the basin's impartial magic. Celestine's eyes widened. She had not expected this. Serafina was not finished. She removed the ducal coronet, the small, elegant crown she wore at formal occasions, the symbol of her position as Duchess. She walked to the side of the hall where the Ares treasury vault was set into the wall, visible but sealed, its lock requiring the Duchess's blood key. She hung the coronet on the treasury door handle, then she pressed her ash print ring to the lock. "True name seal," she said clearly. "Activated." The lock glowed gray, then went dark. Obsidian stared. "What did you—" "I've sealed the main treasury with my true name," Serafina said, turning back to face the hall. "That vault contains the core assets of the Dragon Gold Consortium. My seal cannot be broken by force, by rune smiths, or by your court arcanist. It can only be opened if the Duke of Obsidian Aerie publicly acknowledges the true identity of the consortium's master runesmith." She paused. "Let it land. The one who saved your empire 6 years ago." Dead silence. Nobody in the hall understood what she meant. Not yet. But Obsidian's face, she watched it change. A crack in the mask. The faintest dawn of suspicion. Finally, she took the velvet pouch from her belt, the one containing Lucien's blood trace cup. She walked to the matriarch's seat, old Lady Drake, silver-haired and sharp-eyed, watching this entire spectacle with the expression of a hawk who has spotted interesting prey. "For you," Seraphina said, placing the cup before the old woman. "A gift. Examine the base at your leisure. I think you'll find the blood ceremony quite unnecessary after you see what's recorded there." Lady Drake took the cup, said nothing, but her ancient eyes gleamed. Seraphina turned back to the hall, to Obsidian, who was standing behind the high table with an expression she had never seen before. Not anger, not contempt, but something raw and unfinished, like the first page of a grief he hadn't known was coming. "That concludes my business here," she said. Celestine stirred. "You can't simply, this is Obsidian, stop her, she's clearly unwell." Celestine began to rise, and made the mistake of swaying. A calculated sway, the beginning of a dramatic feint designed to refocus all attention. She never completed it. From the back of the hall, a voice, low, pleasant, perfectly timed. "Oh, are we fainting now? I thought that was a second act move." Serene stood by the main doors. He was wearing Seraphina's old cloak over borrowed clothes that still didn't fit properly, his platinum hair loose and slightly tangled, his gold eyes half-lidded with an expression of polite disinterest. He looked frail, decorative, completely harmless. Every woman in the hall looked at him. Every woman in the hall kept looking. Because despite the ill-fitting clothes and the performative fragility, Surin was, objectively, unmistakably, devastatingly, the most beautiful person any of them had ever seen. The bones of his face caught the light like they'd been carved by a sculptor having the best day of his life. His eyes were gold in the way that sunlight through stained glass was gold. He moved like water, like music, like something that had never needed to hurry in its entire ancient existence. Celestine's sway froze mid-execution. "Who?" she began. Saren drifted forward. His eyes touched Celestine, briefly, dismissively, then moved to Seraphina with something much warmer. "I believe," he said to Seraphina, "you mentioned you were leaving?" "I am." "Then I'm coming with you." He said it simply, as he said all important things. "If you'll have me." "I'll have you. Get your things." "I don't have things. I have your cloak." He plucked at the worn charcoal fabric. "Will you want it back?" "Keep it. You've ruined it anyway with all that." She gestured vaguely at his general existence. "Pine tree heat and egg dust." He smiled. The full version, not the half smile, not the careful curve. A real smile that transformed his face from beautiful to incandescent. Obsidian moved. He came around the table fast, not toward Seraphina, toward Seren. "You, stay where you are. You're not leaving this area until I know what you." Seraphina drew her ash-print short blade and placed herself between them. The hall collectively inhaled. 6 years, she said, her voice carrying clearly. "You never once protected me from insult, cold, hunger, isolation, or your golden guest schemes. But the moment I try to take something with me, the moment something exists that I chose and you didn't provide, now you care." She raised the blade. Not threatening, just present. "He's mine. I found him. I warmed him. I named him. If you want him, go find your own egg on a snowy street corner." Obsidian stared at the blade, at her face, at the absolute certainty in her eyes. Behind them, Lucien, who had been watching with the wide-eyed fascination of all 4-year-olds confronted with drama, chose this moment to get excited. His small hands sparked. Blue flame jetted from his palms, uncontrolled, enthusiastic, childish. The flame hit Celestine's sleeve. Specifically, it hit the concealed pocket in her sleeve, the one containing the blue flame powder she used to fake the boy's dragon fire. The powder ignited. Celestine shrieked, batting at her arm. The powder billowed outward in a cloud of iridescent blue, coating the table, the floor, and Celestine's very expensive white dress in unmistakable evidence. The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. The matriarch's eyes went sharp as blades. Guards moved, toward Celestine for once, not Seraphina. Obsidian stood frozen, staring at the blue powder settling across the table like toxic snow. Seraphina sheathed her blade. "Well," she said, "that was convenient timing." She whistled. From the courtyard beyond the hall's great windows came the sound of hooves on stone, heavy, rhythmic, accompanied by the snort of something very large and very annoyed. A dragon-bone stallion, black skeletal and red-eyed, appeared in the hall's entrance. Its rider, nobody. It had arrived riderless, stamped impatiently on the polished floor. Behind the stallion skidded Rose Pike, the youngest stable hand in the Eyrie, red-cheeked, breathless, and holding a snapped lead rope. Rose was barely 20 and spoke to dangerous mounts the way other girls spoke to rude uncles. "He bit 2 grooms, kicked a hay cart, and chose her grace," she announced. "I thought it best not to argue with a horse made of bones." The stallion was a creature of magnificent ugliness. Dragonbone armored, spike-maned, built like a war machine crossed with a nightmare. It surveyed the great hall with the expression of a creature deeply offended by interior decoration. Its iron-shod hoofs scraped the floor, leaving a gouge. "Don't you dare," Obsidian began. The stallion kicked sideways. Its hoof connected with the base of the great stone pedestal holding the Drake family ancestral sculpture, a dramatic piece depicting the first duke in dragon form. The pedestal cracked, the sculpture wobbled, toppled, shattered on the floor into approximately 100 pieces. The hall went very quiet. Seraphina walked to the stallion, mounted with the ease of long practice, looked down at the devastation of the great hall, the broken sculpture, the blue powder, the burning sleeve, the cracked contract runes, the sealed treasury, the frozen duke, and allowed herself one small moment of satisfaction. "Seraphina," Obsidian's voice, hoarse, is he?" He stared at Serene. "Are you leaving because of him?" Serene had moved to stand beside the stallion, one hand resting on its shoulder with the casual authority of someone very comfortable with large, dangerous animals. He looked up at Seraphina on the horse, then back at Obsidian. Seraphina considered the question, looked at Seren, rumpled, beautiful, wearing her old cloak like a badge of honor, looked at Obsidian, perfect, cold, standing in the ruins of a marriage he'd never valued. "At least he knew what I was worth on the first day," she said. "It took you 6 years to realize you should ask." She extended a hand to Seren. He took it, swung up behind her with effortless grace, not the movement of a frail invalid, but of a warrior remembering old muscle memory. His arms settled around her waist. His chin rested near her shoulder. "His shell fragments are still in your pillow," he murmured. "I put them there." "I know. In case you tried to leave without me." "I wasn't going to." "I know." A pause. "But I liked having insurance." She clicked her tongue. The dragonbone stallion wheeled, took 3 thundering steps, and carried them out of the great hall into the winter sun. Behind them, chaos, blue powder, broken statues, a sealed treasury, and the faint, growing understanding on one cold duke's face that he had just lost something immeasurably more valuable than a wife. Part 9. What he found. Obsidian Drake had not known what silence sounded like until his wife left. Not the silence of an empty room. He'd had that for 6 years, technically. She was always so quiet, he often forgot she was there. This was different. This was the silence of systems breaking down, of things that had worked seamlessly for years suddenly, catastrophically stopping. It started with the treasury. His steward came to him within hours of Seraphina's departure, sweating, pale, holding a sheaf of documents. "Your Grace, the main vault, the true name seal, we can't override it. The Arcanists have tried. Magister Thornwell has tried. It's locked with something none of them can identify." "It's a lock," Obsidian said. "Break it." "Sir, we've tried. The seal responds to attempts at force with counter-rune burns. 2 Arcanists are in the healing ward." The Dragon Gold Consortium's operating funds were in that vault. Trade contracts, guild agreements, Payroll records, ship manifests. The entire infrastructure of the Empire, Obsidian, had spent a decade building, all sealed behind a gray glowing lock that burned anyone who touched it. Then came the matriarch. Lady Drake the Elder summoned Obsidian to her chambers 3 days after Seraphina's departure. She was sitting in her iron-backed chair, the blood trace cup open on the table before her, its base glowing with activated ash print data. "Sit down," she said. He sat. "This cup," the matriarch said, "contains a blood resonance record of Lucien's true lineage." She folded her liver-spotted hands. "The boy carries the bloodline of House Valcrest, minor dragon nobility from the eastern shores, specifically the bloodline of one Roland Valcrest, Celestine's former companion from before she ever met you." Obsidian said nothing. "The boy is not yours," the matriarch continued. "He was never yours. His blue flame was artificial, produced by a powder applied to his skin, which ignites on contact with ambient magic. Without the powder, the child has no dragon fire at all. He is not even fully dragon-blooded." Obsidian said nothing. "Celestine Brightmoor used your guilt and your vanity to install a false heir in your house. She intended to secure inheritance rights, which would have given her legal access to the Drake fortune and to the consortium funds your wife sealed behind a lock you cannot open." Obsidian said nothing, but something behind his eyes was cracking, like ice in spring, not melting, just breaking apart into pieces too sharp to hold. "I have ordered Celestine confined to the lower quarters pending a formal hearing," the matriarch said. She attempted to claim innocence. The contract flame basin disagreed. "What do you mean?" She tried to swear an oath of truthfulness. The basin rejected it, branded her. The matriarch's voice was dry as bone. "She now bears the Oathbreaker's mark on her forearm. It will not fade. She will never again be permitted to enter a dragon blood household or approach dragon flame in any form." A fitting punishment. Permanent, visible, inescapable. Celestine's beauty would remain, but anyone who saw the mark would know what she was. Obsidian sat in his mother's chamber and felt the first real emotion he'd allowed himself in weeks. Not guilt, not yet. Just the cold, creeping awareness of a man realizing the floor beneath him has been hollow all along. The second revelation came from his records clerk. The man appeared at Obsidian's study door 1 week after Seraphina left, nervous, twisting his hat, clearly terrified. "Spit it out," Obsidian said. The consortium, sir. The core dragon rune contracts, the ones that keep everything working. The trade seals, the mining authorizations, the sky cavalry binding oaths. What about them? They're degrading. Without the treasury seal, the renewal cycles are breaking down. And I went through the old records, sir. The maintenance logs, the rune work provenance reports. Obsidian waited. 6 years ago, the clerk said, barely above a whisper, when the consortium nearly collapsed, when the core runes failed and everything was, do you remember, sir? We were days from bankruptcy, from losing the mines, the cavalry, the trade alliances. I remember. He remembered it like a fever dream. The worst week of his life, the contracts disintegrating, the empire crumbling. And then, overnight, salvation. An anonymous runesmith had repaired everything, restored the core contracts, rebuilt the entire framework from scratch. Nobody knew who they were. Nobody had ever been able to trace them. I found the provenance signature, the clerk said, on the repaired runes. It took years. The smith used masking protocols, but with the treasury locked and the counter runes active, the masking degraded enough to see the original imprint. He placed a thin crystal slate on Obsidian's desk. On it, glowing faintly gray, was a runesmith's signature. It matched perfectly with the Ashgrove family crest. Seraphina's crest. The third revelation took longest and hurt most. Obsidian found the purchase order for the Northern Peace Field's resting stone 2 weeks after her departure. He found it because he was searching, tearing through her abandoned East Wing chambers like a man looking for something he could not name. The room was bare. She had taken almost nothing. a few clothes, her medicine box, her books. The eggshell fragments on the pillow. She'd taken those. But she'd left the resting stone receipt in her desk drawer, tucked between blank pages. Almost hidden, almost. A resting stone placement, reserved for the terminally ill, paid in full. He stood in her empty room and held the receipt and felt something he had not felt in years. Genuine, grinding, annihilating fear. She was dying. She had told him. She had stood in his bedchamber and told him plainly, clearly, directly, "I have approximately 4 months." And he had said, "Do it in the East Wing where no one would see." He went to the Sanctum healing ward that same day. The healer, the same gray-faced man who had first diagnosed her, was not pleased to see the Duke of Obsidian Eyrie demanding private medical records. But a duke was a duke, and the records were produced. Ash heart corrosion, advanced stage, entered blood, optic channels, and shadow matter. Prognosis, 3 months remaining at time of last examination. Ellen Vale stood beside the healer with both hands locked around a duplicate slate. She placed it on the table before anyone could decide the truth was too inconvenient for a duke. Her voice shook, but she still said, "That is the original record, Your Grace. I copied it the day she came in. No one asked me to, which is why no one knew to hide it." And there, a footnote, crossed out, rewritten. Dragon imprint detected, later confirmed as diagnostic error, no viable pregnancy. But the healer's handwriting on the correction was different from the original entry, subtly. Someone used to reading runes noticed such things. "Was there really an error?" Obsidian asked. The healer looked at him for a long time. Old eyes, tired eyes. The eyes of a man who had watched a young woman choose dignity over justice. "She asked me to record it that way," he said at last. "Your Grace." Obsidian left the sanctum. He walked. He did not know where he was going. His feet took him to the East Wing staircase, to the empty rooms, to the cold bed where an egg had once sat surrounded by pillows, where his wife had slept alone for 6 years, where she had lost. He had locked her in a freezing room, because Celestine told him she was being difficult, because questioning a false child's blood was in his mind a worse offense than slowly killing his actual wife. He sank to his knees on the cold stone floor, put his hands over his face, and for the first time since boyhood, Obsidian Drake made a sound that was not a word, a raw, ugly thing torn from somewhere he'd bricked over years ago. He stayed there a long time. Then he stood and began to chase. Part 10. The North. The northern peace fields were a week's ride from the Eyrie, through mountain passes, across frozen rivers, into the vast white expanse of the far north where the sky was bigger than anything, and the dragonfire aurora lit the heavens in sheets of color that no artist could capture. Seraphina wasn't there for the resting stone. Not yet. She was there for the aurora. "I want to see it," she'd told Serin on their second day of riding. Her right eye was nearly blind now. The left was holding, but dimming. "Before I can't anymore, I want to see the aurora one time." Serin, riding behind her on the dragonbone stallion, he could have summoned his own mount, could have flown, could have carried her on wings wider than the Ares towers, said nothing. Just tightened his arms around her waist and pressed his cheek to her shoulder. He'd been feeding her white gold fire in small doses since they left. Not enough to cure. Nothing short of a full ancient dragon's healing rite could address ash heart corrosion at this stage, but enough to slow it, enough to push back the gray, enough to give her time. How much time, he didn't know. He didn't tell her that. They made camp in the northern fields on the 5th night. The resting stone was visible in the distance, a dark monolith in the snow, but Seraphina didn't look at it. She looked up. The aurora had begun. Not the ordinary aurora that tourists came to photograph. Dragonfire aurora, the residual energy of ancient battles, ancient magic, ancient dragons who had lived and fought and died so long ago that their fire had become part of the sky. It moved like liquid, green and gold and white and deep, bottomless blue, rippling across the heavens in waves that seemed to breathe. Serafina stood in the snow, face tilted upward, and watched the sky burn with something beautiful. It's... she started. What? Seren stood beside her, close, warm. Worth the trip. She looked at him. In the aurora's light, his face was unearthly, the white gold scales at his temples catching the colors, his eyes reflecting the fire above. You're glowing. I do that sometimes. It's showing off. I'm trying to compete with the sky. Is it working? She looked up, looked at him. Up. Him. The sky's bigger, but I'm closer. She laughed, small, real, warm. He caught her hand, drew her fractionally nearer until the cold between them was a memory. When this is over, he began. Which this, the aurora, the disease, or the dramatic former husband situation? Any of them, all of them. His gold eyes were very serious. I want you to know something. Don't say something irreversible. I'm barely managing reversible things. I love you, he said. Quiet, simple, absolute. I loved you when I was a heartbeat in a shell. I loved you when you wrapped me in a blanket and told me not to get attached. I loved you when you threw a cloak at me and threatened structural violence unless I covered myself. I loved you when you stood between me and a duke twice your political rank with a blade in your hand. He lifted their joined hands and pressed his mouth to her knuckles. I loved you before I understood strategy. Everything after that was just me trying to be useful enough to stay. She stared at him. The aurora rippled overhead. Her eyes were burning, not from corrosion, from something else. I'm dying, Seren. Not yet, not while I'm here, not if you let me. Let you what? Be what I am, fully, not the egg, not the wounded stray, what I really am. She studied his face, the scales, the gold eyes, the ancient, impossible beauty of him. What are you really? Ask me after the aurora. I want you to see this first. Obsidian arrived on the 7th day. He came with a retinue, Sky Cavalry officers, personal guards, a healer. He came in his full ducal armor, dragon scale black and silver, riding a war dragon that landed in the snowfield with a thunderous beat of wings. He came holding the old marriage contract, not the dissolved one, but a copy from the registry, holding it like a weapon, like a rope. Serafina was sitting by the campfire when he appeared. Seren was beside her, wrapped in the old cloak, gold eyes half closed. He looked sleepy. He looked harmless. He was neither. Serafina, Obsidian's voice carried across the snow. This dissolution is invalid. The unilateral clause requires a 90-day review period. Which I satisfied. She didn't stand. Didn't look up from the fire. I filed the initial petition weeks before the formal dissolution. Your own office stamped it. Check with your clerk. He was closer now. Close enough that she could see his face, and it was different. Changed. The cold mask was still there, but cracked. Lines around his eyes that hadn't been there a month ago. A rawness at the corners of his mouth. He'd been crying. At some point recently, he'd been crying. She could tell. It did not move her. I know what you did, he said. 6 years ago, the rune work, the consortium. I know it was you. Good. Then you can publicly acknowledge it and open your own treasury. I know about the... His voice cracked, barely. The healer told me about what happened in the runesmith chamber. About the diagnostic error? Her voice was ice. Yes, there was an error. The healer confirmed it. It wasn't an error. I know it wasn't. Serafina. He was close now, close enough to touch. He didn't try. I did that to you. I put you there. Yes? She looked up at him then. Her gray-tinged eyes met his silver ones, and she let him see everything. The exhaustion, the damage, the absolute, final closure. You did, and I have decided that it will not be the thing that defines either my death or my life, so I have removed it from the record, from my story, from yours. You can't just... I can. I did. It's done. Serafina, please. What would you like me to do with your pleas, Obsidian? She stood. She was shorter than him, had always been shorter than him. But in this moment, in the aurora light with her battle dress and her iron-straight spine, she seemed his equal in height. Shall I tuck it away and let it warm me? The way your concern warms me, the way your love, the word was acid, warmed me through 6 years of cold rooms and colder silence? He flinched, actually flinched. Obsidian Drake, who had never flinched from anything in his life. I'm not asking you to forgive me, he said, low, rough. I'm telling you, the contract still binds under ancient dragon law, the review period. The review period, said Saren's voice from behind Seraphina, requires confirmation by a dragon of superior bloodline rank. He stood, slowly, unfolding from his seat by the fire like smoke rising, and as he rose, the mask fell away, completely. The white gold scales spread, not just at his temples and upper sleeves, everywhere, along his arms, up his neck, across his cheekbones. His hair lifted in a wind that came from nowhere, platinum white and shimmering. His eyes blazed, not the half-lidded gold of pretended weakness, but the full, searing light of something ancient and enormous. Wings unfurled, white gold, translucent, spanning the width of the campsite, catching the aurora light and refracting it into prisms. The war dragon that had carried Obsidian here made a sound, a low, terrified keen, and dropped to the snow with its head pressed to the ground. The Sky Cavalry officers' mounts did the same. Every dragon, war beast, and fire-blooded creature in the retinue went flat with instinctive, irresistible submission. Obsidian's own dragon blood, the ancient instinct buried in every black dragon's bones, screamed at him to kneel. His legs buckled. He fought it, teeth gritted, muscles locked, but his body was not asking permission. You, he gasped. I am Cerinthius. The voice was no longer soft, no longer human warm. It was the voice of mountains, of deep time, of something that had watched civilizations rise and crumble and rise again. The white gold, the first light, high sovereign of the ancient dragon court, whose bloodline authority supersedes every ducal, royal, and imperial dragon rank in existence. He looked down at Obsidian because Obsidian was on his knees now, unable to resist, with an expression that held no fury, no triumph, just a vast, patient, absolute certainty. I review this marriage contract, Cerinthius said. I find it valid in form and void in spirit. The Duke of Obsidian Airy entered a binding agreement with Seraphina Ashgrove. He failed to protect, failed to honor, failed to value. He concealed no information, but he refused to perceive information freely given. He enabled the persecution of his contractual partner. He facilitated the destruction of, his voice caught, just once, just barely, of something irreplaceable. The aurora flared above them. The white gold wings spread wider. I declare this contract dissolved, not by clause, not by petition, by sovereign judgment. The woman called Seraphina Ashgrove owes nothing further to the House of Drake. No debt, no obligation, no residual bond. She is free. Silence. Obsidian, on his knees in the snow, looked up at Seraphina. His silver eyes were wet. His face was broken. Not the cold mask, not the proud duke. A man who had finally, catastrophically, too late understood what he had held and what he had dropped. Seraphina, he whispered. She looked down at him and felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not vindication, not triumph. Just the quiet, complete absence of pain. The cauterized place where love had been, now healed into smooth scar tissue. Stand up, Obsidian, she said quietly. You look pathetic. He stood, his legs shook. She turned away from him, raised her hand, her ash print ring, toward the sky, and spoke the activation phrase for the last thing she'd prepared. The aurora rippled, changed, drew together into a new pattern, not random, not natural, but deliberately composed. Runes, images, a story written in dragonfire across the sky. 6 years ago, the consortium's collapse, the desperate night when every contract failed and the entire Drake Empire hung by a thread, and the anonymous runesmith, small, quiet, working alone in the dark, who had rebuilt it all, who had poured her own blood and magic into seals meant to last centuries, who had taken the backlash and the cost and the slow, patient corrosion onto herself. The sky showed Serafina's face, her hands tracing runes, her blood sealing contracts, her body absorbing the rebound damage that would, 6 years later, kill her. Every person in Obsidian's retinue saw it, the Sky Cavalry officers, the guards, the healer. They would talk. They would all talk. By the time they returned to the Eyrie, every soul in the Dragon territories would know the silent, invisible Duchess had been the savior all along. The aurora faded. The sky returned to its normal dance of color. Serafina lowered her hand, turned to Seren, still in his sovereign form, wings shimmering, gold eyes soft as he looked at her. "Take me somewhere warm," she said. He closed his wings, stepped forward, took her hands in both of his, warm, so warm, the white gold fire in his blood pushing back the gray at her fingertips. "Always," he said. They left. Obsidian stood in the snow, surrounded by his kneeling retinue and the distant glow of his shattered pride, and watched them go. Part 11. Aftermath. The news hit the Eyrie like a tidal wave. Celestine's formal hearing took place 3 days after Obsidian's return, conducted by the matriarch, witnessed by the full court, and utterly damning. The blood trace evidence from the cup was irrefutable. The blue flame powder, recovered from Celestine's quarters in quantities sufficient to supply a small army, was presented as physical evidence. 2 witnesses came forward, a servant who had seen Celestine applying the powder to Lucien's hands, and a market vendor who had sold her the compound. Celestine tried to weep, then to rage, then to blame Serafina, claiming she'd been framed, manipulated, forced into the deception by the Duchess's cruelty. The contract flame basin was brought into the hearing room. Celestine was invited to place her hand in the fire and repeat her claims under oath. She refused. The oathbreaker's mark on her forearm, already visible, already permanent, pulsed with ugly blue light. She was escorted from the Eyrie under guard. Her destination, a minor holding in the distant south, where she would live out her days with the mark visible to all, unable to enter any dragon-blooded household or participate in any dragon fire ceremony. She was given no farewell, no sympathy. The court that had adored her turned its back with the efficient cruelty of the very fickle. Lucien was another matter. Serafina had left instructions with the matriarch, quiet, unsigned, but clearly in her hand. The boy was not responsible for his mother's choices. He should be placed with a reputable foster family, his true parentage disclosed to him gently when he was old enough to understand. He should be given a small trust fund, Serafina specified the amount, and access to education. He should not be used as a political pawn by anyone for any purpose ever again. The matriarch, who respected competence above all things, followed the instructions to the letter. Obsidian opened the treasury on a Thursday. It required a public statement, a formal acknowledgement before the court that the Dragon Gold Consortium's salvation 6 years ago had been the work of Serafina Ashgrove, runesmith, sealcaster, last heir of the Ashgrove line, that she had worked anonymously, that she had never been compensated, that her husband had never known, never asked, never bothered to look at the woman beside him and wonder if she might be more than the quiet ghost he'd made her. He made the statement. It cost him everything, his pride, his reputation, the careful image of self-made power he had cultivated for a decade. The treasury lock glowed gray, then faded, then opened. Inside, everything was as it should be, except for one addition, a small envelope placed at the front of the vault, sealed with the Ashgrove crest. It contained a single piece of paper. On it, in Serafina's neat hand, "You're welcome." In the weeks that followed, Obsidian Drake became a different man. Not a good one, not yet, perhaps not ever, but a different one. He dismissed the advisors who had encouraged his coldness. He reorganized the consortium with transparency clauses. He visited the East Wing and did not leave. He sat in her empty room. He touched the pillow where the egg had been. He read the books she'd left behind, philosophy, rune theory, a worn copy of a romance novel with a cracked spine suggesting it had been read many times. He did not chase her again. He understood, finally, belatedly, with the brutal clarity of a man who has run out of self-deception, that chasing was not the same as earning, that he had no right to her forgiveness, her time, or her presence, that the most honorable thing he could do was live with what he'd done and become someone who would not do it again. Whether that person would ever deserve a second look from her was not his decision to make. It was hers. Part 12. The Road Ahead. Serafina and Saren traveled north. Not aimlessly. There were places. Ancient dragon ruins, predating the modern Ares, where healing rituals beyond current medical knowledge had once been performed. The white gold sovereign's blood gave them access to sites that had been sealed for centuries. His power gave her time. His presence gave her something she had not had in 6 years. Someone who saw her fully and stayed. The ash heart corrosion was not cured. Not yet. Her vision fluctuated, some days clear, some days gray. The pain came and went. But it was no longer advancing unchecked. Saren's white gold fire pushed back against the decay like a tide against erosion, not reversing the damage, but slowing it enough that hope became rational rather than foolish. "There's a site," Saren said one morning, studying an ancient map over breakfast. They were in a traveler's inn at the edge of the northern wastes, a small, warm place run by a cheerful woman who clearly found them both completely baffling, but was happy to take their coin. 3 days' ride. The old records mention a restoration pool, used by ancient dragons after battle damage, if any of the magic still functions. "If," Serafina said. She was eating toast. Her appetite had returned, partially. Enough. That's a large if. "I am an optimist." "You are a 1,000-year-old dragon pretending to be an optimist because it makes me less likely to argue with you." He looked at her over the map, his gold eyes crinkled at the corners. "Is it working?" "Marginally." They traveled well together. Better than Serafina had expected, though perhaps she should have known. He had, after all, lived in her pocket, metaphorically, for weeks as an egg. He knew her rhythms, her silences, the difference between her thinking quiet and her hurting quiet. He knew when to be present and when to be absent, when to fill silence with his low, slightly ridiculous observations about the world. "That bird is judging us. Specifically, it's judging my cloak. It's a bird, Saren. A critical bird. Look at its eyes." And when to simply exist beside her without words. He also knew when she was thinking about the child she'd lost. He never asked, never pushed, just moved closer, a hand on her back, a brush of warmth, and let her feel his presence without the burden of explanation. "You're doing it again," she said one evening, sitting by a fire in the ruins of some ancient structure. "Doing what?" "Being perfect in ways specifically calibrated to make me attached to you." He set down his tea, looked at her with complete seriousness. "Would you prefer I be imperfect?" "I'd prefer you be honest about whether this," she gestured between them, "is strategy or sincerity." He was quiet for a moment. The fire crackled. Shadows moved on stone walls carved with runes so old even Serafina couldn't read them all. "When I was in the shell," he said softly, "I could hear you. Not words, feelings. I could feel your heartbeat, your warmth, your sadness." He looked at the fire. "I was dying. My injuries were severe, from the old war. I had sealed myself to heal, but the healing wasn't working. I was fading." "Then what happened?" "You picked me up." He said it simply, as if it were simple. "And your warmth, your magic, your care did what centuries of self-healing couldn't. It wasn't strategic, what you did. You just refused to let something die alone on a street corner." He met her eyes. "I fell in love with you before I could see your face. Everything after that, the strategy, the performance, the letting you protect me, was just trying to stay close enough to matter to you." She was quiet for a long time. "That's not fair," she said at last. "You can't say things like that and expect me to maintain emotional distance." "I don't want you to maintain emotional distance." "I know. That's why it's not fair." He moved closer, slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. His hand found hers, warm, steady. The white gold fire in his blood hummed against her skin, not painful, not demanding, just present. "I'm not asking for anything," he said. "I'm not obsidian. I don't need you to perform a role or fill a position or be anything other than exactly what you are." His thumb traced the back of her hand. "I just want to be where you are, for as long as you'll have me." She leaned into him, just slightly, just enough that her shoulder pressed against his arm and his warmth seeped into her bones. "You put eggshell fragments in my luggage," she said. "I did. So I couldn't leave without you." A precaution. A manipulation. A romantic precaution. She smiled, small, real, hidden against his shoulder. "Fine," she said. "Stay." "For how long?" "For as long as I'm interesting." "Then forever," he said. "Because I've been alive for 1,000 years, and you're the most interesting thing I've ever found." She would have argued, but he'd turned his head just slightly, just enough that his lips brushed her temple, and the argument dissolved into warmth. They rode on the next morning. The dragon-boned stallion, who had developed an aggressive preference for Serin's horse treats and an equally aggressive disdain for Obsidian's family colors, it had once kicked a man wearing a Drake crest pin, carried them north through the snow. Serafina rode in front, Sirin behind, arms around her waist, chin on her shoulder, occasionally narrating the landscape in deliberately terrible poetry. "That mountain looks like a nose, a majestic nose, the nose of a god who sneezed and created geography." Her right eye was still dim, her left was clear, the pain was manageable. The future was uncertain, but no longer empty. She had left behind a sealed treasury, a disgraced rival, a husband on his knees, and a court that would never forget the sky-written truth. She carried with her a medicine box, a book of rune theory, a bag of eggshell fragments tucked into the bottom of her pack, and a 1,000-year-old dragon disguised as the most beautiful man alive, wearing her old cloak like a talisman. She was not a duchess, not a wife, not a ghost. She was a runesmith, an ash grove, a woman who had seen the bottom and chosen deliberately to climb. And somewhere ahead, 3 days' ride through ancient ruins and snow-covered passes, there was a chance, not a guarantee, not a certainty, but a chance. That was enough. For now, that was enough. Epilogue. Shell fragments. The restoration pool worked. Not instantly. Sirin had warned her it wouldn't be instant. "Ancient dragon healing is patient magic," he said, waist-deep in glowing water that smelled of ozone and starlight. "It works on the principle that time can be convinced to move differently around a wound." That's not a medical explanation. "I'm a dragon, not a healer. I think in metaphors." But it worked. Over days, then weeks, the gray receded from her blood. The corrosion slowed, then stopped, then began to reverse. Her right eye cleared. The metallic taste faded from her mouth. The fatigue lifted like fog burning off at dawn. She was not cured overnight. It took months of treatments, of traveling between ancient sites, of Serene feeding her white gold fire, and the old pools feeding her life back to her one day at a time. But it worked. By spring, she could see clearly from both eyes. By summer, the pain was gone. By autumn, the healer she visited, a different one in a different city far from the Eyrie, pronounced her in remission. "Whatever you've been doing," the healer said, studying her blood sample with undisguised amazement, "keep doing it." "I'll try," she said. "It mostly involves letting a dragon fuss over me." She built a life, not in the Eyrie, never again there, but in the world. She took commissions as a runesmith under her own name. The Ashgrove name, which had been thought lost, turned out to carry considerable weight when attached to a living, breathing practitioner. She was sought after, respected, paid well. She had her own workshop, her own home, her own staff. She had friends, other runesmiths, merchants, scholars, women she could laugh with, men who admired her work and occasionally, charmingly, tried to court her, only to be met with the polite but unmovable wall of the white gold dragon, who appeared at her shoulder with a cup of tea and a smile that was 90% territorial and 10% innocent. "You scared off another one," she told him one evening. "I merely offered him tea." Gold eyes, guileless. "You offered him tea while manifesting scales on your neck." "I have a skin condition." "You have a jealousy condition." "Also, yes." He set down his own tea and pulled her chair slightly, very slightly, closer to his. "Is it a problem?" She looked at him. The most powerful being in the known world, dressed in her old cloak, now thoroughly worn out and patched 6 times, sitting in her workshop like a very beautiful house cat who had decided this was where it lived. "No," she said, "it's ridiculous, but it's not a problem." He smiled. "The real one. The full one." She received a letter from the matriarch once a year. Brief, formal, informative. The consortium was stable. The Eyrie was functioning. Lucien was happy with his foster family. Bright, kind, showing an aptitude for music. Celestine, the matriarch wrote, had not vanished into comfort. The Oathbreaker's mark kept every dragon household shut to her, and she now earned her keep copying harmless estate ledgers in a southern chapel, wearing long sleeves even in summer. It was not forgiveness. It was consequence, slow enough to teach. Obsidian's name appeared rarely in these letters. When it did, it was in passing. Brief mentions of policy changes, structural reforms, charitable acts that seemed deliberately designed to address the specific failures of his past. He did not write to her directly, not once. She respected that. It was the first genuinely thoughtful thing he'd done in their entire acquaintance. One evening, years later, in the home she'd built, surrounded by her work and her life, and the particular warmth of a man who still kept eggshell fragments in his pocket for sentimental reasons, she found herself thinking about the beginning. A Tuesday, a gray diagnosis, a cold egg on a colder street. "You're thinking loudly," Surin murmured from behind her. He was stretched on the sofa, reading, or pretending to read. His gold eyes watched her over the page. "I'm thinking about how close everything was," she said. "How easily it could have gone differently. But it didn't. But it could have. But it didn't." He set down the book, opened his arms. An invitation, not a demand. "Come here." She went, settled against him, warm, alive, both of them alive. "I'm glad I picked up that egg," she said. "I'm glad you did too." His lips pressed to the top of her head. "Though I maintain that I did significant work from inside the shell, the medicine bottle pushing alone." "You want credit for rolling into my medicine box?" It was a very purposeful roll. She laughed. He held her tighter. Outside, snow fell, gentle, white, harmless. Not everything was perfect. She still had checkups, still carried the faint scars of corrosion in her blood, like hairline cracks in porcelain, mended but visible if you knew where to look. She still sometimes woke at night with the echo of cold stone beneath her and the memory of a small absence. But she was alive, she was free, she was loved, not with the brittle, performative passion of a man who only valued what he'd lost, but with the steady, patient, slightly ridiculous devotion of a dragon who had decided, from inside an eggshell, that she was worth the next 1,000 years. That was more than enough. That was everything. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Alpha Regret, and Chosen Love werewolf romances. Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Seraphine Bramblevine had spent 17 years protecting Prince Lucivar Nightcrown's beautiful face, and it took him less than 17 seconds to pretend none of it had mattered. The Hall of 12 Moons was full when he rejected her. Every alpha family in the kingdom stood beneath the silver arches. Noble women wore heavy velvet gowns embroidered with pack crests. Warriors in formal armor lined the walls. At the far end of the hall, the empty black throne of the Alpha King waited beneath a crown carved from moonstone. His younger brother stood on the lower dais in white and gold, handsome enough to make half the court forgive him before he had even committed the offense. Seraphine had always loved that face. When they were children, Lucivar's fine bones and long gold-brown hair had made him look too delicate for the wrestling yard. Other boys had noticed. They had pushed him into mud, taken his boots, and called him a lamb born in a wolf's den. Seraphine, already stronger than boys twice her age, had put all 3 tormentors into a horse trough and asked Lucivar whether his nose had been damaged. He had stared at her with wet gray eyes and said no. "Good," she had told him. "I like your nose." For years after that, she had stood between him and every fist, insult, and cruel joke. When he grew taller and learned to fight, she trained with him. When his first shift left him feverish, she carried him 3 miles through snow to the healers. When he was afraid to speak before the Southern Pack Council, she sat in the first row and smiled until he remembered every word. She had pursued him openly. She had given him crooked protective charms and praised his hair with an honesty that made him blush. He had accepted her attention, held her hand in private, and once promised that no one would ever make her stand alone in a crowded hall. Now he stood in that very hall and looked through her as if she were an inconvenient pillar. "Lady Seraphine," Lucivar said, loud enough for every noble to hear, "there has been an unfortunate misunderstanding. I have never made a formal mating vow to you." A ripple of whispers crossed the chamber. Seraphine's right hand tightened around the small velvet box she had brought as a gift. Inside it rested the first magic sphere she had ever kept stable for more than a minute. It was no larger than a plum, silver blue and dense enough to crack a stone floor if she lost control. She had practiced for 6 months because she wanted to show Lucivar that her mother's explanation had been true. Her magic was not absent, it was compressed. Lucivar knew that. He had heard her mother explain it when they were children. He had watched Seraphine rise before dawn to train, watched wands split in her grip, watched spells collapse into heavy little balls that rolled through classrooms and shattered furniture. He had told her he believed her. Today, beside him stood Caldrissa Valahart, a highborn witch whose flame magic could fill a ballroom ceiling with golden birds. Caldrissa was lovely in a dark red gown, but her mouth was tense. She did not look at Seraphine. Lucivar continued. "The Southern Territories require a Luna whose magic is already proven. Lady Caldrissa has agreed to stand beside me." Someone near the musicians laughed. "Proven," an older noblewoman repeated. "A practical requirement. One cannot lift a curse by lifting the table." More laughter followed. Seraphine heard the words clearly. She also heard the faint crack inside the velvet box as her magic sphere grew heavier. She had explained herself for years. She had explained that her mother, Mevrian Bramblevane, had never lied about her potential. She had explained that dense magic matured differently. She had explained that strength was not a shameful substitute for witchcraft, but another gift entirely. No one who mocked her had ever wanted an explanation, so she did not give one. "Return the pearl clasp," Lucivar said. His voice lowered, as if gentleness could make the demand less public. "It belonged to my grandmother." Seraphine touched the clasp at her collar. He had fastened it there 2 winters ago after kissing her forehead beneath the old bell tower. He had said it suited the woman who would one day wear his colors. Her chest hurt, not theatrically, not in a way that could be answered with a clever sentence. It hurt with the quiet weight of every morning she had believed they were walking toward the same future. She removed the clasp and crossed the polished floor. Lucivar held out his palm. She set the pearl into it. "You are correct," she said. "You never made a formal mating vow." Relief touched his handsome face too quickly. Seraphine looked at him and remembered a thin boy hiding behind her shoulder. She remembered his hand in hers. She remembered how many times she had defended his courage before he had found it for himself. "But when Lord Petavar put you in a feed barrel at 13, she added, "you promised never to let anyone humiliate me in public." A few people stopped smiling. Lucivar's face tightened. "This is not the time for childhood stories." No, Seraphine agreed. Your memory is not as pretty as your face. I should have noticed sooner. The first genuine laugh came from one of the guards. He turned it into a cough when Lucifer glared at him. Seraphine closed the velvet box, slipped it into her pocket, and stepped toward the ceremonial chair on which Lucifer had been sitting before the announcement. It was an absurd object, built from black oak and plated with silver wolves. Her mother had reinforced its legs after Lucifer cracked it during his first uncontrolled shift. Lucifer frowned. "What are you doing?" "Returning another family possession." She grasped the chair beneath both arms. Lucifer had time to look confused before Seraphine lifted the entire chair with him still in it. The Hall of 12 Moons fell silent. She raised him high enough that his boots swung above the floor, turned carefully, and carried him down the center aisle. Lucifer grabbed the carved arms. "Seraphine, put me down." "I intend to." Inside the hall. That detail was not specified. The nearest courtiers scattered. One elderly matron clutched her jeweled cane and laughed so hard she had to lean on a column. Caldrissa covered her mouth. Seraphine could not tell whether she was shocked or trying not to smile. At the open bronze doors, Seraphine set the chair on the outer landing with perfect care. Lucifer remained seated, red-faced and speechless. "Since you do not require my future," she said, "you probably do not require my mother's reinforced furniture either." A low voice behind her said, "Leave the chair, bring the woman back." The command did not need to be loud. Every wolf in the hall felt it. Seraphine turned. The Alpha King had entered through the northern doors without fanfare. Valor Nightcrown wore black silver armor beneath a heavy winter cloak. No skin showed below his throat. His dark hair brushed the collar of his armor, and a thin scar crossed one eyebrow without diminishing the severe balance of his face. He was broader than Lucifer, taller than any man near him, and carried the contained stillness of someone who had never needed to perform strength for a room. Seraphine's grief did something deeply disrespectful. It paused. Her gaze moved from his face to the armored line of his shoulders, then returned to his face because she had standards and intended to examine the better feature twice. Valor stopped 3 paces away. His eyes were a cold, unusual blue. They met hers directly. "Have you finished looking?" he asked. Seraphine considered lying. Her mother had raised her better. "No, Your Majesty, but this appears to be a formal moment, so I can continue later." A shocked sound moved through the court. The king's mouth did not smile, exactly. One corner merely reconsidered its position. He looked past her to Lucifer on the landing. "You received her loyalty for 17 years. Lucifer rose from the chair. "Brother, I can explain. That privilege was available before you invited 12 packs to watch you disgrace her. The Southern Council requires a proven Luna." Valor's gaze returned to Seraphine. "Did you ask her to prove herself today?" Lucifer hesitated. Seraphine answered for him. "No, he asked for his grandmother's clasp." "Efficient," Valor said. "Cowardly, but efficient." Lucifer's jaw hardened. "You have been away at war. You do not understand the pressure here." "I understand pressure. It is the thing that reveals structure. You appear decorative." The guard who had coughed before abruptly studied the ceiling. Valor removed his winter cloak. The heavy black fabric was lined in silver and fastened with the royal wolf crown. He placed it around Seraphine's shoulders. It smelled of cold air, cedar, and the iron halls of the northern fortress. The gesture was protective, but not possessive. He did not touch her throat or pull her against him. He simply made it impossible for anyone in the room to pretend she stood alone. "She has explained her magic for years," Valor said to the court. "You chose not to believe her. That is a failure of your judgment, not of her truth." Seraphine looked up at him. He was even more unfair from this distance. Without turning, he murmured, "Now is still not the time to inspect me." You are standing very close, she murmured back. I am being challenged by circumstances. This time she saw the brief movement at the corner of his mouth. Then he faced the hall. Lucifer has rejected Lady Seraphine Bramblevane. He is free to live with that decision. Caldrissa finally looked at Seraphine. There was relief in her expression, but also shame. Valor's voice deepened. I claim her under the crown's right of open choice, not as property, not as consolation, as the woman I intend to court before every pack that mocked her. The words struck the hall harder than a roar. Lucifer went pale. Seraphine stared at the king. You intend to court me? Yes. Because I carried your brother outside? That improved the morning. It did not create my interest. How long have you been interested? This is still a formal moment. She narrowed her eyes. Convenient. You may interrogate me later. On the outer landing, Lucifer took one step toward them. Seraphine, do not turn this into revenge. She looked at the man she had loved. The pain returned. It did not disappear because his brother was more handsome. Her heart was not a plate one could replace with a better plate. She had dreamed of Lucifer's hand in hers at this ceremony. She had believed he would be proud of her even before her magic awakened. But when she looked at him now, she also saw what he had chosen. Applause from people who had never carried him through snow, approval from nobles who had laughed when he was weak, and the comfort of a woman whose talents required no courage to defend. I am not doing anything for revenge, Seraphine said. For the first time today, I am considering something for myself. Valor extended his hand. He did not command her to take it. She studied his gauntleted fingers, then his face, then his shoulders again, because emotional injury had not made her blind. If I accept your courtship, she said, I am not agreeing to become queen. Correct. I will continue training. I would be disappointed if you stopped. And if someone insults my mother, I may fight them. Warn the floor stewards first. They have requested fewer broken tables. Mevrienne Bramblevane's voice came from the rear of the hall. She only broke 3 last year. Seraphine's mother walked between the nobles in a dark blue high-collared gown, her silver-streaked hair braided down her back. She was not tall, but the court made space for her as if she carried a storm beneath her skin. Mevrienne stopped beside her daughter and examined Lucifer outside with his displaced chair. You did not strike his face? She asked. It was a formal occasion. Excellent restraint. Then Mevrienne looked at Valor. My daughter is not a prize you won by arriving at the correct dramatic moment. I know. She has loved your brother. Valor's expression did not change, but a colder light entered his eyes. I know that too. She may continue to grieve him even while she finds you attractive. Seraphine closed her eyes. Mother. You were staring. I was wounded. Not in the eyes. A laugh escaped Caldrissa before she could stop it. Mevrienne turned toward the sound. Caldrissa straightened, expecting rebuke. Instead, the older witch said, At least one person beside my daughter is honest today. Valor kept his hand extended. Seraphine placed hers in it. His gauntlet was cool. His grip was careful, far gentler than a man of his size needed to be. For one heartbeat, his thumb moved over her knuckles, a quiet touch hidden by the folds of his cloak. The court saw a king claim a rejected witch. Seraphine felt something more dangerous. He was not rescuing her from humiliation. She had already carried the humiliation outside on its own chair. He was choosing to stand beside her after seeing exactly what she was capable of. Very well, she said. You may court me. Valor inclined his head. Generous. Do not become smug. I have been king for 11 years. Smugness is included in the crown. She looked at his face again. That explains why it suits you. Behind them, Lucivar said her name. Seraphine did not turn. Her heart hurt, her eyes burned. She would probably cry later in a private room, then find something heavy to lift until breathing became easy again. But she walked back into the hall with the Alpha King at her side, her mother's hand warm against her back, and every person who had mocked her forced to move out of her path. The king's cloak trailed behind her like a piece of night that had decided to become a banner. The first object Seraphine broke after her rejection was not a chair, a door, or Lucivar's perfect nose. It was the court's certainty that she would leave quietly. The second object was a banquet table. That happened 3 hours later. Valor ordered the court luncheon to proceed, partly because 12 Alpha families had traveled for the ceremony, and partly because, as he informed Seraphine, "If I cancel the meal, they will think your temper frightened me." Did it? No, it interested me. That is not necessarily healthier. Kings are rarely selected for health. Seraphine sat at his right beneath the black throne. Her mother sat on her other side, calmly eating roast roots while every noble in the room pretended not to stare. Lucivar occupied a place 3 tables away. Caldrissa sat beside him but kept a careful distance, neither spoke much. The small velvet box remained in Seraphine's pocket. Its weight increased with every glance she felt from the room. Mevrian noticed the pull of the fabric. Your sphere is responding to distress. I am not distressed. The bench is bending beneath your pocket. Seraphine looked down. The carved wood had begun to bow. Valor leaned closer. Is that the gift you brought for my brother? It was. May I see it? She hesitated. It is not impressive. Neither is half this court, yet they presented themselves freely. Seraphine drew out the box and placed it on the table. The wood gave a low creak. She opened the lid. The sphere glowed with pale moonlight. It was smooth, almost translucent, with threads of darker silver turning slowly inside. Beautiful, Seraphine thought, if one ignored that it weighed more than a suit of armor and had cracked the base of the box. Valor did not laugh. He removed one gauntlet and held his hand near it without touching. It is pulling ambient magic toward itself. Mevrian nodded. That is what I have tried to explain to the Coven Council. Seraphine does not fail to release magic. She condenses too much of it before release. At the neighboring table, a council witch whispered, a convenient theory. Seraphine heard. She always heard. She reached for the sphere, intending to return it to the box. It jumped. Valor moved at the same instant. The sphere rolled across the table. Plates, goblets, and a silver gravy vessel slid after it as though the sphere had become a tiny moon with its own gravity. Seraphine lunged. Valor caught her around the waist before she pitched over the table, while his bare hand closed around the sphere. The table split down the middle. Everything on it slid into the laps of 6 dignitaries. For one suspended moment, no one spoke. The Alpha of the Eastern Marshes stared at a roasted onion resting in his ceremonial hood. Mevrian set down her fork. 4 tables this year. Seraphine was still held against Valor's armored chest. His arm was firm around her middle, supporting her without effort. She could feel the rise of his breath through layers of clothing and metal. He looked down at the sphere in his palm. Heavy, he observed. Seraphine looked up at his face. You are also heavy. I did not announce it to the room. You have not lifted me yet. Give me time. His eyes sharpened with amusement. Only then did Seraphine realize the hall had gone silent for a second reason. The king's arm remained around her waist. She cleared her throat. You can release me. You are standing on a broken table support. I can balance. I know. He did not release her until a servant moved the splintered wood. The delay was practical. The slight pressure of his hand before he let go was not. Lucivar had risen from his seat. Seraphine, are you hurt? The question came too late and too familiarly. She turned toward him. No. His gaze moved to Valor's bare hand around the sphere. That object could be dangerous. So could the woman who made it, Valor said. You were comfortable with both when they served you. Lucivar flinched. Caldrissa stared at her plate. Valor placed the sphere on the stone floor rather than another table. It settled without damage, humming faintly. The Crown's wardmasters will study this with Lady Seraphine's permission, he said. Not to determine whether her power exists. That has become obvious. We will determine how it works. The council witch who had whispered before lifted her chin. Your Majesty, a heavy light is not necessarily useful magic. Seraphine's mother inhaled. Seraphine touched her sleeve. I can manage this one. She faced the woman. You are correct. Weight alone is not useful. The witch looked pleased. Seraphine continued. That is why I have never thrown you. The Eastern Alpha choked on his drink. The roasted onion fell from his hood. Valor picked up his goblet from the wreckage and raised it toward Seraphine, a model of restraint. She accepted the compliment with dignity. The luncheon resumed around the broken table. Servants brought a replacement bench reinforced with iron. Seraphine ate little, but the ache in her chest changed. It was still grief. It was also anger, embarrassment, and a strange, unwelcome relief. Lucivar had ended the future she thought she wanted. Valor had not offered a replacement future. He had offered public courtship, investigation of her magic, and a place at his side from which she could choose. That difference frightened her more than a command would have. After the meal, Mevrian took Seraphine to a quiet chamber overlooking the inner courtyard. The moment the door closed, Seraphine leaned against it and covered her face. Her mother did not tell her not to cry. She simply sat on the window bench and waited. I believed him, Seraphine said at last. I know. I thought he was afraid to make the announcement because of the council. I did not think the announcement would be called Drissa. I know. I carried him through a blizzard. You remind him of that every winter. Because it was difficult. He was surprisingly dense for someone so narrow. Mevrian's mouth softened. Grief does not become foolish merely because the man who caused it behaved foolishly. You loved him. Mourn honestly. Seraphine lowered her hands. The king is extremely handsome. Also true. Is it disloyal to be heartbroken and notice that? No. Eyes are not marriage vows. Seraphine sat beside her. Lucivar was my first love. Yes. What if I only like Valor because he embarrassed Lucivar? Then you will discover that before making promises, that is the purpose of courtship. A knock sounded. Valor entered only after Mavrian granted permission. He had removed his armor and wore a high-collared black tunic beneath a fitted ceremonial coat. Seraphine's grief paused again, this time with less dignity. The king noticed. I can return with uglier clothing, he said. Do you own any? No, the crown forbids it. Maëvrienne Rose, I suddenly remember an urgent matter elsewhere. Mother. You are both adults. The door will remain open and 3 guards are outside. Try not to damage the architecture. She left. Valor remained near the door. I did not come to demand gratitude. Good. I would have lifted you out. I considered that possibility. He held out the velvet box. The sphere rested inside, now cushioned by a folded square of royal chainmail. The wardmaster confirmed your mother's observation, he said. The sphere contains more compressed magic than 3 ordinary battle wards. It is unstable because every teacher has trained you to release power in lines. Your magic forms around a center. Seraphine took the box with both hands. You believe that after one examination? I believed Mevrian before the examination. This provided measurements for people who require numbers before courage. She looked down at the glow. Lucifer heard the same explanation years ago, she said. Vaylor's voice was controlled. My brother often believes whatever permits him to avoid a difficult choice. You dislike him. I love him. Those conditions can coexist. That answer reached her more deeply than praise would have. She closed the box. Why did you claim me? Because leaving you alone in that hall would have been unjust. That explains protection, not courtship. No. Then answer the second part. Vaylor studied her for several breaths. When I was 19, I visited the Southern Court without royal colors. I watched a girl throw 3 noble children into a fountain because they insulted a boy with a pretty face. Seraphine stared. You saw that? I also saw your mother defend your right to protect yourself while requiring you to repair the fountain. It was an expensive fountain. You rebuilt half of it alone. The masons were slow. You were 11. She shifted on the bench. You remembered me because I broke masonry? I remembered you because everyone else in that courtyard changed their behavior according to rank. You did not. I changed it according to faces. Lucifer was beautiful. I am aware. The chill in his voice was so slight she almost missed it. Seraphine looked at him with new interest. Are you jealous of your brother's face? No. That was very quick. Because the answer is simple. You are jealous. Vaylor stepped closer and lowered his voice. Lady Seraphine, you have looked at me more in 3 hours than you looked at him during the entire rejection. I am managing my envy. Heat rose into her cheeks. That is because you are new. A devastating explanation. Also larger. Better. She laughed before she could stop herself. The sound startled her. She had expected the whole day to remain broken. Vaylor did not look triumphant. He looked relieved. That expression made her wary in a different way. You truly remembered me, she said. Yes. For how long? Long enough that I knew your name before you lifted my brother. And you never approached me? You were pursuing him. I do not steal choices from women, even when I dislike their choices. Seraphine held his gaze. For the first time since Lucifer's announcement, she felt the shape of her own decision rather than the absence of his. Then court me, she said, slowly. Vaylor bowed his head. As slowly as you require. And do not use the crown to frighten away every man who speaks to me. I would never misuse royal authority. That answer was suspicious. I may give them administrative work. Vaylor. It was the first time she used his name. His eyes changed, the cold blue warming for one brief instant. Seraphine, he answered. The open door, the guards, and the whole stone castle remained exactly where they had been. Still, the room felt smaller. He offered his hand again, this time without an audience. She placed hers in it. The wardmaster expects us below, he said. He believes your sphere may be connected to the weakening moon wards along the northern roads. Us? Your magic, your decision, your investigation. I will provide access and protection. And your face? Unfortunately, it accompanies me everywhere. She rose. I will endure it. They walked from the chamber side by side. Seraphine was still heartbroken. She was also curious. Her mother had always told her that 2 truths could exist in the same body without destroying each other. Strength and gentleness, anger and restraint, grief and appetite for life. Apparently grief and an excellent view of the Alpha King's shoulders could coexist as well. The royal ward chamber lay beneath the oldest tower, where 12 black pillars carried silver lines into the bedrock. Seraphine had visited the upper court many times, usually to deliver messages for her mother or to retrieve Lucifer after a council meeting, but she had never been permitted below the third stair. Now Valor led her through 7 locked doors. The guards bowed to him and stared at her. She stared back until one young guard nearly walked into a wall. "You enjoy making them nervous," Valor observed. "Only when they begin it. He looked at you because you carried a prince outside. Then he should look with professional admiration. I will revise the guard handbook." At the lowest level, Wardmaster Dovrin Quill waited beside a circular stone basin. He was a lean, silver-haired man with ink on every finger and the permanently troubled expression of someone responsible for structures no one appreciated until they failed. Beside him stood his niece Fenella, a young witch in a practical gray gown and square spectacles. Seraphine knew her slightly from the Coven Academy. Fenella specialized in map spells and had once hidden Seraphine in a laundry cart after an argument with 6 older students. "I heard about the chair," Fenella whispered as Seraphine approached. "It was a throne." "Even better." Dovrin cleared his throat. "Your Majesty, Lady Bramblevane." "Seraphine," she said. "Lady Seraphine, then, we have a problem." He touched the basin. A map of the kingdom appeared across its dark water. 12 pale lines spread from the capital toward the Pact territories. 3 northern lines flickered. "The Moon Wards have weakened for 6 months," Dovrin said. "At first we blamed winter damage. Then the failures began moving south in a pattern." "A pattern toward the capital," Valor said. "Yes. Every damaged ward contains a dense knot of corrupted magic. We have tried cutting the knots apart. They reform. We have tried burning them. They absorb the fire." Fenella placed a black stone on the table. It looked ordinary until Seraphine came close. Then the velvet box in her hands began to hum. The silver-blue sphere rose from its cushion. Dovrin took a quick step back. Valor moved between Seraphine and the others, not to block her from the sphere, but to shield the room if it flew. "Do not," she said. He looked over his shoulder. "Do not stand in front of me whenever my magic moves. I need to see it." He considered this and stepped to her side instead. "Better?" "Yes." The sphere floated above her palm. It had never done that for more than 3 breaths. 1, 2, 3. It remained. Seraphine forgot the room. She focused on the turning silver threads inside the sphere. Her teachers had always ordered her to push magic outward, shape it into a line, and release. Her mother had suggested something different only recently. Find the center and allow the magic to gather around it. Seraphine imagined a small moon. The sphere steadied. Fenella whispered, "It is beautiful." The black ward stone trembled. A thread of dark magic lifted from its surface and stretched toward the sphere. "Stop," Dovrin said sharply. "That corruption may enter her core." Seraphine did not stop. She felt no invasion. The sphere drew the thread inward, wrapped silver light around it, and compressed it into a dark speck at the center. The stone cleared. The sphere dropped. Valor caught her wrist with one hand and the magic sphere with the other. The impact drove his boots half an inch across the floor. Dovrin stared. "That object weighs at least 400 pounds. 360, Seraphine said automatically. "Perhaps more after breakfast." Valor set it carefully into the basin's empty stone ring. "You can estimate its weight?" "I have broken enough scales." Fenella rushed forward. "You absorbed the corruption. Do you feel ill, dizzy, angry, compelled to overthrow the kingdom?" Seraphine considered. "Hungry." "She was hungry before," Valor said. Dovrin bent over the purified ward stone. This was not destroyed. The corruption was separated and contained. Mevrienne entered with 2 assistants carrying books. She took in the sphere, the cleaned stone, and Valor's hand still around Seraphine's wrist. Promising, she said. Vyler released Seraphine at once. Her mother looked amused. I referred to the sphere. So did I, Vyler said. Of course. Seraphine lifted the sphere back into its box. It was much lighter now. The dark speck remained at the center like a distant star. The ward knots may be the same kind of compressed magic, she said. If I can contain one, perhaps I can remove them from the roads. Dovrin shook his head. The nearest failure is at Frostbarrow Quarry. The knot there is larger than this room. Then I will make a larger sphere. You cannot control one plum-sized sphere for an hour. Seraphine met his worried eyes. That is why I train before we go. Vyler folded his arms. We leave in 7 days. Dovrin looked appalled. Your Majesty, I was arguing against the journey. Then you should have argued better. 7 days is not enough. The northern ward may fail in 9. Mevrienne placed her books on the table. My daughter will be ready to examine the knot. She will not be ready to remove it alone. She will not be alone, Vyler said. Seraphine watched him. Do kings normally accompany experimental witches into unstable quarries? Only the attractive ones. Fenella made a choking noise. Vyler's expression remained perfectly composed. Seraphine pointed at him. That was deliberate. I am told courtship requires effort. Your effort is dangerous. So is yours. For the next 7 days, Seraphine trained beneath the old tower until her arms ached for reasons that had nothing to do with lifting stone. Mevrienne redesigned every exercise. Instead of pushing magic through narrow wand channels, Seraphine learned to gather it around weighted centers. Dovrin created iron rings of different sizes. Fenella drew maps of the sphere's movement and shouted warnings whenever furniture entered the likely path. Vyler attended whenever council duties allowed. He never gave magical advice. He held shields, moved damaged equipment, and asked practical questions. When Seraphine failed, he did not soften his face with pity. When she succeeded, he did not behave as if he had granted the success. On the second day, she formed 2 spheres. They immediately chased each other around the chamber and trapped Dovrin behind a pillar. On the third day, she managed 3. One attached itself to Vyler's belt and pulled him sideways into a curtain. Seraphine laughed so hard she lost control of the other 2, which rolled after him like loyal cannonballs. The king emerged from the curtain with his dignity mostly intact. Your magic likes me, he said. My magic attacks furniture and authority. It has excellent judgment. On the 4th day, the spheres circled her without striking anything. Vyler stood inside the ring at her request, close enough to intervene but not in her path. His presence created a different kind of difficulty. Every time she looked up, she saw his dark hair, broad shoulders, and patient attention. One sphere drifted toward him. Seraphine, her mother warned. I know. The sphere hovered near Vyler's chest. He did not move. It is responding to focus, Mevrienne said. Fenella adjusted her spectacles. Very intense focus. Seraphine's face heated. I am concentrating on not hitting him. Naturally, Fenella said. Vyler lifted one hand beneath the sphere. It settled above his palm without touching him. What do you feel? He asked. Annoyed. About the magic. She closed her eyes. It wants an anchor, something stable enough that I do not need to hold every direction at once. Use me. Her eyes opened. The room became very quiet. Vyler held her gaze as the anchor. You could have begun with that. You would have missed Fenella's expression. Fenella turned away, shoulders shaking. Seraphine imagined the sphere orbiting Vyler as a fixed point. It moved around him slowly, then faster, maintaining an exact distance from his body. A second sphere joined it, then a third. For the first time, the magic obeyed without strain. Valor stood in the center of 3 turning moons, watching her as though the rest of the chamber had vanished. Seraphine felt the pull between them through the magic, not ownership, balance. His steadiness allowed her power to move. "You are very useful," she said. "I will have that engraved on the throne." "The one your brother is no longer using?" "Especially that one." On the 5th day, Lucivar came to watch. He stood at the chamber entrance while Seraphine guided 4 spheres through iron rings. Caldrissa was with him. She wore a plain blue training gown rather than court red, and she kept her hands folded tightly. Seraphine's concentration broke. The 4th sphere struck a practice shield. The shield spun across the room and pinned Dovrin's coat to the wall. He sighed. "This is why I own duplicates." Lucivar stepped forward. "Seraphine, may we speak?" Her chest tightened with the old reflex to listen whenever his voice turned gentle. Valor said nothing. He stood beside the shield rack, arms folded, his expression unreadable. Seraphine lowered the spheres into their rings. "You may speak here." Lucivar glanced at the others. "Privately." "No." The answer surprised them both. Lucivar looked wounded. Once, that expression would have made Seraphine rush to soften her words. She did not. "I wanted to apologize," he said. "The ceremony became cruel. I did not intend the court to mock you. You invited them before rejecting me." The Southern Council insisted on witnesses. "The Council has insisted on many things. You used to ask whether they were right." His gaze fell to the spheres. "I did not understand your magic was this close to awakening." The words landed with terrible clarity. Seraphine had imagined 100 reasons for his choice: fear, pressure, ambition, confusion. She had not allowed herself to imagine the simplest one. He would have chosen her if her power had appeared sooner. He had not rejected her because he stopped caring. He had rejected the version of her who had not yet become useful enough. "Thank you," she said. Lucivar blinked. "For what?" "For making that clear." "Seraphine, I meant that I was wrong." "You were wrong when I was still failing. You are only uncomfortable now that other people can see it." Caldrissa looked at Lucivar sharply. He took another step. "I never said your years beside me meant nothing. You said there had been a misunderstanding. I was trying to protect your dignity." Seraphine almost laughed. "By denying our entire relationship before 12 packs?" Valor pushed away from the shield rack. Lucivar turned on him. "Do not interfere." "She has answered you twice," Valor said. "I am not interfering. I am counting. You claimed her to punish me." The room chilled. Valor's voice became very soft. "My interest in Seraphine began before you learned to tie your own boots. Do not flatter yourself into becoming the center of her next choice." Lucivar stared. Seraphine stared too. Valor looked at her. "Was that too much information?" "Possibly. Continue later." "Gladly." Caldrissa stepped between the brothers. "Lucivar, we should leave." He looked at her as though he had forgotten she was there. Something in Caldrissa's face hardened. Seraphine knew that feeling. It was the pain of standing beside a man whose attention had already turned elsewhere. "Wait," Seraphine said. Caldrissa paused. Seraphine walked to her. "Did you know what he planned to say?" Caldrissa swallowed. "I knew he would announce me. I did not know he would deny everything between you." "Would it have changed your answer?" "I do not know." Shame crossed her features. "My family has debts. The Southern Council promised to restore our lands if I accepted. I told myself you and Lucivar had never made a public vow. I told myself you were strong enough to survive embarrassment." "I am," Seraphine said. "That does not make the embarrassment harmless." "I know." Lucivar said, Caldrissa, this is not necessary. She turned on him. You spoke for both of us in the hall. I will speak for myself now. For the first time, Seraphine saw more than the glamorous witch beside the man who had hurt her. She saw a woman pressed by debt, pride, and a family that valued her magic more than her comfort. It did not erase Caldrissa's choice. It made the choice human. I am sorry, Caldrissa said, not because the king claimed you, because we allowed them to laugh. Seraphine nodded once. That apology belongs to me. I accept hearing it. I have not decided whether I forgive it. Fair. Lucivar looked between them, baffled by a conversation that did not revolve around him. Valor noticed. A difficult morning for princes. Seraphine covered a smile. Lucivar left without another word. Caldrissa followed more slowly, pausing at the door to look back at Seraphine's spheres. They are beautiful, she said. Then she was gone. Seraphine stood very still. Valor approached, but stopped beyond reach. Do you want comfort, solitude, or something heavy to throw? She thought about it. All three, in that order. He opened his arms. The invitation was so unexpected that she nearly laughed. Then the ache in her chest rose again, and she stepped into him. His arms closed around her with careful strength. Her cheek rested against the high collar of his coat. He did not tell her Lucivar was unworthy or that she should be grateful for a better man. He simply held her while she breathed through the humiliation of learning that her first love had measured her by the timing of her power. When she drew back, Valor released her immediately. Solitude next? He asked. Not yet. Heavy object? She pointed to the iron practice pillar. Together they carried it to the outer yard. Valor could have moved it alone. Seraphine knew that. He let her take most of the weight without pretending otherwise. She threw it into a sand pit. The impact sent a brown cloud over 3 startled ministers. Valor watched them run. Effective, he said. I feel better. Excellent. Solitude may be postponed until after lunch. By the 7th day, Seraphine could hold 5 spheres in a stable orbit for 10 minutes. The expedition left for Frostbarrow Quarry at dawn. Valor rode at the front with 20 royal guards. Seraphine traveled beside her mother in a reinforced carriage containing Dovrin's instruments, Fenella's maps, and 6 iron cradles for magic spheres. Lucivar and Caldrissa remained in the capital by royal order, though Lucivar had argued that the Southern Alpha should join any investigation of the wards. Valor had replied, "You have a ceremonial chair to retrieve." The journey north took 2 days. Frostbarrow lay between steep gray hills where workers cut moonstone used in pack boundaries and healing halls. The quarry should have glowed after sunset. Instead, black veins spread through the exposed stone. The local forewoman, Isabet Cromere, met them at the gate. She was a broad, gray-haired woman with a missing front tooth and no patience for titles. King, she said to Valor. Witch, other witch, scholar, spectacled scholar. Fenella looked delighted. I like her. Isabet pointed toward the quarry. The lower shelf cracked this morning. I pulled the workers out, but 4 ward anchors are still below. If they break, the whole northern line goes dark. A deep vibration rolled beneath their boots. Seraphine spheres stirred inside their iron cradles. How long? Valor asked. Isabet shrugged. Could be an hour. Could be before I finish this sentence. The hillside groaned. A section of the upper path collapsed behind them, blocking the gate. Isabet looked at the new wall of stone. Before the sentence, then. No one laughed for long. The quarry floor split. Workers shouted from the far side. They had not all evacuated. 6 men and 2 women were trapped behind a fallen loading frame. Black light pulsed through the cracks beneath them. Valor issued orders with calm speed. Guards moved civilians uphill. Dovrin and Fenella began drawing a temporary ward. Mavrienne raised both hands and spread a silver barrier over the nearest ledge. Seraphine saw the loading frame tilt. "They will be crushed," she said. Valor followed her gaze. "The path is unstable." "So am I. We can discuss our flaws later." She ran. The first gap was 6 feet wide. Seraphine jumped it, landed on sliding stone, and used her ironwood staff to steady herself. Valor came behind her with 2 guards. "I did not ask you to follow," she shouted. "You did not need to." The loading frame dropped another inch. The trapped workers pressed against the rock wall. Seraphine wedged her staff beneath the beam and lifted. The frame weighed several tons. Her arms shook. Valor reached the beam and put his shoulder under it beside her. Together they raised it high enough for one worker to crawl free. "Move," Seraphine ordered. The workers scrambled beneath their arms. A crack opened directly under Valor's boot. Black magic surged upward. Seraphine's velvet box tore open at her belt. The silver-blue sphere shot into the crack and expanded. For one heartbeat, it was the size of an apple. Then a shield. Then a great glowing globe filling the gap beneath them. The corrupted light bent toward it. Seraphine felt the sphere pull at her mind. It wanted everything: the darkness in the stone, the strength in her arms, the fear in the workers, even the moonlight hidden behind the clouds. "Center," Mavrienne called from the ledge. "Find the center, Seraphine. Do not fight the shape." Seraphine trusted her mother. She stopped trying to flatten the magic into a shield. She imagined a moon beneath the earth. The sphere became round and steady. Darkness streamed into it. The loading frame grew lighter as the corrupted ward released its hold on the metal. "Now," Valor said. They lifted together. The last worker escaped. The stone shelf beneath Seraphine broke away. Valor caught her around the waist. She caught the beam with one hand and his armor collar with the other. For a ridiculous moment, the Alpha King hung over the glowing gap, supported partly by a witch who had once been told she could not lift a proper spell. "I have you," he said. "I have you too. This is not how I imagined our second embrace. Your expectations are very demanding." One of the guards seized Valor's arm. Together they climbed onto stable ground. The great sphere rose from the crack, now streaked with black. It floated above the quarry, pulling corruption from every vein of stone. Seraphine stood beneath it with both hands raised. The weight pressed through her body, her knees bent. Valor moved behind her and braced his hands at her waist, becoming the anchor they had practiced. "Use me," he said near her ear. She felt his steadiness through the contact. The sphere stopped wavering. Mavrienne and Dovrin redirected the purified ward energy into the 4 anchors. Vanilla shouted distances and angles. Isabet ordered workers to strike supporting wedges in rhythm with the pulses. This was not Seraphine saving everyone alone. It was her power at the center of many people's work. The last black vein left the quarry wall. The sphere contracted slowly until it was the size of a large shield. Seraphine guided it into an iron cradle. The cradle sank 6 inches into the ground. Silence followed. Then every moonstone face in Frostbarrow lit silver. Workers cheered. Seraphine turned inside Valor's arms. He had soot on his cheek and a cut across the edge of one gauntlet. His expression held fierce pride. She forgot the workers for one improper second and looked at his mouth. His gaze lowered to hers. The air changed. Then Isabet struck Valor on the back hard enough to make a lesser man stumble. "Good lifting, King," she said. "The witch did most of it." Seraphine laughed against his armor. Valor closed his eyes briefly. "I am aware." Isabet turned to Seraphine. "You are Mavrienne's girl?" "Yes." "Your mother closed the Western Fissure when I was young. Everyone said no witch would match her. Seraphine waited for the comparison. Isabet grinned through the gap in her teeth. Good thing you did something different. The words settled warmly where old insults had lived. That night, the quarry workers held a feast in the reinforced storage hall. There were no delicate court dishes, only thick stew, black bread, baked apples, and enough benches to survive Seraphine's pockets. She sat between Fenella and Isabet while the workers retold the rescue with increasing exaggeration. By the fourth version, Seraphine had lifted the entire mountain. By the sixth, Valor had dangled helplessly from her belt. I did not dangle, he said from across the table. Isabet drank her ale. You were very elegant about it. Fenella leaned toward Seraphine. The king is glaring at Captain Audran. Seraphine glanced down the table. Captain Audran Fenwick, commander of the Frostbarrow Watch, was a handsome, dark-skinned wolf with a warm smile and one silver braid at his temple. He had spent the last 10 minutes asking Seraphine whether she would consider teaching quarry guards how to fight with weighted staffs. Valor was not glaring. He was watching with the expression he used for unstable wardstones. Audran noticed and raised his cup to the king. Valor raised his in return. He seems polite, Seraphine whispered. He reassigned 3 ministers for looking at you, Fenella whispered back. To where? Bridge inventory. Seraphine looked at Valor. Administrative work. His eyes met hers. He had heard. The bridges require counting, he said. Audran laughed. Your Majesty, I already completed this district's inventory. Do it again. Because I spoke to Lady Seraphine. Because accuracy is the foundation of government. Seraphine folded her arms. Valor. Seraphine. Captain Audran may continue speaking to me. The king's face remained calm. I have not forbidden speech. You are trying to bury him under bridge records. A captain should understand local infrastructure. Audran leaned back, openly amused. I can admire her and count bridges. Wolves are capable of 2 thoughts. Valor's gaze cooled. Some barely manage one. Isabet slapped the table. Excellent. The king is jealous. We have not had entertainment this good since the flour mill exploded. I am not jealous, Valor said. Every person at the table laughed. Seraphine looked at him, pleased despite herself. That was very quick. Because the answer is simple. You used that sentence before. It remains correct. Audran lifted both hands. For the safety of the bridges, I withdraw from competition. There was no competition, Valor said. Naturally. Later, when the feast ended, Seraphine stepped outside for air. Snow had begun to fall. The repaired moon ward spread pale light across the quarry walls. She stood beneath the eaves and let the cold settle her thoughts. Lucivar would have hated this place. He disliked soot, rough benches, and meals without polished silver. She had spent years adjusting herself around those dislikes, not because he demanded it directly, but because she wanted his comfort. Valor came to stand beside her. Audran is safely counting bridges, he said. You are impossible. He volunteered. After you threatened him with civic responsibility. A terrible fate. She smiled, then looked back at the glowing quarry. I did it. You did. Mother was right. She usually is. Do not tell her that. I value my life. Seraphine's smile faded. Part of me wishes Lucivar had seen it. Valor was silent for a moment. That does not offend me. It should. You are supposedly jealous. I am jealous of his history with you. I am not jealous of your honesty. She turned toward him. Snow caught in his dark hair. Without the court around him, he looked less like a symbol and more like a man who had spent the day beneath a collapsing mountain because she ran first. "Why did you come across the gap?" she asked. "Because you did. That is not a sensible royal policy. Neither is allowing the woman I intend to court to hold several tons alone. You could have ordered guards. They were behind me. You could have stayed safe." His expression sharpened. "Do not ask me to watch you risk yourself from a safe distance. I will respect your strength. I will not use it as an excuse for cowardice." The words moved through her like warm light. Lucifer had accepted her protection because he needed it. Later, when he no longer needed it, he had become embarrassed by the woman who had given it. Valor did not need her to stand in front of him. He chose to stand beside her. Seraphine reached up and brushed snow from his eyebrow scar. His entire body went still. The touch was small. The tension it created was not. "You are staring again," he said. "I nearly lost you into a magical pit. I am confirming the face survived. Your concern is touching. The face is valuable. And the man?" She let her fingers rest against his cheek for one heartbeat longer. "Under consideration." Valor's bare hand closed gently around her wrist. He turned his face into her palm, not enough to become intimate before she chose it, but enough that she felt the warmth of his breath. "Take all the time you need," he said. She believed him. That made it difficult to step away. So she did not step far. They stood beneath the eaves while snow covered the quarry road, close enough that their shoulders touched, neither pretending the contact was accidental. News of Frostbarrow reached the capital before the expedition did. By the time Seraphine rode through the western gate, children were rolling painted wooden balls along the street and shouting that they were defeating curses. Merchants had already begun selling silver blue sweets called witch moons. One baker displayed a loaf shaped like a ceremonial chair with 2 little sugar boots sticking from it. Seraphine stopped the carriage. "I need that bread." Valor, riding beside her, looked toward the bakery. "For symbolic closure?" "For lunch. Closure requires butter." The baker refused payment and nearly fainted when Seraphine lifted the entire display counter so his apprentice could retrieve a dropped coin. Valor bought every chair-shaped loaf and ordered them delivered to the palace dining hall. "That is excessive," Seraphine said. "I am a king. Moderation would confuse the public." The public was not confused. They cheered as Seraphine passed. The court was less enthusiastic. 3 days after their return, the Council of 12 demanded a formal hearing on Valor's declaration of courtship. The crown's right of open choice was ancient and legal, but several alpha families argued that a king could not announce a potential queen without testing her fitness. Seraphine read the petition twice. "They want me to complete the Luna trials," she said. Fenella sat cross-legged on the library floor among stacks of law books. "Not the ordinary trials, these are the old ones." "How old?" "Old enough that one section involves carrying a stone wolf through an obstacle course while elders throw wet grain." Seraphine looked interested. "How heavy is the wolf?" "That is not the concerning part." Mevrian turned a page. The trials were abandoned because they became public entertainment rather than a measure of judgment. "The petitioners know she can lift things," Valor said from the window. "They will choose tasks designed to make strength appear crude and magic appear insufficient." Seraphine leaned over the table. "Can you refuse?" "Yes." "Would that make them believe I need the crown to hide my weakness?" "Yes." "Then accept." Valor's jaw tightened. "I will not permit them to humiliate you again." "You cannot prevent every cruel person from speaking." "I can remove their speaking privileges." "That is called tyranny." "The definition is disputed." She walked to him. "At the ceremony, you gave me a choice. Give me this one too." His gaze searched her face. "You do not owe them proof." No, but I would enjoy watching them regret asking. Mevrienne closed the book. That is my daughter. The Luna trials were scheduled for the Winter Solstice Festival, when representatives from every pack would already be in the capital. Seraphine had 12 days to prepare. The petition named 3 tests: strength under restraint, magical protection, and judgment before the packs. The first was held in the Royal Training Arena. A stone wolf weighing nearly 2,000 pounds stood at one end of a course filled with narrow bridges, swinging barriers, and trenches of wet grain. The candidate had to carry the statue to the opposite platform without damaging the course or dropping the wolf. The stands were full. Lucivar sat with the southern delegation. Caldrissa sat 2 places away from him, her posture formal. Valor occupied the central royal box with Mevrienne and the council. Fenella stood near the course, holding a clipboard and looking far too cheerful. Seraphine wore a high-collared dark blue training gown over fitted wool trousers and tall boots. The gown was split only at the lower sides for movement, with heavy panels covering her legs. Leather guards protected her forearms. Her ironwood staff remained outside the course. Councillor Varric Ashmorn, who had submitted the petition, addressed the crowd. He was an elderly alpha with a narrow face and a voice polished by decades of pretending insults were procedure. The first test measures power governed by care, he said. A Luna must bear great burdens without harming those around her. Seraphine looked at the hanging sacks of grain. And the food? A traditional distraction. It seems wasteful. The grain is old. Then it belongs in compost, not in my hair. A few spectators laughed. Varric did not. Begin. Seraphine approached the statue. Its carved body was wider than her shoulders. Iron rings had been set beneath its chest. She crouched, put both hands through the rings, and lifted. The crowd gasped as the stone wolf rose against her body. Seraphine adjusted the weight and stepped onto the first bridge. A sack burst overhead. Wet grain struck her hair and shoulders. She kept walking. The second sack missed her and hit Councillor Varric's assistant. Fenella checked the rope mechanism. Strange, the wind appears judgmental. The crowd laughed again. At the first swinging barrier, Seraphine could not pass while carrying the statue across her front. She shifted it onto one shoulder. The stone muzzle rose above her head like an enormous, disapproving hat. Valor leaned forward in the royal box. Seraphine caught his eye. Do not worry. I am admiring the hat, he called. She smiled and moved through the barrier. At the grain trench, the true trap appeared. The mud beneath the wet kernels was deeper than the course plans showed. Seraphine stepped in and sank to her knees. The crowd murmured. She tried to pull free without dropping the statue. The mud held. Varric's mouth tightened with satisfaction. Seraphine looked toward Fenella. Her friend was staring at the measurement stake beside the trench. The depth is wrong, Fenella said. Continue the test, Varric ordered. Valor rose. Seraphine shook her head once. He stopped, though every line of his body resisted it. She lowered the stone wolf carefully until it rested across the trench, its legs on either bank. Then she crawled beneath its belly, using the statue as a bridge while dragging herself from the mud. The old rules said she must not drop the wolf. They did not say the wolf could not carry her. She reached the far bank, stood, and pulled the statue after her. The arena erupted. At the final wall, 3 council-selected champions waited to block her. The test allowed them to push, pull, or obstruct the candidate without weapons. All 3 were adult male wolves in padded armor. Seraphine stared at Varric. You chose only 3? One champion growled. That was not an insult, she told him. It was concern for the schedule. They attacked together. Seraphine shifted the statue forward like a battering ram. The champions scattered. One climbed onto the stone wolf's back and wrapped both arms around its neck. apparently hoping his weight would slow her. She kept walking. The second seized her sleeve. She turned in a controlled circle, forcing him to run around her until he lost his footing and landed in the grain trench. The third planted himself on the final platform. "You will not pass," he said. Seraphine set the statue down before him. "Then you should move." He braced both hands against the wolf. She pushed. His boots slid across the platform. He strained, face reddening, while Seraphine advanced one slow step at a time. At the edge, she stopped. She could have pushed him off. Instead, she lifted the statue over his head and placed it on the marked pedestal behind him. The champion looked up between the stone legs. "You may move now," she said. He moved quickly. The arena roared with laughter and applause. Valor descended before the judges announced the result. He met Seraphine at the edge of the course and removed a wet piece of grain from her hair. "You wore the wolf well," he said. "It was heavy." "I was referring to the expression. I learned it from your counsel." Varric approached displeasure hidden beneath ceremony. The candidate completed the strength trial. "And discovered an altered trench," Valor said. "The old plans may have been inaccurate." Fenella held up her clipboard. "The original depth is marked here. Someone removed the stone base last night." Varric looked at her. "Are you accusing the council?" "I am accusing someone with a shovel. The council's relationship to shovels remains under investigation." Valor's face became dangerously still. "Find who changed it." Seraphine touched his arm. "After the trials. Before someone attempts something worse." "Both," she said. "You investigate. I continue." He looked at her mud-covered gown and the grain tangled in her hair. "You should rest." "I carried one statue. And 3 champions. Only one stayed on long enough to count." His hand settled briefly at the back of her neck, warm and hidden beneath her hair. "Very well. But if the next test is altered, I end it." "Agreed." The second trial took place at dusk in Mooncourt Square. 100 volunteers stood inside a ring of 12 ward stones. Seraphine had to protect them from controlled magical attacks cast by council witches. The attacks would be non-lethal: wind, cold, darkness, and illusion. Traditional candidates created a broad dome. Seraphine had never created a dome. She carried 6 iron cradles into the square. The crowd whispered. Lucifer watched from the front row. His expression had changed since Frostbarrow. Pride and regret sat uneasily together, as if he had not yet decided which one he deserved. Caldrissa approached Seraphine before the test. "Varric selected the attacking witches," she said quietly. "2 of them trained under my aunt. They favor narrow strikes aimed at the caster's concentration." "Why tell me?" "Because this is a test, not an execution." Seraphine studied her. "Thank you." Caldrissa nodded and returned to her seat. Valor stood outside the ring with Mevrian. He wore full black armor. He had argued that the controlled attacks should be tested on council members first. The council declined. Seraphine placed one hand over the first cradle. "Begin," Varric ordered. Cold wind struck the ring. Seraphine raised 3 silver-blue spheres. They spun outward and formed a triangle. The wind bent around them, but gaps remained. Volunteers cried out as ice swept across the square. She added a 4th sphere. The pattern wavered. A spear of darkness came directly toward her face. Seraphine ducked. The spear struck the central ward stone and split into shadow birds. They filled the ring, screaming. The volunteers panicked. Seraphine's spheres began to fall. "Center," Mevrian called. Seraphine knew the lesson. Find a fixed point. Build the orbit. She looked for Valor. He stood beyond the ring, unable to enter without invalidating the test. Their eyes met. He placed one hand over the royal crest on his chest. "Use me." Seraphine fixed her attention on him. The spheres steadied. But the volunteers were not around Valor, they were around her. She understood. The anchor did not need to be a person, it needed to be a decision. Protect them. She became the center. 6 spheres rose around her. They did not form a dome, they moved. One intercepted the cold and turned white with frost. One absorbed darkness, deepening to purple. 2 spun around the volunteers, knocking illusion birds apart without touching anyone. The last 2 hovered above the ward stones and drew loose magic into themselves. The attacks intensified. Seraphine widened the orbit. The spheres moved faster, creating a living wall that adjusted to each strike. Where a dome would have cracked, the orbit shifted. Where darkness gathered, a purple sphere swallowed it. Where wind entered, a silver sphere compressed it into harmless spirals that lifted hats and nothing else. One elderly volunteer's hat landed on Veyric. The square laughed. Veyric threw it aside. Increase the attack. Caldrissa rose. The agreed limit has been reached. Sit down. No. Lucivar looked at her in surprise. Caldrissa stepped into the open. The test measures protection. She has protected them. Continuing would measure how much harm the Council is willing to risk to avoid admitting it. Veyric's expression hardened. Your family lands depend on Council review. The threat was clear. Caldrissa went pale but did not sit. Seraphine saw it while holding the orbit. For one dangerous instant, anger pulled every sphere toward Veyric. She controlled them. Strength was not wrong, careless harm was. Her mother's lesson had never applied only to fists. End the trial, Seraphine said. Veyric ignored her. Continue. Valor entered the ring. The attacking witches stopped at once. The trial is ended, he said. Veyric stood. Then she fails. Every sphere in the square turned toward him. Seraphine had not commanded them to attack. They simply hovered in a perfect line, heavy enough to crush stone and controlled enough to leave the old man untouched. She walked between them. No, she said, I completed the task. The volunteers are safe. Caldrissa prevented you from changing the task into cruelty. Veyric glanced at the spheres. Is that a threat? It is a demonstration of restraint. You seem to require visual lessons. The volunteers began applauding. The applause spread into the crowd. One by one, the council witches lowered their hands. Dovrin announced the result before Veyric could speak. Protection trial completed. No injuries. All attacks contained. Fenella added, 1 hat displaced. It has been recovered. Valor looked at Caldrissa. Your family's debts will be reviewed by the crown, not used by the council as a leash. Caldrissa's chin trembled. She bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thanks, Seraphine. She insisted your apology be judged separately from your usefulness. I am attempting to learn from her. Seraphine blinked. He had listened to a conversation he had not been part of and drawn the right lesson without claiming credit. Her heart, which had spent years serving a prettier but smaller dream, moved toward him with alarming ease. The third trial was judgment. At midnight, Seraphine stood before the 12-pack representatives in the Great Hall. No obstacle course waited. No spell attacked her. Instead, Veyric presented a dispute. 2 northern villages shared a moonstone bridge. One village had repaired it after storms. The other had refused to pay, claiming poverty. The council proposed closing the bridge to the poorer village until the debt was paid. Seraphine listened to both village leaders. The first spoke of labor and fairness. The second admitted his village could not pay because the failing wards had ruined their winter crops. Veyric asked, "What is your judgment?" Seraphine looked at the map. Who owns the quarry that supplies repair stone? The crown, Dovrin said. Who collected road taxes while the wards were failing? Varric's mouth tightened. The regional council. Then the regional council will return the taxes collected for protection it did not provide. The poorer village will contribute labor rather than coin. The wealthier village will be reimbursed for half its materials from the restored taxes. The bridge stays open. The first leader frowned. Why should we accept labor from people who refused before? Seraphine faced him. Because they did not refuse. They lacked coin after a magical failure the council concealed. You deserve repayment. They deserve access to the healer across the river. Fairness is not achieved by making the weaker village suffer until your anger feels balanced. The second leader bowed his head. Varric said, "You would burden the council for a natural ward failure?" "We do not yet know it was natural. We do know the council collected payment while protection weakened. Power receives responsibility with its privileges." Valor watched her from the black throne. Lucifer watched from below it. One looked proud. The other looked as if he had discovered the future he discarded had become visible only after it no longer belonged to him. The pack representatives voted. 10 supported Seraphine's judgment, 1 abstained. Varric voted against. The Luna trials were complete. The hall erupted. Mavrienne reached Seraphine first and pulled her into a fierce embrace. "You did not throw Varric." "I considered it." "Excellent judgment." Fenella joined them. His expression was better than throwing him. Caldrissa approached more carefully. "You defended my family after I stood beside Lucifer." "I defended you from blackmail," Seraphine said. "Do not make me regret the distinction." Caldrissa's eyes filled. "I will not." Lucifer waited until the women moved aside. "You were magnificent," he said. The words once would have meant everything. Now they arrived after the proof. "Thank you," Seraphine said. He looked at the royal cloak around her shoulders. Valor had not placed it there tonight. She had chosen to wear it. "I would have supported you," Lucifer said, "if I had understood." "My mother explained. I explained. You did understand. You did not believe. There is a difference. Not to the person standing alone." He lowered his voice. "Do you love him?" Seraphine looked toward Valor. The king was speaking with village leaders. He had removed the crown and held it beneath one arm so an elderly woman could address him without craning her neck. He listened without interruption. His face was still excellent. His character had become inconveniently better. "I am learning him," she said. Lucifer flinched. "You knew me all your life." "I knew the boy I protected. I did not know the man who would deny me. I made one mistake." "No, you made one decision in public after many decisions in private. The public one only allowed me to see them." Valor looked up. He did not approach. He gave Seraphine room to finish. Lucifer followed her gaze. "He has always taken what he wants." He asked, "A king's request is still pressure. Then why did I feel more choice beside his throne than beside your promise?" Lucifer had no answer. Seraphine touched his sleeve, a final gesture of tenderness for the boy he had been. "I do not regret protecting you. But protection was not a debt you could repay by marrying me, and my love was not permission to hide me when I became inconvenient." She walked away. Valor waited near the Moonstone Arch. "Do you require comfort, solitude, or a heavy object?" he asked. "A dance." He glanced toward the musicians. That was not among the options. Kings should adapt. The solstice music had begun, slow drums beneath strings. Couples moved onto the floor. Seraphine extended her hand. Valor stared at it as though she had offered him a kingdom he did not trust himself to touch. "You are certain?" "No. Courtship would be dull if I were certain of everything." He took her hand. Valor danced with the same controlled strength he brought to battle. He guided without dragging, adjusted when she chose a different step, and never acted surprised by the weight of her hand or the firmness of her balance. Seraphine had danced with Lucifer many times. She had always made herself lighter, quieter, less likely to lead. With Valor, she tested the movement. She turned them sharply. He followed. She reversed direction. He smiled. "Trying to overthrow me?" he asked. "Assessing stability. Your findings?" "Promising." The dance carried them beneath the central moon window. Silver light crossed his face. Seraphine's attention wandered. "Again?" he murmured. "The lighting is unfair." "To whom?" "My judgment." His hand at her back drew her 1 inch closer. Every layer of clothing remained proper, every movement public, yet the small change sent warmth through her. "Your judgment survived 3 trials," he said. "It may survive my face." "Your confidence is unattractive." "A tragedy. Fortunately, the rest compensates." He laughed softly. At the edge of the floor, Odrin Fenwick lifted a cup in greeting. Valor turned Seraphine so his own broad back blocked the captain from view. She looked up at him. "Was that choreography?" "A traditional royal step. It resembles jealousy." "You are mistaken." Very quick again. "The music requires decisive answers." Seraphine laughed, and this time the sound did not surprise her. When the dance ended, Valor did not release her hand. "The trials are complete," he said. "The council can no longer challenge my right to court you." "They challenged my fitness, not your right." "I know. I disliked both." "What happens now?" "Now you decide whether the courtship continues." She searched his face. "You would stop if I asked?" "Immediately." "Even after all this?" "Especially after all this. Public support is not a chain." The hall, the music, and the watching court seemed to recede. Seraphine had once mistaken years of history for certainty. Valor offered certainty only in one matter: she could leave. That freedom made her want to stay. "The courtship continues," she said. His thumb moved over her knuckles. "Good. You sound relieved." "Kings are permitted 1 emotion per festival." "Which did you choose?" "You." The answer stole every clever reply. Valor lifted her hand and pressed a restrained kiss to her knuckles. It was not one of the kisses that changed her life. It was the one that made her realize such kisses were approaching. After the festival, Seraphine expected the court to become easier. Instead, it became stranger. Nobles who had ignored her now brought gifts. Witches who had laughed at her training asked whether she would demonstrate sphere magic for their daughters. 3 unmarried alphas sent formal invitations to dinner despite Valor's public courtship. Valor responded by assigning each man a different royal infrastructure report. "You promised not to frighten them away," Seraphine said when she found the documents on his desk. "I did not frighten them. One has been ordered to inspect sewer gates in February. The city requires functioning sewer gates. You are jealous." "I am governing." "With suspicious focus." He leaned back in his chair. The royal study was warm with firelight. Maps covered one wall. Reports covered every surface except the chair Seraphine occupied. "Would you prefer I accept their invitations on your behalf?" he asked. "No." "Then my approach has produced the desired outcome. I could refuse them myself." "You may, after they complete the reports." She threw a cushion at him. He caught it one-handed. "Violence against the crown," he said. "Administrative correction. I will need a committee." She crossed the room to retrieve the cushion. Valor stood at the same time. They reached it together. His hand closed over hers. Neither moved. Seraphine was suddenly aware of the quiet room, the fire, and the way his coat stretched across his shoulders when he bent. Valor noticed her attention. "You have seen my shoulders before. They remain consistent. I appreciate reliability. A rare quality in men with pretty faces?" The reference to Lucivar was light, but she heard the question beneath it. "Lucivar's face was never the problem," she said. "I liked it honestly. I liked protecting him. I liked being needed." Valor's fingers tightened slightly around hers. "And now?" "Now I am learning that being needed can hide whether one is valued." He straightened, bringing her with him. They stood close, hands still joined around the cushion. "I do not need you to protect my face," he said. "It would be wasteful to let anything happen to it. I need your judgment in the Ward investigation. I value your strength. I want your company. None of those conditions obligates you to love me." Seraphine's breath caught. "You say dangerous things very calmly. I have practice. What do you want from me now?" His gaze moved to her mouth and returned to her eyes. "Permission." The word contained no pressure. Seraphine understood what he was asking. Her first instinct was to think of Lucivar. The memory came, but it did not command her. She remembered a forehead kiss beneath a bell tower, a pearl clasp, and years of hope. She honored the memory by refusing to pretend it had never existed. Then she looked at the man before her. "You may kiss me," she said. Valor released the cushion and touched her face with one hand. He moved slowly enough that she could change her mind at any point. She did not. Their first kiss was gentle, closed, and brief. It held no demand for more. It was warm, careful, and startling in its restraint. Valor stepped back first, though his hand remained against her cheek. Seraphine opened her eyes. "That was very controlled. You asked for slow." "I did. Do you object?" She considered. "Not to the principle." His eyes warmed. A promising judgment. She rose onto her toes and kissed him once more, equally brief but less cautious. When she stepped back, Valor looked as though the entire Northern War had been easier than remaining still. Seraphine picked up the cushion and returned it to the chair. "I have training," she said. "Now?" "Yes." "You kiss a king twice and leave for training?" "My mother says consistency is essential." "Your mother has become my enemy." From the open doorway, Mevrian said, "Only now?" Valor closed his eyes. Seraphine began laughing. Her mother entered carrying a sealed black stone. Duvrin found this inside the altered trench. It contains the same corruption as Frostbarrow. Someone placed it there deliberately. The warmth left the room. Valor took the stone without touching it directly. Can it be traced? Possibly, but there is more. The corruption carries a council seal. Seraphine looked toward the maps. The weakening wards, the altered trial, the pressure against Caldrissa's family, and Varric's insistence on increasing the magical attack no longer appeared separate. "He wanted my spheres to absorb more corruption," she said. Mevrian nodded. "The question is why?" Valor's hand closed around the sealed case. "We will ask him." Seraphine shook her head. "Not yet. If Varric is working alone, arresting him ends it. If he is not, the others disappear. He endangered you. He endangered volunteers, workers, and the northern packs. That is larger than me." Valor's anger remained visible only in the stillness of his body. "What do you propose?" Seraphine looked at the black speck turning inside her silver sphere. "We let him believe I absorbed exactly what he wanted. Then we watch who comes to collect it." The plan required Seraphine to behave as though she had become careless after victory. This was more difficult than expected because half the court already believed carrying a stone wolf through wet grain was a sign of poor judgment. Duvrin built a false containment sphere around a fragment of harmless shadow glass. Mevrian layered it with Seraphine's magical signature. Fenella altered the royal vault records to show that the corrupted sphere from Frostbarrow had been moved into the Moon Archive for private study. Valor assigned guards who understood they were supposed to be seen avoiding the North Corridor at midnight. "They are terrible actors," Seraphine whispered from behind a library screen. One guard walked past the corridor and announced loudly, "I certainly hope no criminal notices that the Moon Archive is unguarded." Valor stood behind her, close enough that his breath stirred a loose strand of hair. "I selected them for loyalty, not subtlety. Subtle men often become ministers." "You dislike ministers?" "I dislike most collections of men seated around a long table." She looked back at him. "That sounds difficult for a king." "It is why I attend meetings armed." They waited. The palace settled into winter silence. Outside, snow pressed white against the windows. Inside the Moon Archive, the decoy sphere glowed within a glass case. A thread of false corruption turned at its center. Near midnight, the North Corridor door opened. A figure in a council robe entered. Seraphine recognized Varric's assistant, the same narrow young man who had operated the grain ropes during the strength trial. He carried a bronze key and a folded black cloth. He moved directly to the case. Valor signaled the guards. Before they could enter, the assistant placed the cloth over the sphere and spoke a phrase in the old ward language. The archive floor lit with black lines. "That is not part of our trap," Seraphine said. The lines raced beneath the screen. Valor seized her around the waist and threw them both aside as the floor opened. They fell into darkness. Seraphine struck stone, rolled, and landed against Valor's armored side. The impact drove the air from her lungs but caused no sharp pain. Above them, the opening sealed. A purple flame rose along the walls. They were in an old ritual chamber beneath the archive. Varric stood across from them. He no longer looked like a tired council elder. His formal robe had been removed, revealing black ward plates sewn over his coat. 6 corrupted stones floated around him, each pulsing in time with the weakening northern lines. The young assistant lay unconscious near the stair. Varric had apparently used him to trigger the mechanism, then discarded him. "Your Majesty," Varric said, "you were not supposed to enter with her." Valor rose and placed himself at Seraphine's side. "Your disappointments have become a public service." Seraphine pushed to her feet. "You altered the trench." "Yes." "You corrupted Frostbarrow." "One of several necessary wounds." "Necessary for what?" Varric looked at her with something worse than hatred. He looked with ownership. "The Crown has controlled the Moon Wards for 400 years. Kings decide which territories receive stone, soldiers, and repair funds. Councils advise and are ignored. I intended to create failures severe enough that the Pax would grant emergency control to us." Valor's voice was cold. "You would destroy villages to increase committee authority. Temporary hardship. Workers nearly died. They did not." Seraphine stepped forward. "Because we arrived." "Because you arrived," Varric corrected. "Mevrian's daughter, carrying the only magic capable of compressing corruption without dispersing it. I believed your mother exaggerated. Then I saw your first sphere." The 6 stones turned toward Seraphine. Her magic answered painfully. Silver light gathered beneath her skin. Varric smiled. "Every knot you absorb makes your core more useful. Tonight, you will draw the capital's corruption into one sphere. I will remove it, bind it to the council seal, and present myself as the man who restored the wards." "And if the sphere crushes you?" Seraphine asked. "It will obey the seal." "My magic does not obey seals. All magic obeys structure. Mine threw the king into a curtain." Valor glanced at her. "An important precedent." Varric's expression sharpened. You mistake disorder for freedom. Your strength, your spheres, your public insolence, all of it exists because your mother refused to discipline you into a proper witch. Seraphine felt anger rise. Not because he insulted her. She had heard worse from better people. Because he spoke of Mevrien's love as failure. My mother taught me control, she said. She simply did not teach me obedience to cowards. Varric raised one hand. The corrupted stones struck. Valor shifted before Seraphine could move. Black-silver wolf power spread from him in a curved shield. The first wave broke against it, driving him back one step. Seraphine called her spheres. Nothing came. The ritual chamber walls were lined with iron channels that dragged her magic downward. Silver light formed at her palms and sank into the floor. Varric laughed. Without your little moons, you are only a strong woman in a locked room. Seraphine looked at the stone ceiling. That is still an unfortunate room to share with me. She seized the nearest iron channel and pulled. The metal tore from the floor with a scream. The corrupted stones wavered. Valor drove forward through the next attack, using his shield to force Varric away from the central seal. Seraphine ripped out a second channel and swung it into the third, breaking the pattern. Magic rushed back into her hands. A sphere formed instantly. It was larger than her head and red gold with anger. Varric's smile vanished. Seraphine threw it at the ceiling, not at him. The sphere struck the sealed opening. Stone cracked. Snow and moonlight poured through. Royal guards shouted above. Varric turned toward the stair. Valor caught him by the front of his coat and slammed him against a pillar without drawing blood. You endangered my kingdom. Varric's hand closed around a black stone hidden beneath his collar. Seraphine saw the movement. Valor, down. The king obeyed without hesitation. Seraphine's second sphere crossed the chamber and struck Varric's wrist. The stone flew free. Fenella, leaning through the broken opening above, dropped a map net over it. I brought equipment, she called. Dovrin appeared beside her. You brought my best map net. The kingdom is in danger. That is when one labels borrowed equipment. Even Varric looked offended by their priorities. Guards descended and bound him with silver chains. The young assistant regained consciousness and immediately began confessing. Varric had threatened his family and promised promotion. He knew the locations of 3 hidden corruption chambers beneath the capital. Valor ordered teams to secure them. Seraphine studied the 6 floating stones. Their pulse had not stopped. He already connected them, she said. Dovrin climbed down. Connected them to what? Varric smiled from the chains. A deep bell sounded beneath the city. Not the royal bell, not a temple bell. The old moon warning. Once. Twice. Then all 12 ward lines on Fenella's map turned black. Varric lifted his chin. To everything. Valor's hand tightened on the chain. How do we stop it? You do not. The capital will draw every damaged line inward. By dawn, the moon well will open into a void. Dovrin went pale. If the central well collapses, every pack ward falls with it. Release me, Varric said, and I will guide the council seal. Seraphine walked close enough that he had to look up at her. You built the system around my magic. Around the magic you cannot control. Then you should have spent less time mocking how I use it. She turned to Valor. Take him to the public court. Keep him alive. People need to hear what he did from his own mouth. Where are you going? To the moon well. Then I am going with you. The city needs its king. The city needs its wards. Valor. He stepped close, anger and fear finally visible beneath his control. Do not ask me to watch from safety. Seraphine remembered Frostbarrow. She nodded. Beside me then, not in front. Beside you. They reached Mooncourt Square as the first cracks opened in the sky. Black lines spread across the winter clouds, converging above the central well. The moon disappeared behind a turning circle of darkness. Across the city, wolf howls rose as pack bonds weakened. People flooded into the streets. Valor climbed the well steps and issued orders. Guards opened the palace shelters. Witches raised temporary barriers around homes. Pack leaders moved civilians away from the square. Lucivar arrived in partial armor, Caldrissa beside him. "The southern ward is failing," he said. "What do you need?" Valor looked at Seraphine. She appreciated that. He did not decide her plan for her. "Caldrissa, take every flame witch to the eastern roofs," Seraphine said. "Do not attack the darkness. Light the streets so people can move safely." Caldrissa nodded. "Done." "Lucivar, the old bell tunnels connect to the outer packs. You know them better than anyone. Get the children and elders into the stone shelters." Lucivar hesitated. "I can fight here." "I know. I need you there." He looked as if he wanted to argue, then recognized the trust hidden inside the task. "I will do it," he said. He ran. Mevrienne reached the well with Dovrin and Fenella. Her braid had come loose, silver-streaked hair whipping in the wind. "The corruption is gathering below the city," she said. "Your spheres can contain it, but not one at a time." "How many?" "As many as you can create." "I can control 6. "You controlled 6 in a trial designed by ordinary witches. This is your shape, Seraphine. Stop measuring it with our limits." Her mother placed both hands around Seraphine's face. "I told you when you were 7 that your magic was real. I believed you. Believe me once more. You are ready to discover what it wants to become." The ground shook. A section of the well wall exploded outward. Valor turned, shielding Seraphine and Mevrienne from stone with his armored body. Seraphine raised one hand. A gold sphere formed between them, catching the falling debris in midair. Gold. Not silver blue. Protection had changed its nature. Seraphine looked up at the dark sky. "The spheres need different purposes," she said. "One kind cannot hold everything." Dovrin opened his notes. Frost Barrow separated corruption from the ward. The trial spheres redirected force. Fenella unrolled her largest map across the ground. The city has 12 ward towers. If you place a sphere over each tower, they can form an outer orbit. Mavrienne pointed to the moon well, and a central sphere here to draw the corruption. 13, Seraphine said. Valor stood at her shoulder. "You can do it." She looked at him. "You do not know that." "No, I know you will try, and I know you will not try alone." The black circle in the sky widened. Seraphine planted her ironwood staff against the stone. She found the center. Not Valor, not herself. The city. The people moving through lit streets. The quarry workers in the north. The villages sharing one bridge. Her mother, who had believed before there was proof. Fenella arguing with maps. Caldrissa choosing courage after choosing badly. Lucivar guiding children through tunnels he once used to hide from bullies. Valor beside her, strong enough not to fear her strength. Protect them. A gold sphere rose over the first ward tower. Then a second. Seraphine's knees shook. Valor placed one hand at her waist. Mavrienne placed a hand between her shoulders. A third sphere formed. Across the square, witches joined hands. Dovrin called tower positions. Fenella adjusted angles on the map. 4, 5, 6. Each sphere floated above a different tower, bright enough to turn night into pale dawn. The void pulled harder. Seraphine tasted iron and cold. Her magic wanted to collapse inward. She remembered every broken wand, every laugh, every child who had said she was not a real witch because her power refused to move like theirs. She stopped asking it to move like theirs. 7 spheres became 8. 8 became 10. The city disappeared behind light. At the eastern roofs, Caldrissa's flame witches raised lines of gold fire that marked safe roads. At the bell tunnels, Lucivar's voice carried orders through the stone. The 11th sphere formed above the southern tower. The 12th rose over the palace. The outer orbit was complete. Now the central sphere. Black magic surged from every street crack toward the moon well. Seraphine drew it upward. The central sphere appeared as a tiny purple point. It grew. And grew. The weight drove Seraphine to one knee. Valor went down with her, arm locked around her middle. "Stay with me. I am here. Tell me what you see." "Your face." "Seraphine, it is still distracting." His grip tightened. "Then keep looking." She laughed once, breathlessly, and the fear loosened. The purple sphere rose above the well, swallowing corruption in dark rivers. It grew larger than the palace dome. The outer gold spheres began to spin. A crown of moons formed above the capital. People stopped in the streets to stare. The void in the clouds pulled against the central sphere. For a moment, both remained suspended, equal forces tearing at the city between them. Seraphine could not hold. Her arms fell. The central sphere dropped 10 feet. Valor's wolf power erupted around them, black, silver, and immense. He did not take control of the sphere. He formed a living shield around Seraphine, absorbing the wind and flying stones so she could concentrate. Mavrienne began an old moon chant. The witches joined her. Dovrin and Fenella anchored the tower map with iron weights. Lucivar returned from the tunnels with the last group of civilians and took position at the southern ward stone. Caldrissa came from the roofs and added a ring of flame beneath the central sphere. Everyone had a role. The choice remained Seraphine's. She stood. Veyric wanted one sphere he could own, she said through clenched teeth. He should have planned for 13 that belonged to no one. She lifted both hands. The gold spheres accelerated. The purple sphere rose. It entered the black circle in the clouds. For one terrible second, darkness covered everything. Then the sphere compressed. The void folded inward around its center, shrinking from a storm to a tower, from a tower to a shield, from a shield to a plum-sized point of purple light. Seraphine closed her fist. The point vanished. Moonlight returned. The 12 gold spheres remained above the city, turning slowly like a crown. Silence spread across the capital. Then the wolves began to howl. Not in fear, in recognition. The sound rose from every street and tower, deep enough to shake snow from the roofs. Seraphine stood at the center of it, held upright by Valor's arm and her mother's hand. "You did it," Mavrienne whispered. Seraphine looked at the moon crown above them. "We did it." "No," her mother said. "We helped. You created something none of us knew how to imagine." Seraphine's vision blurred. She turned toward Valor. His armor was dusted white with powdered stone. A crack crossed one shoulder plate. His face, unfairly, remained perfect. "The face survived," she said. "Your priorities honor me." Her knees gave way. He lifted her into his arms. Seraphine had carried Lucivar countless times. She had never understood how strange it felt to be carried by someone who knew she could walk and chose to ease the burden anyway. "I can stand," she murmured. "I know. People are watching. They watched you carry my brother. Balance must be restored." She rested her head against his shoulder. "You are very broad. You have mentioned it. I was correct each time." Rest, witch. That sounded possessive. It was a medical order. She smiled and closed her eyes. When Seraphine woke, sunlight filled a palace chamber. Her mother slept in a chair near the window with a book open on her lap. Fenella lay across a couch under 3 maps. Valor stood at the foot of the bed, speaking quietly with Dovrin. Seraphine opened her eyes and said, "You are all terrible at guarding unconscious people." Mavrian woke instantly. "You slept for 14 hours. Then I was excellent at being unconscious." Fenella sat up, maps sliding to the floor. "The wards are stable, better than stable. Your gold spheres dissolved at dawn, but each left a rotating core above the towers. Dovrin says the network can now isolate damage instead of spreading it." Dovrin looked offended. "I said the evidence suggests that. Scholars do not announce certainty before breakfast." Vyler came to the bedside. He had changed into a black, high-collared tunic, but the crack in his shoulder armor had left a dark bruise near his collar. Seraphine frowned. "You were hurt." "A stone object struck me. I have experience with those around you." She reached for him. He sat beside her. Her fingers touched the bruise through the fabric. "You should have told me. You were holding the sky together." "That is not an excuse." It seemed persuasive at the time. Mavrian stood. "Fenella, Dovrin, come with me." Fenella gathered 1 map. "Why?" "Because my daughter is about to either kiss the king or scold him. Both deserve privacy." "Mother." "The door remains open." They left. Valor looked at Seraphine. "Which did you choose?" "Both." She gripped the front of his tunic and pulled him close. Their third kiss was not cautious, but it remained tender and brief. It carried relief, gratitude, and the clear choice of 2 people who had survived danger without mistaking danger for love. When Seraphine released him, Valor rested his forehead against hers. "You pulled a king by his clothing," he said. "You were too far away." A sound legal defense. "Now the scolding. You do not hide injuries from me." "Agreed." "And you do not stand in front when we agreed on beside." The wall exploded. "Walls are not known for respecting agreements. You should compensate." "How?" She looked toward the breakfast tray. "Bring that closer." Valor obeyed. "Courtship has become demanding," he said. "You claimed a hungry witch in public. The risks were obvious." Varric's trial began 2 days later. Valor could have held it behind closed doors. Seraphine insisted on the Great Hall. The same packs that watched her rejection deserved to hear how their wards had been endangered. The quarry workers sent written testimony. The village leaders described lost crops. Caldrissa produced the debt contracts Varric had used to control her family. The young assistant testified under protection. Varric denied nothing. He argued that the council deserved greater power and that temporary suffering would have produced necessary reform. Seraphine stood before him in a dark blue gown, her ironwood staff in one hand and a small gold sphere hovering above the other. "You are strong," Varric told her, "because I forced you to become strong." The hall reacted with disgust. Seraphine did not. "No," she said. "My mother taught me. I trained. My friends helped. The king stood beside me. The workers at Frostbarrow trusted me. Caldrissa chose to speak. Lucivar carried people to safety. You created harm. Do not steal credit for what others built while repairing it." Varric's face finally changed. He had expected hatred. He had not expected to be made irrelevant. The council voted unanimously to strip him of rank and property. Because his plan had knowingly risked thousands of lives and included treason against the crown, the royal judges sentenced him to death under kingdom law. No punishment was carried out in public. His seized estates were divided among the damaged northern villages and the capital shelters. The assistants who had acted under threat received labor sentences repairing the wards they had helped damage. Those who had volunteered for the conspiracy lost titles and wealth. Caldrissa's family lands were restored only after an independent review. She did not return to Lucivar's side. Instead, she accepted a position leading the capital's emergency flame wardens. "I do not expect friendship," she told Seraphine after the trial, "but I would like the chance to become someone you do not regret defending." Seraphine considered her. "Report to Frostbarrow in spring. Isabet needs flame channels cut through the eastern quarry." Caldrissa looked alarmed. "Is that forgiveness?" "It is labor. Forgiveness may develop while you are carrying stone." "I am not very strong." "You will be." For the first time, Caldrissa smiled without calculation. "Fair." Lucivar requested a private meeting a week later. Seraphine agreed to meet him in the old Bell courtyard, where he had once fastened his grandmother's pearl clasp at her throat. Winter sunlight lay across the stones. The fountain she had repaired as a child still stood in the corner. One carved wolf leaned slightly because 11-year-old Seraphine had refused to wait for a mason. Lucivar arrived without royal colors. He looked as handsome as ever. Seraphine noticed because honesty did not require blindness. She simply no longer confused beauty with safety. "The southern children reached the shelter," he said. "All of them." "I heard. You did well." He looked down. "I kept thinking of the blizzard when you carried me to the healers. You complained the entire way." "My boots were wet." "You were unconscious for half of it and still complained." A faint smile appeared, then vanished. "I loved you." Seraphine's chest tightened, but the pain no longer controlled her breathing. "I know. Part of me still does." "I know that too." "Then how can you choose him so quickly?" She looked at the leaning stone wolf. "I did not choose him in one morning. I accepted the chance to know him. Then he kept making choices that allowed love to grow. I could do that now." "Perhaps you can, for someone else." Lucivar closed his eyes. "I was afraid. The council said the southern packs would never accept you. They said your failures would become mine. Caldrissa's magic was visible, easy. I understand why you were afraid." Hope entered his face. Seraphine continued, "Understanding is not returning." The hope disappeared. "Was everything between us worthless?" he asked. "No, that is why it hurt." She stepped closer and placed the crooked stone wolf charm she had made for him as a child into his hand. He had returned it after the ceremony, but she had carried it since. "You were my first love," she said. "I do not need to make you a monster in order to leave you. You were kind many times. You were brave many times. You also abandoned me when choosing me required courage. All of those things are true." His fingers closed around the charm. "I am sorry," he whispered. "I believe you. Will you forgive me?" "One day, perhaps completely. Today, enough to hope you become better, not enough to become yours." Tears shone in his gray eyes. Seraphine's old instinct urged her to hold him until he stopped hurting. She did not obey it. Compassion did not require resuming the role that had emptied her. Lucivar drew a slow breath. "He has loved you a long time." "He told you?" "He did not need to. He looked at you that way even when we were young. I thought he was watching me." Seraphine laughed softly. "You have always been very confident about your face. You encouraged it. That was one of my mistakes." He laughed too, though tears remained. They parted without bitterness, but not without consequence. Lucivar left for the southern territories the next morning. He remained Alpha, but the council stripped away the special succession advantage he had pursued. He would have to earn his people's trust without borrowing Seraphine's strength or Caldrissa's magic. Seraphine watched his carriage leave from the palace wall. Valor joined her but said nothing. "He apologized," she said. "Did it help?" Yes, it also hurt. Both can be true. She looked at him. You have been speaking to my mother. She provides excellent instruction and terrifying tea. Were you worried I would choose him? Yes. The immediate answer surprised her. You admitted jealousy. I admitted fear. They are related, but not identical. What would you have done? Accepted your choice, hated it privately, assigned him every bridge in the kingdom. Seraphine laughed and leaned against his side. His arm came around her shoulders. I did not choose him, she said. I noticed. Do not become smug. The crown remains responsible. Before spring reached the capital, Seraphine returned with Mavrian to the Bramblevane house for the first time since the rejection. The house stood at the edge of the old Coven district, built from dark stone and thick oak beams. Its kitchen ceiling still carried a round dent from Seraphine's first attempt at a levitation spell. The spell had not lifted the apple she was aiming at. It had condensed into a heavy sphere beneath the table and launched the table upward instead. Mavrian had never repaired the dent. It is educational, she always said. Vyler insisted on accompanying them with only 4 guards. He said the weakened wards still required caution. Seraphine suspected he also wanted to inspect the place where she had grown up. He entered the kitchen and looked at the ceiling. Your magic had ambition, he said. The table had poor balance. You blamed the furniture at 8? Mother taught me to examine all possible causes. Mavrian set a kettle over the fire. She also blamed the floor, the apple, and the season. Winter magic behaves differently, Seraphine said. It was summer. Vaylor removed his cloak and hung it from the old iron hook. The hook bent. Seraphine caught the cloak before it fell. The king is too heavy for the house, she said. The cloak contains armor plates. An excuse. A documented fact. Mavrian handed him a hammer. Then document a stronger hook. The Alpha King of 12 Packs spent the next half hour repairing the kitchen wall while Seraphine made tea. 2 of the guards stood outside the window trying not to look entertained. Vaylor drove the final iron brace into place. Your mother gives orders as if she owns the crown. She does not need the crown, Seraphine said. People obey because they value continued breathing. Mavrian poured the tea. Correct. A knock came at the front door. 3 adults waited outside, a broad-shouldered miller named Pedivar, his sister Lyrienne, and a red-haired blacksmith called Hadric. Seraphine recognized them immediately. As children, they had been the most persistent members of the group who mocked Lucivar and later mocked her failed magic. Pedivar had once put Lucivar into a feed barrel. Seraphine had put Pedivar through the side of that barrel. He looked at Vaylor behind her and nearly forgot how to speak. Lady Seraphine, he began. Your Majesty, Great Witch. Mavrian folded her arms. You may choose fewer titles and reach the purpose faster. Lyrienne held out a covered basket. We came to apologize. Seraphine looked at the basket. Is the apology baked? Partly. Promising. Come inside. They sat around the old kitchen table, which had been reinforced so many times that it contained more iron than wood. Pedivar placed both hands around his cup. When the moon crown appeared over the city, he said, my youngest daughter asked whether the witch who made it was the same girl I used to call an empty wand. Seraphine waited. I told her yes. She asked why I had called you, that if your magic was only different. I did not have an answer that made me look decent. That does limit the available answers, Vaylor said. Pedivar swallowed. Seraphine touched Vaylor's knee beneath the table, a silent request to allow the conversation to continue without royal pressure. The king leaned back. Lyrienne spoke next. We did not believe your mother. We thought she was protecting you because she was famous and proud. Every time you explained, we laughed harder. I remember, Seraphine said. Then you stopped explaining and started challenging people in the yard. Also true. Hadrick rubbed one shoulder as if an old memory still ached. You threw me into a hedge. You cut my training rope. I did. The hedge was fair. Petivar looked toward Mavrian. You always stood behind her. We told ourselves you encouraged violence. Mavrian's eyes cooled. I encouraged consequences. Seraphine received them when she began a fight. So did anyone who began one with her. You disliked the second part. Yes, he admitted. The direct answer softened something in the room. Seraphine opened the basket. Inside were moon-shaped cakes, one of them flattened on one side. Why is this one damaged? She asked. Lyrienne looked embarrassed. My daughter tried to make it float. It struck the wall. Seraphine smiled. Does she want help? After the way I treated you? Your daughter did not treat me any way. Lyrienne's eyes filled. She is 10. Her magic makes square flames. The academy teachers keep telling her fire should rise in points, not corners. She has begun hiding her hands. Seraphine set down the cake. The apology mattered. The child mattered more. Bring her to the new school when it opens, she said, and tell her not to flatten the corners before I see them. Lyrienne covered her mouth. Petivar said, You forgive us? I accept that you are ashamed and trying to change. Forgiveness is not a gate that opens once. It is more like rebuilding this table. Many braces, repeated work. Valor examined the table. This object has survived admirably. It learned after the ceiling incident, Seraphine said. Hadrick pushed the basket closer. There are 12 cakes. That is an excellent first brace. They stayed until the tea was gone. Before leaving, Petivar offered to supply timber for the ward school. Hadrick promised iron sphere cradles at cost. Lyrienne wrote her daughter's name on a scrap of paper and gave it to Seraphine as carefully as if she were handing over a treasure. When the door closed, Seraphine remained beside it. Are you well? Valor asked. I thought an apology would make the old years disappear. Mavrienne came to her side. Did Lucivar's apology make your love disappear? No. Then why would theirs erase pain? An apology does not rewrite memory. It changes what may be built after it. Seraphine leaned her head against her mother's shoulder, as she had done after childhood fights. You never doubted me, she said. I doubted your explanations for broken household objects. Not my magic. Never your magic. Valor stood nearby, giving them space without leaving. Seraphine reached one hand toward him. He took it and stepped closer, forming a small circle in the old kitchen. Mother, daughter, and the man who had not replaced the first person who believed in her, but had joined her. That evening, snow trapped them at the Bramblevane house. The royal guards occupied the front room. Valor was given the narrow guest bed upstairs. Seraphine slept in her childhood room across the hall, where old training diagrams covered the walls. After midnight, she woke to a crash. She seized a wooden practice staff and opened the door. Valor stood in the corridor holding one half of the guest bed frame. The other half had collapsed beneath the mattress. They stared at each other. The king is too heavy for the house, Seraphine said. The frame was old. A documented excuse. Mavrienne opened her door, took in the broken bed, and sighed. Now I understand why you two suit each other. I did not break it intentionally, Valor said. Neither did she, most of the time. They moved the mattress to the floor. Seraphine lifted one end while Valor took the other. I can carry it, he said. I know. Then why are you helping? She recognized the echo of his own words at Frostbarrow. Because you are carrying it. His gaze warmed. Mavrienne pointed toward the guest room. Continue that emotional exchange inside. Some of us value sleep. Seraphine laughed and helped settle the mattress. At the doorway, Valor touched her wrist. "Stay one moment, the door remains open." She stayed. Moonlight entered through the small window, silvering the plain room. Without armor, crown, or court, Valor looked younger. Still formidable, but not distant. "This house explains you," he said. "The broken ceiling? The reinforced table, the repaired fountain outside, your mother's refusal to replace evidence of failure when it could become evidence of learning." Seraphine looked toward the hall where Mevrien's door had closed. She made it easy to believe her. No, she made it safe to keep trying. Belief was still your work. That distinction mattered. Seraphine sat on the edge of the mattress. "When people laughed, I knew Mother was right, but sometimes knowing did not stop it from hurting." Valor sat beside her, leaving respectful space. "Confidence is not the absence of pain." "You sound like her again." "She threatens me with tea until I learn." Seraphine smiled. "Were you ever mocked as a child?" "Not often. I was large early." "Of course you were." "I was feared instead. My father praised that. He believed a king should be difficult to love and impossible to challenge." "Do you?" "No. Fear can enforce silence. It cannot create loyalty." She studied his face in the moonlight. "Was that why you stayed away when I chose Lucivar?" "Partly. I did not want my rank to turn interest into pressure. Partly, I believed you loved him well and that he would eventually deserve it." "You were wrong." "Painfully." "For me." "For both of us, though not equally." He did not center himself in her wound. He simply admitted that watching had cost him something. Seraphine shifted closer until their shoulders touched. "I am glad you came home when you did," she said. "So am I. I am also glad I carried Lucivar outside before you intervened. I would never have denied you that pleasure." "Good. It was important to my healing." Valor turned his hand palm up between them. Seraphine laid hers over it. They sat quietly until the house stopped creaking in the wind. When she rose to leave, he brought her knuckles to his lips. "Good night, Seraphine." "Good night, Valor. Try not to break the floor." "The floor appears strong." That is what the bed believed. The next morning, Mevrien made Valor repair the frame before breakfast. The Alpha King worked with hammer and iron braces while Seraphine ate 2 apology cakes and offered unhelpful advice. For once, no one in the house needed her to lift the burden. She chose to help anyway. Spring came slowly to the capital. Seraphine spent the last winter months building a new ward school with Mevrien, Dovrin, and Fenella. The school did not teach other witches to copy sphere magic. No one else possessed the same dense core. It taught them to identify the natural shape of their power before forcing it into traditional forms. Children who had been called slow, strange, or unpromising came from every pack. Seraphine trained them in the mornings and refused to spend every afternoon working. Valor insisted on this with unusual firmness. "You saved the kingdom," he said. "You are allowed to eat cakes in the garden." "Is that a royal order?" "Yes." Tyranny at last. History will understand. She learned to enjoy the life she had once postponed while waiting for Lucivar's promise. She attended winter plays, chose gowns with reinforced pockets for small spheres, and allowed the palace cooks to create a dessert shaped like the moon crown. The first attempt collapsed through the serving tray. The second was made of lighter cake. At Frostbarrow, Caldrisa spent 6 weeks cutting flame channels and developed strong arms, a practical temper, and an unexpected friendship with Isabet. Captain Odrin sent Seraphine a formal report stating that all bridges had been counted twice and remained jealous-proof. Valor reassigned him to no further infrastructure. "Growth," Seraphine praised. "Administrative completion," Valor corrected. Fenella became deputy ward master. She labeled every map net after Dovrin threatened to lock the supply cabinet. Mevrian accepted a seat on the Crown Council only after Seraphine made Valor promise that meetings would contain fewer men at long tables. "How?" he asked. "Shorter tables." He ordered round ones. The kingdom adjusted to the sight of its alpha king being openly courted by a witch who could carry him. That rumor began after a training accident in which a practice tower collapsed. Valor pushed Seraphine clear, injured his ankle, and attempted to walk back to the palace. She watched him limp for 3 steps. Then she lifted him into her arms. The royal guards looked away with heroic discipline. "Put me down," Valor said. "Inside the palace?" He recognized the question. That detail was not specified. Seraphine carried him across the entire courtyard while servants applauded. Valor endured it with dignity until Odron, visiting from Frostbarrow, called, "Very elegant, king." Valor assigned him one final bridge. At the beginning of summer, the 12-pack leaders returned to the Hall of 12 Moons. This time, there was no trial and no rejection ceremony. The moon crown cores glowed above the city towers. The repaired black throne stood on the dais, though Lucivar's ceremonial chair had been moved permanently to the outer landing as a public bench. Citizens often sat in it to eat chair-shaped bread. Seraphine entered beside her mother. She wore a full, high-collared gown of deep blue velvet reinforced with silver thread. Her thick, dark hair flowed past her hips, braided away from her face and decorated with small moonstone pins. No fragile wand hung at her belt. She carried her ironwood staff, and 3 small spheres moved quietly around her shoulders. Valor waited before the throne in black and silver. He had not announced what he intended to ask. He had requested only that she come willing to make a public choice. The symmetry was not lost on anyone. He descended the dais and stopped before her. "Seraphine Bramblevane," he said, "when my brother rejected you in this hall, I claimed the right to court you. I did not claim your future." The court listened in complete silence. "You have protected this kingdom with strength, magic, judgment, and a refusal to permit fools to remain comfortable. You have stood beside me when I was king and when I was merely a heavy man near a collapsing quarry." Seraphine's mouth twitched. Valor continued, "I ask you now, before the same packs that once mocked you, whether you choose to become my mate and queen." He held out his hand. Seraphine looked around the hall. Caldrissa stood with the Flame Wardens, wearing practical crimson and smiling. Fenella held a map she had been forbidden to bring to the ceremony. Dovrin stood beside her, pretending not to notice. Odrin represented Frostbarrow. Mavrian watched her daughter with pride and no surprise. Lucivar was not present. His absence did not create a hole in the room. Seraphine looked at Valor. His face remained a remarkable argument. His body, fully clothed in formal black, remained equally persuasive. But those were no longer the reasons her heart moved toward him. She remembered him stepping to her side instead of in front. She remembered his hand anchoring her magic without directing it. She remembered that he had loved her quietly while respecting her choice to love someone else. She remembered that he could carry power without demanding that everyone around him become smaller. "I choose you," she said. The hall erupted. Valor's composure broke into a real smile. Seraphine pointed one finger at him. "With conditions." The hall quieted again. "Naturally," he said. "The ward school remains independent. My mother may criticize the crown without punishment. Fenella receives a larger map budget. Caldrissa's Flame Wardens answer to emergency law, not noble families. And no man who speaks to me is assigned sewer inspection merely for being handsome." Valor glanced at Odrin. "The last condition is dangerously broad." "Accept it." "Very well. They will be assigned bridges instead." Valor: "I accept all conditions." Mevrian called from behind Seraphine, "Add cake in the garden twice a week." Mother: "Queens require rest." Valor nodded solemnly. The crown agrees. Seraphine looked between them. This alliance is becoming oppressive. Do you withdraw? Valor asked. She stepped closer. No. He fastened the royal moon clasp at her shoulder. Unlike Lucivar's pearl, it did not signify a future someone else controlled. Valor had asked. She had answered. The 3 spheres around Seraphine rose and circled them both. Valor lowered his voice. May I kiss my chosen queen? You may kiss the woman who chose you. The title is secondary. He kissed her gently before the entire kingdom. The court cheered. The wolves howled. One of Seraphine's spheres became distracted and rolled down the dais, collecting 6 ceremonial cushions and Counselor Dovrin's shoe before Fenella trapped it beneath a map net. Label that net, Dovrin shouted. Seraphine began laughing against Valor's shoulder. The ceremony became less dignified from there. It became much happier. Seraphine did not become her mother. She did not become the quiet Luna Lucivar's council had imagined, or the grateful, rejected woman the court expected Valor to rescue. She became the first Moon Core Queen, the creator of the Crown Sphere Wards, a woman strong enough to carry a throne and wise enough to know when not to throw it. Valor remained the most powerful alpha in the kingdom. He protected her fiercely, loved her with restraint and certainty, and continued to deny jealousy while maintaining suspiciously accurate bridge records. Mavrienne continued to defend her daughter, though she no longer needed to stand in front of her. Most often, she stood nearby with tea and legal advice. Lucivar became a better alpha in the south. Regret followed him for years, but he learned not to turn regret into another demand upon Seraphine. He honored what they had been by finally accepting what they would never be again. Caldrissa rebuilt her family lands through work rather than marriage and became one of the kingdom's most trusted emergency wardens. Fenella filled the new school with maps. Odren counted no more bridges unless the bridges genuinely required it. And on quiet afternoons, when Seraphine sat in the palace garden eating cake under royal order, she sometimes looked across the roses at Valor reading council reports. He always noticed. Again? He would ask. The face remains reliable. And the man? She would call a small gold sphere into her palm and send it floating toward him. It would settle above his hand, steady and warm. Also reliable, she would say. Then the Alpha King would leave his reports, come sit beside his queen, and make certain she remembered that a woman did not have to earn love by carrying everyone alone. Sometimes love began with a rescue. Sometimes it began with a choice. And sometimes it began when a heartbroken witch carried the wrong prince outside and finally noticed the right king standing in the doorway. Their private life developed its own pattern. Valor woke before dawn because kings had an unreasonable number of reports. Seraphine woke before dawn because her mother had trained her to believe the day was already judging anyone who remained in bed after sunrise. They met in the small western dining room, where Seraphine ate enough breakfast for 2 soldiers, and Valor pretended not to notice when she stole the best piece of honey bread from his plate. He always placed it there for her. She always pretended to steal it. On quiet evenings, they trained together in the Mooncore chamber. Seraphine's spheres had become more precise. She could build a ring of gold light around Valor without touching his armor, send a silver sphere through a sequence of moving iron gates, and pull a purple sphere back from a curse before it absorbed too much darkness. Valor remained her strongest anchor, though he no longer needed to stand within arm's reach. His presence settled the wolf part of the magic. His voice gave her a direction when the spheres multiplied too quickly. Sometimes, however, he stepped close simply because he liked standing close. Seraphine knew the difference. That one was stable, she told him one night when he placed both hands around her waist from behind. I agree. Then this is not anchoring. No, it is distracting. You have survived worse threats. She leaned back against his armored chest. Not many with shoulders like yours. His mouth touched her temple in a restrained kiss. "Continue training, my queen." "Cruel man. You married me after a full investigation. The investigation was compromised by your face. I submitted all relevant evidence." The first sign that something had changed came during a spring council meeting. Seraphine was listening to Fenella explain a new system of emergency ward maps when the room tilted slightly to the left. It corrected itself before anyone else appeared to notice. She continued listening. Then the scent of roasted onions from the kitchens reached the chamber. Seraphine had always liked roasted onions. She had once crossed a flooded courtyard to rescue a tray of them. That morning, the smell seemed like a personal insult. Her gold sphere, which had been hovering politely near the ceiling, dropped 6 inches. Fenella stopped speaking. "Your Majesty? The onions have betrayed me." Everyone looked toward the doors. Valor rose so quickly his chair struck the wall. Seraphine held up one hand. "I am not dying." His eyes had already changed, silver wolf light sharpening through the dark. "You do not know that. I know that death usually feels more dramatic." Mavrienne, seated beside Fenella, observed her daughter for several quiet seconds. Then she asked, "When did you last eat?" "At breakfast." "How much?" "The normal amount." Valor said, "She left half the honey bread." The chamber became silent. Seraphine looked at him. "You noticed that? You have never left honey bread in the 11 years I have observed you." Fenella slowly lowered her map. Dovrin, who had attended to discuss the palace wards, began gathering his instruments as though expecting an explosion. Mavrienne stood. "We are ending the meeting." "Mother, I became dizzy for one moment." "And abandoned honey bread." That sounds serious when everyone repeats it. Valor was already beside her. He did not sweep her into his arms, because she had once warned him that carrying her without need would result in him being carried in return. Instead, he placed a steady hand under her elbow. "Walk with me," he said. "I can walk alone." "I know. Walk with me anyway." The royal healer arrived in Seraphine's private chamber with 3 assistants, 2 boxes of instruments, and the terrified expression of a man who had just been told that the Alpha King might judge his breathing. Seraphine sat on the edge of the bed. Valor stood close enough to cast a shadow across the healer's hands. Mavrienne stood on the other side, calmer but no less watchful. "Everyone needs to stop looking as though I have been stabbed," Seraphine said. The healer swallowed. "No one believes you have been stabbed, Your Majesty." "The king does." "I believe something has changed," Valor corrected. "Your face believes murder." His face did not change. The examination was simple, respectful, and brief. The healer asked questions. Seraphine answered them. Mavrienne corrected the date of one missed moon cycle because Seraphine had forgotten it during the reconstruction of a western bridge. Then the healer smiled. Valor became more frightening. "Why are you smiling?" he asked. The healer glanced at Seraphine before addressing them both. "Because the queen is healthy, and because, if the signs continue as expected, the royal family will welcome a child before winter." For one rare moment, Valor Nightcrown did not move. Seraphine stared at the healer. The room seemed to narrow around that one sentence. A child. She had considered children in the distant, sensible manner one considered rebuilding a northern road. She and Valor had spoken about them carefully. They both wanted a family, but neither had treated it as a debt owed to the crown. They had agreed that the kingdom already possessed heirs through several royal branches, and that Seraphine's body would never become a public schedule. Yet now the future had changed quietly inside her, while she argued over timber and stole honey bread. Her hand moved to her abdomen, though there was nothing to feel yet. Valor lowered himself before her. The Alpha King, who had refused to kneel before 3 invading warlords, went to one knee on the carpet and covered her hand with his. "Are you afraid?" he asked. His voice was low enough that the others could pretend not to hear. Seraphine considered lying. She had never been good at it. "A little." "So am I." She looked at him in surprise. He held her gaze. "I know how to protect a kingdom. I know how to hold a fortress through winter. I do not yet know how to protect someone I cannot see." Mevrian's expression softened. Seraphine curled her fingers around his. "You could begin by not frightening the healer into an early grave." The healer nodded before realizing no one had asked him. Valor glanced over his shoulder. "Was I frightening you?" "No, Your Majesty." "He is lying," Seraphine said. "Poorly," Mavrian added. Valor looked back at Seraphine. The severe line of his mouth finally broke. He pressed his forehead against her knuckles. "A child," he said. Seraphine's eyes burned unexpectedly. "Apparently. Ours. Unless the onions arranged this." He laughed once, a quiet, rough sound that made the healer stare at the floor in astonishment. The news remained private for 6 weeks. This was partly for Seraphine's comfort and partly because Valor developed an immediate, unreasonable interest in removing every sharp corner from the palace. The first carpenter received an order to round the edges of the western staircase. The second was asked whether the council chamber windows were capable of surviving a child who could inherit Seraphine's strength. The third was told to inspect every cradle in the royal storage rooms, even though no cradle had been used there for 20 years. By the time Seraphine discovered the work, 12 tables had been altered, 3 balconies had new railings, and an ancient statue of the first Alpha Queen had been moved because Valor disliked the angle of its stone spear. She found him in the nursery wing speaking to Dovrin about protective runes. The nursery wing had been closed since Valor and Lucivar were children. Dust covers hung from furniture, and faded silver moons decorated the walls. Valor stood in the center with a building plan in his hands. Seraphine leaned against the doorway. Her body had not changed much yet, but exhaustion arrived without permission and vanished just as suddenly. "What are you doing?" Valor did not appear guilty. "Planning." Dovrin appeared guilty enough for both of them. Seraphine entered and took the plan. It showed 7 layers of defensive wards, 2 emergency exits, a fireproof inner chamber, and a reinforced floor capable of supporting a siege engine. Are we raising a child or storing royal artillery? The possibilities may overlap. Valor, your childhood strength is documented. My mother kept records because the academy kept sending repair bills. At 3 years old, you pulled a gate from its hinge. It was a small gate. Dovrin coughed into his hand. Seraphine turned to him. Was it a small gate? The surviving hinge suggests otherwise. Valor folded his arms. Seraphine looked around the dusty chamber. Beneath the absurd plans, she saw something else. Valor had grown up in these rooms after losing his own mother young. He had never spoken much about the empty nursery, or the way responsibility had settled on him before his shoulders were broad enough to carry it. He was not only preparing for danger, he was trying to build the safety he had once needed. Her irritation softened. She gave the plan back to him. Keep the fireproof chamber. Remove the arrow slits. They are observation openings. They point toward the corridor. A corridor can become hostile. Remove them. Very well. And no guards inside the nursery unless there is an actual threat. Our child will not grow up surrounded by soldiers. Valor's jaw tightened, then eased. Agreed. One more thing. Name it. The cradle will be built by my mother. Dovrin blinked. The Great Witch builds furniture? Mevrian's voice came from behind them. Better than your last apprentice. Dovrin nearly dropped his instruments. Mevrian entered carrying a measuring cord. I built Seraphine's first bed. It survived her. That is the only qualification that matters. Valor handed her the plan without argument. Seraphine watched the two most formidable people in her life bend over the drawing and immediately begin disagreeing about war geometry. She sat on a covered chest, rested both hands over the secret new life inside her, and laughed until she had to wipe her eyes. As the months passed, Seraphine discovered that pregnancy did not make her fragile, but it did make her body unpredictable. Her strength remained. Some days it increased so sharply that she broke door handles without meaning to. Other days she became tired halfway up a staircase and had to accept Valor's arm without turning it into an argument. Her magic changed most dramatically. The spheres no longer responded only to danger or intention. They responded to the child. A small gold light appeared whenever the baby moved strongly. Silver spheres gathered around Seraphine when she slept, hovering like silent moons above the bed. Once, during a tedious tax hearing, a purple sphere rolled under Counselor Bravain's chair and lifted it 3 inches every time he exaggerated a number. Seraphine claimed she had not done it. Mavrian examined the sphere and agreed. Valor looked toward Seraphine's abdomen with solemn approval. The child has sound judgment. Bravain requested that future hearings take place without magic. The request was denied. The child also reacted to Valor. Whenever he spoke in his command voice, a gold sphere appeared near his shoulder. The first time it happened, he was ordering border guards to stand down after a dispute. The sphere rose from Seraphine's palm, crossed the room, and struck his armor with a soft bell-like sound. Every guard froze. Valor looked down at it. The sphere bumped him again. Seraphine covered her mouth. "Is the child attacking me?" he asked. "Correcting your tone, perhaps." The sphere bumped his chest a 3rd time. Valor lowered his voice. The border guards will return to their posts calmly. The sphere floated back to Seraphine. Vanella wrote the event into the royal ward records under the title First Successful Prenatal Negotiation. Valor ordered her to change it. She added royal objection, noted beneath the title. By late autumn, Seraphine could no longer train with her heavy staff for long periods. She hated the restriction for 3 days, then redesigned the sessions herself. She practiced seated sphere control, built defensive patterns around moving targets, and trained younger witches to direct magic through weighted centers. She also began teaching palace guards how to move around a pregnant woman who could still throw them farther than they expected. Captain Odran visited from Frostbarrow and volunteered for a demonstration. Valor watched from the edge of the training yard with his arms folded. Odran adjusted his padded armor. "Your Majesty, I assure you this is educational. I am certain you will learn something." Seraphine placed one hand on Odran's shoulder and one at his belt, lifted him cleanly, and set him on a high practice platform. The guards applauded. Odran bowed from the platform. "Excellent control." Valor said, "Remain there. The bridges are safer at that height." Seraphine laughed so hard that the baby moved, producing 3 gold spheres that circled her head. Valor crossed the yard immediately. "Are you well?" Your jealousy amused the child. "I was not jealous." From the platform, Odran called, "The child appears unconvinced." A gold sphere rose and tapped Valor's shoulder. The entire yard became silent. Seraphine smiled sweetly. The evidence is becoming difficult to suppress. The birth began on the first night of winter, while snow covered the palace roofs and the moon wards shone clean above the capital. There was no battle, no curse, and no assassin. Seraphine had privately expected some catastrophe because important moments in her life rarely occurred without damaged furniture. Instead, there was only pain, time, fear, and the steady presence of people who loved her. Mavrian remained at her left side. The royal healer and 2 experienced midwives guided her with calm instructions. Valor stayed at her right, one hand locked around hers and the other braced against the bed frame whenever her strength tightened. The first bed frame cracked. No one commented. The second had been built by Mevrian. It held. Hours passed. Seraphine endured them with less dignity than she had hoped and more courage than she recognized. She shouted at Valor twice, apologized once, then withdrew the apology because he had deserved the second shout. At one point, he tried to tell her to breathe. She looked at him with such concentrated fury that every candle in the chamber bent away. Mavrian said, "Your Majesty, I recommend silence." Valor obeyed. When fear finally overtook Seraphine, it arrived quietly. She had trained for years to control strength that did not behave like anyone else's. Now her body was performing something ancient and powerful without waiting for her permission. She could not lift the pain away. She could not strike it, argue with it, or compress it into a sphere. "Mother," she whispered. Mavrian leaned close. "What if I cannot do this correctly?" Her mother's hand cupped her face. "There is no performance to pass. You are not being judged. You are bringing your child forward, and you are not alone." Valor bowed his head over Seraphine's hand. "You never have to prove strength to me." The words settled where command could not. Seraphine breathed. She listened to the midwives. She accepted help without treating it as failure. When the next wave came, she did not fight her own body. She moved with it. Near dawn, the room filled with a newborn cry. Every silver ward in the palace flashed gold. A tiny sphere of warm light appeared above the bed. Seraphine collapsed back against the pillows, laughing and crying at once. The midwife placed a wrapped child against her chest. Their daughter had a full crown of dark hair, a furious little face, and one fist clenched beneath her chin as though prepared to file a complaint against the world. Valor stared at her. The Alpha King had faced armies without blinking. Now his eyes shone openly. "She is small," he said. Seraphine laughed weakly. "That is generally how they begin. She has your hair. She has your disapproving expression." The baby opened her eyes. They were dark at first, but a line of silver light passed through them. Valor touched one careful finger to her hand. She gripped it. His entire body went still. "Strong," he whispered. "Do not start measuring her grip before breakfast." I said one word. It was a very ambitious word. Mevrian stood behind him, tears on her face and pride in every line of her posture. Seraphine looked up at her mother. "You were right." "About which thing?" "I was not broken. My magic was only waiting for its own shape." Mevrian bent and kissed her forehead. "I knew that before you could lift a gate." The child released Valor's finger. The gold sphere above the bed drifted toward him and settled against the center of his chest. Valor looked at Seraphine. "She has chosen me. She may only like your armor. Your first attraction to me was also poorly disciplined." "True, the family has a pattern." They named their daughter Myravra Mavienne Nightcrown. Myravra was an old northern name meaning moon that returns after the storm. Her middle name honored Mevrian without copying it exactly, a decision the grandmother pretended not to find moving. The announcement bells rang at noon. The city celebrated for 3 days. Seraphine slept through most of it. Myravra grew quickly and loudly. At 6 months, she could sit without support and glare at anyone who attempted to take away a spoon. At 9 months, she crawled toward Valor's crown during a private council and bit one of the silver points. At 11 months, she produced 3 magic spheres while sneezing. One turned gold. One turned silver. The third became extremely heavy and dropped through a small side table. Dovrin examined the whole. "Dense core," he said. Seraphine folded her arms. Do not sound pleased. I have spent years studying a unique magical system. Now there are two. The second one eats paper. Myrovra, seated on Valor's knee, tore a corner from his border report. Valor removed it gently. She has identified weak policy. Dovrin began designing a child-safe sphere chamber. Mevrian rejected the first design because it resembled a prison. Seraphine rejected the second because it contained no reinforced climbing rails. Valor rejected the third because its door opened toward an unguarded corridor. Vanilla solved the dispute by drawing a circular playroom with padded walls, low windows, removable training weights, and map murals that changed color when touched. Myrovra entered the finished room at 14 months, immediately ignored every magical feature, and spent an hour trying to move a wooden bench. When she succeeded, Seraphine cheered. Valor moved the bench back. Myrovra moved it again. She has your persistence, he said. She has your refusal to accept furniture where someone else placed it. Lucivar met Myrovra when she was nearly 2. He arrived from the south for the annual Winter Council. By then he had governed his territory well for several years, repaired his relationship with Caldrissa into a respectful political friendship, and stopped finding reasons to appear near Seraphine. He requested permission before entering the family wing. Valor read the request twice. Seraphine watched him over the rim of her tea. He is her uncle. He is also a man who once made her mother cry in public. You once made me cry in private. When? When you ordered the kitchens to limit my coffee during pregnancy. The healer ordered it. You enforced it with unnecessary efficiency. Valor set the request down. Do you want him here? Seraphine considered the question. She no longer felt the old pain when she heard Lucivar's name. The memory remained, but it had become part of her history rather than an open door. Yes, she said, for one visit, with us present. Lucivar entered carrying no elaborate royal gift. He brought a carved wooden puzzle made by southern craftsmen, its pieces shaped like moons and small towers. Myrovra stood beside Seraphine in a thick blue wool dress, both hands gripping a training ball nearly as large as her head. Lucivar stopped. For a moment, Seraphine saw the boy she had once protected. Then he bowed to the child. Princess Myrovra, I am your uncle Lucivar. Myrovra looked at his face. She looked at Seraphine. Pretty, she announced. Seraphine choked on her tea. Valor's expression became colder than the window glass. Lucivar closed his eyes briefly. This feels deserved. Myrovra walked toward him, studied his gold-brown hair, and handed him the training ball. He accepted it. The ball dropped his arms to the floor. Myrovra laughed. Seraphine covered her face. Valor's mouth moved almost imperceptibly. Lucivar struggled upright with the ball. She is very strong. Yes, Valor said. Unlike some princes at her age, she does not require rescue from training equipment. Seraphine nudged her husband with one elbow. Lucivar managed to place the ball on the floor. He looked at Myrovra rather than Seraphine when he spoke. Your mother protected me when we were children, he said. I did not honor that courage when I grew older. You should know that she deserved better than I gave her. Myrovra understood only parts of the sentence. She picked up one puzzle moon and put it in her mouth. Seraphine removed it. No eating diplomacy. Lucivar smiled despite himself. The visit lasted half an hour. He did not ask to hold Myrovra. When she climbed onto his knee to reach the puzzle, he became very still and allowed her to choose the contact. After he left, Valor stood at the window in silence. Seraphine came behind him and wrapped both arms around his waist. You behaved well. I spoke only one unnecessary sentence. 2. The second was necessary to me. She rested her cheek between his shoulder blades. She liked his face. A serious hereditary weakness. She likes yours more. He turned within her arms. How can you know? When she sees Lucivar, she says pretty. When she sees you, she runs. As though summoned, Myra shouted from the next room, "Father!" Valer's entire expression changed. He crossed the chamber before the second call. Seraphine followed more slowly, smiling. Myra's second year was marked by 3 major achievements. She learned to speak in complete sentences. She learned to climb the library shelves. She learned that the phrase royal order did not work on her grandmother. Mevrienne visited the nursery twice each week and refused all ceremonial titles from the child. Grandmother, she corrected whenever a servant said Great Witch. Myra shortened it to Grand Maeve, which no one else was permitted to use. Mavrienne taught her to greet magic rather than command it. They sat on the playroom floor with smooth stones arranged in circles. Myra touched each one and described whether it felt warm, cold, sleepy, loud, or stubborn. Seraphine watched from the doorway. She remembered sitting with her own mother in a much smaller cottage, listening while Mevrienne explained that magic did not become false merely because others failed to recognize it. Now Marevra had a court that celebrated every gold spark. Seraphine worried that belief without discipline might become another kind of burden. Everyone expects her to be extraordinary, she told Mevrienne one afternoon. What if she wants to be ordinary? Mevrienne continued arranging stones. Then we defend her right to be ordinary. And if she has no interest in becoming a witch? Then Dovrin will survive the disappointment. From across the room, Dovrin said, I heard that. Good. Prepare emotionally. Seraphine sat beside her daughter. What do you want to be when you grow up? Myra thought deeply. Tall. A practical ambition. And carry father. Valer, entering behind them, stopped. Seraphine smiled. Your training begins tomorrow. No, Valer said. Myra pointed at him. Royal order. Mevrienne shook her head. It still does not work here. When Myra was 3, Seraphine discovered she was carrying another child. This time, the first sign was not nausea or abandoned honey bread. It was silence. Myra had climbed into Seraphine's lap during breakfast and pressed one ear against her abdomen. There is a moon inside, she said. Seraphine nearly dropped her cup. Valer set down his report. Mevrienne, who had joined them that morning, looked from Myra to her daughter. How long have you suspected? She asked. I have not suspected anything. Myra patted Seraphine's stomach. A tiny gold sphere appeared beneath her palm. Valer stood. Seraphine pointed at him. Do not summon every healer in the capital. Only the royal healer. And do not rebuild the nursery wing. The west room requires reinforcement. It survived Myra. Barely. Myra climbed down and looked at her father. Baby moon? Valer knelt before her. Perhaps. We must ask the healer. Can I carry it? Seraphine placed both hands over her abdomen. Not yet. Myra frowned at the delay. The healer confirmed the pregnancy by noon. The second child developed under different circumstances. Seraphine was less frightened by the unknown, but more aware of everything that could change. Myra was old enough to notice when her mother became tired, old enough to ask whether the baby would take her room, her toys, or her place at breakfast. Seraphine refused to dismiss those fears as childish. She and Valer answered every question. The baby would have a separate room, but might sleep near them at first. Myra would not be required to share her most important toys. She would remain their daughter even when another child needed attention. Love was not grain in a winter storehouse. Giving some to the baby would not leave less for her. Myervra listened with grave concentration. Can the baby have Counselor Brevaine's chair? Seraphine looked at Valor. She understands redistribution. The pregnancy also forced Seraphine to confront a new fear. During Myervra's birth, she had been surrounded by certainty and care. Now she knew exactly how difficult the process could be. Knowledge did not always reduce fear. Sometimes it gave fear a map. One winter evening, she stood alone in the moon-core chamber, watching 5 gold spheres orbit slowly. Valor found her there. He did not ask why she had left bed. He stepped into the circle and waited until she looked at him. I am afraid again, she admitted. I know. That answer is irritating. You have moved the same sphere around the same column for an hour. It is a complicated column. He came closer. What shape does the fear have? Seraphine looked down at her hands. Last time I feared I would fail. This time I know I can endure it, and I still do not want to suffer again. That feels cowardly. Valor's face hardened, not at her, but at the word. Wanting less pain is not cowardice. My mother endured it. Your mother also complains when tea is cold. Endurance does not require gratitude for discomfort. A laugh escaped Seraphine. He placed one hand over hers. You may hate every moment and still be brave. You may ask for every form of help available. You may change your mind about plans. You may shout at me again. I was planning that last part. I assumed. She leaned her forehead against his chest. His body was warm beneath the high-collared tunic, solid and familiar. What if this child does not have magic? She asked. Then the child does not have magic. What if the child is not strong? Then the child is not strong. What if the court compares them to Myervra? Then the court learns silence. Seraphine looked up. By law? Preferably. And if law fails? I married a woman with several alternatives. The second baby arrived in early summer after a shorter labor and a much louder argument about whether Valor was allowed to order the sun to rise more slowly. He had not actually attempted to command the sun. Seraphine maintained that his expression suggested preparation. Their son was born healthy, quiet, and completely uninterested in producing magic spheres. He opened gray eyes, looked at the bright ward lights, and went back to sleep. They named him Thesivar Oren Nightcrown. Thesivar was a Western name meaning patient heart. Oren honored Odran, who pretended the choice was merely political, and then cried behind a stable wall where Fenella found him. Myervra met her brother in the family chamber. She approached the cradle with both hands behind her back because Seraphine had warned her not to lift him without permission. Thesivar slept beneath a blue blanket. Myervra stared for a long time. He is very small. You were also small, Valor said. No. There are witnesses. She looked at the baby's face. He is not pretty like father. Seraphine made a strangled sound. Valor remained solemn. He has time. Thesivar opened his eyes. Myervra extended one finger. He closed his hand around it. A silver sphere appeared above the cradle, but it came from Myervra, not the baby. The sphere spread into a thin, protective shell. Myervra looked frightened. I did not mean to. Seraphine knelt beside her. You felt protective. Your magic listened. Did I trap him? No. You made a shield. We can release it together. They placed their hands side by side. Seraphine guided her daughter through a slow breath. The silver shell dissolved into harmless sparks. Myervra looked at her brother again. He can have Brevaine's chair, she decided. The court expected the 2 royal children to become identical wonders. They did not. Myervra inherited Seraphine's strength early. At 4, she could drag a training shield across the courtyard. At 5, she lifted one end of a banquet bench while 3 servants were still seated on it. At 6, she created stable gold and silver spheres, but struggled to make them stop following her emotions. Thisavar developed no visible magic during his first years. He was smaller than Myrovra had been, cautious in movement, and fascinated by locks, hinges, written symbols, and the quiet spaces behind walls. He listened before speaking. When he finally began talking in full sentences, he used them to ask why doors opened inward, why ward lines curved around windows, and why Councillor Brevaine's chair had scratches beneath one arm. "Because your sister tried to move it," Valor said. Myrovra corrected him. "I did move it." Thisavar studied the chair. "Not far." Myrovra narrowed her eyes. Seraphine stepped between them before history repeated itself at breakfast. "No fighting over furniture." "He insulted my distance," Myrovra said. "He made an observation." "It was a rude observation." Thisavar ate a piece of apple. "It was accurate." Valor covered his mouth with one hand. Seraphine turned on him. "Do not encourage this." "I said nothing." "Your face is encouraging him." The children adored each other in the complicated manner of siblings who knew exactly where the other was vulnerable. Myrovra protected Thisavar from older children who mocked his lack of wolf strength. Thisavar protected Myrovra from consequences by noticing guards before she climbed forbidden towers. Myrovra taught him how to fall safely. Thisavar taught her how to open the pantry without breaking the lock. Seraphine punished both lessons. Valor secretly improved the pantry lock. At 7, Myrovra entered the Royal Moon Academy. Seraphine had considered educating both children privately, but she and Valor agreed that isolation would not teach them how to live among people who did not bow. The academy accepted noble and common students based on skill. Royal guards remained outside the classrooms rather than inside them. On the first day, Myrovra wore a high-collared dark blue school dress, sturdy boots, and an expression of royal confidence. Thisavar 5 held her hand until the last gate. "What if they are rude?" he asked. "I will tell the teacher." Seraphine raised one eyebrow. Myrovra sighed. "First, I will tell the teacher first." "And if the teacher does nothing?" Thisavar asked. Myrovra looked at her mother. Seraphine crouched before both children. "Then you come home and tell us. You do not have to endure cruelty to prove you are strong, but you also do not strike someone because they say one foolish thing. Give people one chance to correct themselves." "How many chances did you give people?" Myrovra asked. Mevrian, standing nearby, said, "Usually 1, sometimes half." "Mother, accuracy matters." Myrovra's first week passed peacefully. During the second, an older student named Helvran mocked Thisavar at the gate. He was the son of a minor alpha and had inherited the unfortunate belief that loudness resembled authority. "A prince without a wolf," he said. "Maybe the queen used all her magic on the first one." Thisavar looked at the ground. Myrovra stepped between them. She was smaller than Helvran, but much stronger. "Say it again," she said. Helvran did. Myrovra looked toward the supervising teacher. The teacher had heard. He hesitated because Helvran's father sat on a regional council. Myrovra understood hesitation. She had seen adults use it before they chose the safer person to disappoint. Her fists closed. A gold sphere formed over her shoulder. Seraphine, who had arrived early to collect them, saw the moment from across the courtyard. She did not shout. She walked forward and stopped beside her daughter. Myrovra's whole body trembled with held force. "He insulted Thisavar," she said. "I heard." The teacher did nothing. "I saw." "May I hit him now?" Every child in the courtyard became silent. Seraphine looked at Helvran, then she looked at the teacher. No, she told Myra, not because he deserves your protection, because you deserve choices larger than the ones I had at your age. She turned to the teacher. You will explain why you ignored cruelty in your courtyard. The teacher went pale. Helvrin tried to laugh. My father will not allow you to punish me. Seraphine smiled politely. Your father does not govern this school. He governs 3 valleys. Then he has enough work without defending your manners. Helvran's face reddened. The prince has no wolf. Everyone knows it. Thisavar raised his head. Before Seraphine could answer, Myravra's gold sphere shot forward. It did not strike Helvran. It struck the heavy practice bell behind him. The bell rose from its frame, crossed the courtyard, and settled over Helvran like a large bronze cup. His feet remained visible beneath it. He was unharmed, but trapped. Myravra looked horrified. Seraphine stared at the bell. From inside came Helvran's muffled voice. Get me out! Mevrian arrived at the gate in time to see Seraphine place both hands over her face. She did not hit him, Mevrian observed. Do not sound proud. I am evaluating progress. The incident resulted in consequences for everyone. The teacher was suspended and later retrained. Helvran apologized publicly to Thisavar and spent a month assisting the academy caretaker with bell maintenance. Myravra repaired the damaged frame and wrote a full account of how her anger had moved the sphere before she chose its direction. Seraphine did not shame her daughter. That evening, they sat together in the Mooncore chamber. I wanted to hurt him, Myravra admitted. Wanting is not doing, but power moves quickly when anger gives it permission. You fought people. Yes, sometimes I was right to defend myself. Sometimes I was only hurt and wanted someone else to hurt too. Your grandmother supported me, but she also made me repair every broken gate. Myravra looked at her hands. Were you disappointed in me? Seraphine's heart tightened. She drew her daughter close. Never for being angry. Never for loving your brother. I will be disappointed only if you stop caring what your strength does to people. Myravra leaned against her. Thisavar, who had been listening from the doorway, entered carrying the crooked stone wolf charm. He placed it in his sister's lap. You can have it tonight, he said. Why? It is for courage when things are imperfect. Myravra hugged him hard enough to lift his feet. Too strong, he said into her shoulder. She loosened her arms immediately. Seraphine watched them and understood that motherhood was not giving children a world without pain. It was giving them language, protection, and another chance after mistakes. Thisavar's magic appeared when he was 7. It did not arrive as a sphere, a wolf transformation, or a flash of royal power. It appeared as a line. Dovrin had brought an old ward box to the family library for repair. The box contained a cracked locking pattern that no adult had yet solved. Thisavar sat beside it for an hour, tracing the carved symbols without touching them. Then a thin silver line emerged from his fingertip. It moved through the pattern, paused at each damaged point, and connected the broken sections. The lock opened. Dovrin stopped breathing for several seconds. Thisavar looked up. Was it supposed to do that? Dovrin knelt beside him. No one has produced living thread magic in 4 generations. Myravra rushed into the room. Can it lift things? That is not the first question, Seraphine said. It is my first question. Thisavar extended the silver thread toward a wooden block. It wrapped around the block and lifted it 1 inch. Myravra applauded. Valor entered from the council chamber and studied the line. Pride warmed his severe face, but he did not proclaim destiny or summon officials. He crouched beside his son. How does it feel? Thisavar thought, like finding the door inside a wall. Do you want to continue? After lunch. A sound decision. Dovrin looked personally wounded. Your Highness, this is an extinct branch of wardcraft. Thisivar took Seraphine's hand. I am hungry. Seraphine led him away. Behind them, Mavrian told Dovrin, prepare emotionally. The children's differences became the strength of their bond. Myrevra could generate power faster than she could understand structure. Thisivar understood structure before he possessed enough force to affect it. Together, they learned to create woven sphere wards. Myrevra formed the glowing core, and Thisivar wrapped it in silver lines that controlled its direction. Their first attempt lifted every cushion in the library and arranged them against the ceiling. Their second locked Vaylor's left boot to the floor during a diplomatic reception. Their third worked perfectly until Odrin praised them, at which point Myrevra became excited and the sphere carried his hat into a chandelier. Odran looked up. I see the royal family remains committed to height. Vaylor said, you are fortunate it was only the hat. By the time Myrevra was 9 and Thisivar 7, the kingdom had enjoyed several peaceful years. Roads remained open, moon wards held, and the council had learned to ask the queen before purchasing furniture. Peace created new difficulties. People began turning the royal children into symbols. Northern Pax praised Myrevra as the next warrior queen. Southern scholars claimed Thisivar would become the greatest ward master alive. Merchants sold painted toys of both children without permission. One toy Myrevra carried a miniature throne. Another showed Thisivar trapped behind a book twice his size. Seraphine bought every version she could find, placed them on the council table, and asked the officials whether they enjoyed being simplified for profit. Bravain examined the toy of himself, which someone had added to the set as a removable chair. The likeness is unkind, he said. The chair is accurate, Vaylor replied. Seraphine and Vaylor decided the children needed time outside the capital. They traveled to Frostbarrow for a summer, staying in the rebuilt northern fortress where Seraphine had first controlled a great corruption sphere. Odrin commanded the district. Caldrissa served as chief flame warden and had become broad-shouldered, practical, and incapable of tolerating ceremonial shoes. Myrevra adored her immediately. You make firebirds, she said. When necessary. Are they pretty? Caldrissa looked toward Seraphine. This family remains consistent. Thisivar preferred the quarry ward rooms. He followed Dovrin through the tunnels, asking questions until the older man began carrying extra paper solely for answers. The summer was meant to be restful. It remained restful for 11 days. On the 12th, an old nursery ward beneath the fortress awakened. The ward had been built during a century when alpha families hid children underground during border wars. It was designed to respond to royal blood, close every exit, and protect young heirs until an adult alpha gave the release command. No one knew it still functioned. Myrevra and Thisivar found the entrance while exploring with Fenella's supervised map group. The moment both crossed the threshold, silver doors sealed behind them. No one was injured. The chamber was supplied with air, water, benches, and ancient painted walls. But the locking ward rejected every modern command. Seraphine reached the sealed door within minutes. Her first instinct was physical. She braced both hands against the silver panels and pushed. The fortress shook. The doors did not move. Mother, Myrevra called from the other side. Her voice was steady but too high. We are all right. Thisivar added, the ward is frightened. Seraphine stopped pushing. Vaylor arrived beside her in full armor, having crossed the upper yard at a run. His wolf light pressed against the door. The ancient ward flashed red and tightened. Dovrin bent over the symbols. It interprets royal force as an attack. Vaylor withdrew immediately. Seraphine's heart hammered. Her children were separated from her by one slab of metal, and every gift she possessed made the barrier stronger. Tell me how to break it, she said. Dovrin shook his head. Breaking the outer pattern may collapse the chamber ceiling. Caldrissa placed both palms against the stone wall, testing heat. Fire is impossible. Odran cleared the corridor of unnecessary guards. Mavrienne, who had traveled with them, stood beside Seraphine. Listen before you act. Seraphine almost shouted that listening would not open the door. Then she remembered saying the same thing to Myervra after the academy bell. Power moved quickly when fear gave it permission. She closed her eyes. Behind the door, Thesivar spoke softly. The lines are tangled around a picture of two wolves, one big, one small. Dovrin pressed his ear near a narrow seam. Can you see where they begin? The small wolf's heart. Myervra said, there is a round place above it. Seraphine understood. The old ward had not been built to obey a king. It had been built to respond to a child and the protector connected to that child. Myervra, she called, can you make one gold sphere? Very small. I think so. Do not force it. Think of the first light you made over Thesivar's cradle. Silence followed. Then gold shone through the seam. I have it, Myervra said. Thesivar, wrap your thread around the sphere, not the door. Why? Because the ward expects one child to call and one protector to answer. You will make the call together. A silver line appeared beneath the door. It curled once, then vanished back inside. The red symbols on the outer frame dimmed. Seraphine created a gold sphere in her own hands. It was no larger than the one she had brought to Lucivar's rejection ceremony years ago. That first sphere had represented proof she hoped another person would accept. This one carried no need to prove anything. It carried recognition. She placed it against the large wolf's heart carved outside the door. Inside, Myervra placed her sphere against the small wolf. Thesivar connected both patterns with his thread. The ward opened. The doors parted without sound. Myervra stood in front of the younger map students, her gold sphere raised as a shield. Thesivar knelt beside the wall, silver thread still glowing between his fingers. Seraphine entered but stopped herself from grabbing them too quickly. May I? She asked. Both children ran into her arms. Valor joined them a moment later, wrapping his body around all three. His breath shook once against Seraphine's hair. Myervra whispered, I was scared. So was I, Seraphine said. Thesivar looked at the open door. You did not break it. No. You listened. Seraphine kissed his forehead. I am still learning. The old nursery ward became a new school after Dovrin and Thesivar documented its design. Myervra insisted the first lesson taught there should be how not to trap children. Caldrissa added emergency flame channels. Odran counted every exit twice and sent Valor a written guarantee that none led to bridges. The incident changed Seraphine more than the public understood. She had once measured protection by what she could lift, strike, block, or carry. Motherhood taught her that sometimes protection meant leaving space for children to use what she had taught them. That lesson was painful. It was also necessary. As Myervra approached adolescence, her strength increased faster than her patience. She trained with Seraphine, Odrin, and the Palace Guard, but she hated being watched by people waiting to decide whether she was impressive enough. One afternoon, she failed to stabilize a 7-sphere formation before a group of visiting alphas. 2 spheres collided, scattering harmless gold sparks across the yard. A young noble laughed. Myervra went silent. Seraphine recognized that silence. After the visitors left, she found her daughter alone beside the old fountain where she had once thrown Lucivar's bullies. Myervra sat on the stone rim, shoulders rigid. I know what you will say, she muttered. That saves time. What will I say? That failure is part of training. That magic grows in its own shape. That I should not care what foolish people think. Seraphine sat beside her. Those are all true. None of them make humiliation pleasant. Myrovra looked at her. I wanted to put him in the fountain. I noticed. You would have. At your age, yes. Then why should I be better than you? Seraphine considered the question carefully. You do not owe the world perfection because I made mistakes, but I hope you will have more choices than I did. I fought because sometimes no adult stood between me and cruelty except my mother. You have me, your father, your grandmother, teachers, laws, and your own voice. Use all of them. Keep your fists as one tool, not the only one. Myrovra looked down at the water. What if people think I am weak for not fighting? People thought I was weak while I carried a prince and his throne. Their thoughts were not reliable. A reluctant smile appeared. Seraphine nudged her shoulder. Also, if you put every fool in this fountain, the gardeners will demand higher wages. Would father pay them? He would make the fools pay. That is fair. Myrovra leaned against her. Across the courtyard, Valor watched without approaching. He had learned that some rescues required him to remain near enough to help and far enough not to interrupt. Thisavar grew into a quiet boy with a dangerous understanding of buildings. At 10, he discovered 3 hidden passages in the palace and reported 2 of them. Seraphine learned about the 3rd when she found both children entering the kitchen through a wall cupboard after midnight. Myrovra held a pie. Thisavar held a detailed map. Explain, Seraphine said. Thisavar looked at the map. The western passage requires ventilation. Explain the pie. Myrovra held it closer. Evidence. Valor arrived behind Seraphine, took in the scene, and asked, What kind? Apple. Then the investigation will be thorough. Seraphine turned slowly. You are not helping. He took the pie from Myrovra. I am securing evidence. They ate it in the family sitting room while the children described the passage. The next morning, Thisavar helped Dovrin seal 2 unsafe sections and convert the rest into an emergency route. Seraphine made both children apologize to the cook. The cook forgave them after receiving a new pantry lock designed by Thisavar and a promise from Myrovra not to test it with physical force. The promise lasted 4 months. The family returned to the Hall of 12 Moons on the 15th anniversary of the day Lucivar rejected Seraphine. The court called it Mooncore Day now, though Seraphine still thought carrying the wrong chair day would have been more accurate. The ceremony honored new village wardens, teachers, miners, healers, and craftspeople. Seraphine had insisted that the celebration belonged to the kingdom rather than to her marriage. Myrovra stood at her left, tall for her age, dressed in a complete, high-collared dark blue gown with silver training cuffs. 7 small spheres moved around her in a calm ring. Thisavar stood at Valor's right in a formal black tunic. Fine silver threads connected the hall's oldest cracked moon carvings, repairing them without hiding their age. Mavrian watched from the front row. Lucivar attended as Southern Alpha. Time had silvered one strand of his gold-brown hair, but his face remained beautiful enough that Myrovra leaned toward Seraphine and whispered, Still pretty. Valor heard. Hereditary weakness, he murmured. Seraphine squeezed his hand. You remain the preferred evidence. Caldrissa stood with Fenella and Odron near the wardens. Dovrin complained quietly that the ceremony lighting interfered with his measurements. Brevane sat in a reinforced chair he had purchased with his own money and registered through the correct office. The final honoree was a young witch from a western village. She had failed every traditional flame test. Instead, her magic formed flat squares that could seal broken roofs during storms. The academy had mocked her until Myrovra found one of the squares holding a collapsed training wall. The girl approached Seraphine with shaking hands. Your Majesty, she said, they told me my magic was wrong. Seraphine remembered a plum-sized sphere in a velvet box. She remembered laughter, a pearl clasp, and the weight of a throne beneath her hands. She also remembered her mother saying the truth before anyone else believed it. Magic is not wrong because a teacher has not learned its language, Seraphine said. But power must still be trained. Will you do the work? The girl nodded fiercely. Then the Mooncore School will do its work too. Seraphine placed the warden's silver cord around her shoulders. The hall applauded. A sudden crash sounded near the eastern doors. Every guard turned. Myervra's spears flared. Thisivar's threads tightened. Valor stepped forward. Then Counselor Brevane emerged from behind a fallen display board, uninjured but covered in ceremonial ribbons. The support was poorly balanced, he announced. Thisivar examined it. You leaned on it. Brevane looked offended. I tested it. Myervra lifted the entire board with one hand. Where should I put him? She asked Seraphine. The hall became silent with expectation. Seraphine considered the eastern doors. Brevane raised both hands. Your Majesty, I have repaired 3 villages this year. True. And registered my chair. Also true. May I remain inside? Seraphine looked at her daughter. Set the board upright. Leave the counselor where he is. Myervra obeyed. Brevane sighed with relief. Mavrienne called from the front row, You have become very restrained. Seraphine smiled. I am a mother now. I must model civilization. Valor leaned toward her. You threw a table into the river last spring. The children were not present. They heard the song about it. That was not my fault. The ceremony ended at sunset. Later, the royal family returned to the western garden where Seraphine and Valor had spent so many quiet afternoons. The roses had been replaced by winter lanterns, each holding one small gold sphere made by Academy students. Myervra challenged her father to an arm-wrestling match at the stone table. Valor accepted with excessive seriousness. Thisivar inspected the table first. It is reinforced, he said. By your grandmother, Seraphine told him. Then it is safe. Myervra planted her elbow. Valor did the same. Seraphine sat between Mavrienne and Lucivar, who had been invited to share the family meal for the first time in many years. Lucivar watched his brother pretend to struggle. He is letting her think she is close, he said. Seraphine shook her head. No, he began pretending 3 years ago. Now he is actually close. Myervra pushed harder. Valor's chair slid backward 1 inch. Odran, seated across the garden, shouted, Very elegant, King. Valor's eyes narrowed. Myervra used the distraction and forced his hand to the table. The garden erupted in cheers. Valor looked at his daughter, pride overcoming royal dignity. Again. Tomorrow, Myervra said, I need cake. A sound warrior's judgment, Seraphine said. Thisivar had already cut the cake into mathematically equal pieces. He gave the largest to Mavrienne because she had built the table. Lucivar received a smaller piece and accepted it without complaint. At one point, Myervra asked him whether he had truly been carried outside on a throne. He looked at Seraphine. She waited. Yes, he said. Your mother was heartbroken and still stronger than everyone in the room. Did you cry? Later. Did grandmother defend mother? She always did. Myervra considered this. Did father claim her because she was strong? Valor answered before Lucivar could. No, I chose her because she was herself when no one was applauding. Her strength was part of her. It was never the price of being loved. Seraphine looked at him across the lantern light. Years had altered his face only slightly. He remained the most handsome man she had ever seen, which she considered a remarkable act of royal consistency. But the sight that moved her most was his hand resting beside Myervra's on the table, careful not to crowd her, and Thisivar leaning against his shoulder while reading a ward diagram. She had once believed love meant standing in front of someone and absorbing every blow meant for them. Then she learned love could mean standing beside someone who chose courage for himself. Motherhood taught her another form. Sometimes love stood behind a child and allowed her to speak. Sometimes it knelt to hear a quiet son describe the door inside a wall. Sometimes it admitted fear, accepted help, repaired what power had damaged, and returned the next day to try again. Marevra came around the table and dropped into Seraphine's arms with the confidence of a child who had never doubted she would be caught. She was nearly too large for it. Seraphine lifted her anyway. Thesavar joined them more carefully. Valor wrapped one arm around all three. Mevrian watched with wet eyes and made no attempt to hide them. Lucivar looked away for a moment, honoring an old grief without trying to reclaim the life that had grown beyond it. Above the garden, Myervra's 7 gold spheres rose into the night. Thesavar sent silver threads between them. Seraphine added 1 deep purple moon at the center. Valor's wolf-light surrounded the pattern, not controlling it, only guarding its edges. The children stared upward. "It looks like a crown," Myervra said. "It looks like a map," Thesavar corrected. Seraphine rested her head against Valor's shoulder. "It can be both." The pattern shone over the palace, visible from the streets below. People stopped to look. No one saw a rejected witch begging to be believed. They saw a queen who had created a new language for magic, a king who had learned that protection did not mean possession, a grandmother whose faith had never depended on proof, and 2 children free to become more than symbols of their parents. Seraphine looked at Myervra's determined face and Thesavar's quiet eyes. "Do you know what I want you to remember?" she asked them. Myervra answered first. "Do not put people under bells." "That is useful, but not the main lesson." Thesavar said, "Ask before carrying someone." Valor gave Seraphine a pointed look. "Also useful," she said, "but no." The children waited. You do not have to become extraordinary to deserve love. You do not have to rescue everyone to earn a place beside them. And when people refuse to believe the truth about you, you may keep explaining if the explanation serves you, but you may also stop wasting your breath and continue building your life. Myervra thought about that. "May I still fight sometimes?" When protection truly requires it, when other choices have failed, and when you are prepared to repair what you break. That is many conditions. Your grandmother created most of them. Mevrian lifted her cup. Civilization is complicated. Thesavar traced 1 silver thread through the air. What if a door is locked? Seraphine smiled. First, learn why. Then decide whether to open it, mend it, or build a better door. Valor's hand tightened gently at her waist. "And what if someone buys another unnecessary table?" Myervra asked. Seraphine looked toward the river beyond the walls. Valor sighed. "Then," Seraphine said, "we consider the depth of the water." The children laughed. The magic crown above them brightened, steady and warm. Years earlier, Seraphine had carried the wrong prince outside because heartbreak had left her with no patience for dignity. Now she stood surrounded by the life that had followed, a husband whose beauty had first distracted her and whose character had given her peace, a mother who had never asked the world for permission to believe in her, a daughter strong enough to lift royal furniture, and a son who could find hidden doors without breaking walls. She had been mocked for magic that arrived in the wrong shape. She had been rejected by a man who loved what she gave him more than he loved the whole of her. Neither wound had become the center of her life. The center was here. It was a child's hand in hers. It was Valor's quiet laughter when Myervra challenged him again. It was Thesavar repairing the edge of a cracked lantern instead of hiding the crack. It was Mevrian demanding another slice of cake. It was the freedom to be strong without carrying everything alone. and when Seraphine looked across the lantern-lit garden at her husband, she still noticed his face first. Valor caught her staring. "Again?" he asked. "The evidence remains excellent." "And the man?" She moved closer, placed one hand over his heart, and looked at the family gathered around them. "The man gave me room to become more than the woman he claimed in a doorway." His gaze softened. "You were never mine because I claimed you." "I know. You became my queen because you chose me." "I know that too." "Then why do you still tell the story incorrectly?" Seraphine smiled. "Because carrying your brother outside is the part everyone remembers." Myerva raised her hand. "I remember father losing the arm match." Odran called from across the garden, "So does the north." Valor looked toward him. "Captain, there are several bridges that require counting." "At night?" "Especially at night." Seraphine laughed against Valor's shoulder, while the children protested on Odran's behalf. The Alpha King maintained that he was not jealous. The gold spheres above him disagreed. True strength is not proving that pain never mattered. It is honoring what was real, choosing what is better, and refusing to become smaller for people who only value finished miracles. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Ex-Regret, and Chosen Love romances. Welcome to Moonlit Romance Library. Please follow for more stories. Chapter 1. Blood on the Snow. The military parade square of Arventhor smelled like iron in winter. Alara Voss stood at the edge of the square, one gauntleted hand wrapped around the reins of her black warhorse, the other pressed flat against her own thigh to stop the trembling. The trembling was not fear. It was the aftermath of killing 7 men in the border ambush 3 hours ago, the last of whom had driven a serrated blade across her left wrist before she'd taken his throat with her sword pommel. The wound had been wrapped in a torn strip of her own cloak. The blood had frozen into the fabric. She could feel it cracking every time she moved her fingers. Behind her, Noctis, her warhorse, her oldest companion, the meanest animal in the royal stables, snorted and stamped one massive hoof into the snow. He did this whenever he was bored, annoyed, or plotting to bite someone. At present, she suspected all three. "Easy," she murmured. Noctis flattened his ears and tossed his head sideways, yanking the reins hard enough to jolt her injured wrist. She hissed through her teeth. He had the temperament of a drunken tavern brawler and the intelligence of a war strategist, and he had never once in his life been easy about anything. She'd found him 6 years ago in a burned-out border stable, a half-starved yearling with hooves too big for his legs and fury in every line of his body. The stable master had warned her not to go near him. "He bites," the man had said. "He kicks. He'll kill you if you try to saddle him." Alara had walked in anyway, because she'd recognized something in those wild black eyes. She had been 15. She'd had no wolf form, no noble bloodline, no mother, and a father who drank himself to sleep every night in a guardsman's barracks. She understood what it meant to be angry and have no one to explain it to. She'd sat in the corner of his stall for 3 hours. She hadn't touched him. She'd simply sat there eating an apple, and when she was done, she'd placed the core on the ground and left. The next morning, the core was gone. The morning after that, she brought 2 apples. By the 4th day, he'd come close enough to breathe on her hair. By the 7th, he'd let her touch his nose. He'd bitten her on the 8th day, hard enough to leave a scar on her shoulder, and she'd bitten him back. Not literally, but she'd flicked his ear so hard he'd startled backward into the wall. They had understood each other perfectly ever since. Now Noctis shoved his massive head against her back, pushing her forward half a step. He wanted to leave. He had wanted to leave since they'd arrived. Horses were not stupid creatures, whatever the nobles said, and Noctis in particular possessed an uncanny ability to sense when a situation was about to become terrible. But she could not leave, not yet. Ahead of her, the parade square was arranged in the rigid formations of a royal acknowledgement ceremony. The Council of Elders occupied the raised stone dais at the center. 7 ancient werewolves in silver-trimmed black robes, their faces carved into permanent expressions of disapproval. Flanking them were the noble houses, arranged by rank. Fur-lined cloaks, jeweled circlets, gloved hands clasped over embroidered sashes. To the left, the soldiers of the Crown Guard stood in polished rows, breath steaming in the cold. To the right, the court ladies and lesser nobles clustered together like a flock of brightly plumed birds. And in the center of it all, standing on the frost-covered stone with his back to her, was Aldrich. Crown Prince Aldrich Veyron, her fated mate. Even now, even with blood frozen to her wrist and 7 kills sitting heavy in her bones, the sight of him made something twist beneath her ribs. Not the mate bond, though that was there too, that low golden hum that had lived inside her chest since she was 17 and first felt it snap into place. This was older than the bond. This was memory. This was the boy who had pulled her out of a frozen river when she was 12, who had taught her the sword forms the weapons master wouldn't teach girls, who had sat beside her on a parapet at dawn and said, "You don't need a wolf, Alara. You already fight like one." She had loved him since before she knew what the word meant. Aldrich turned. Even across the width of the parade square, she could see how the cold had sharpened his features. The strong jaw, the dark brow, the mouth that was too severe for softness but had once smiled at her like she was the only warmth in the kingdom. His black hair was pushed back from his face, and his golden eyes, wolf eyes always, found her immediately. Something flickered there, pain maybe, or guilt. Noctis snorted again, louder this time, and Alara felt the reins go taut as he shifted his weight. He never liked Aldrich. Even in the early days when she and Aldrich had been inseparable, the horse had regarded the crown prince with the particular disdain of an animal who could smell dishonesty long before it arrived. "Stand," she told him quietly. He stomped, twice. She ignored him because Lady Cordelia Ashworth was stepping forward. Cordelia was beautiful. That had never been in dispute. She had auburn hair that fell in perfect waves, a waist like a drawn bowstring, skin that had never been within spitting distance of a battlefield, and a laugh that sounded like crystal chimes designed specifically to make other women feel inadequate. She was the daughter of Lord Ashworth, the wealthiest nobleman in Arventhor, and she had been presented to the council as a suitable Luna candidate 6 months ago. Around the same time, the whispers about Alara's lack of wolf form had grown too loud to ignore. Cordelia placed her hand on Aldrich's arm. It was a small gesture, delicate, possessive, perfectly calculated. Alara saw it. The entire square saw it. That was, of course, the point. Aldrich did not remove the hand. And then he spoke. "Lady Cordelia has stood faithfully beside the crown during the recent border conflicts," he said, his voice carrying across the parade ground with the practiced ease of a man raised to address armies. "Her devotion to the council's guidance and the traditions of our bloodline is beyond reproach." Beside Alara, Noctis made a sound that could only be described as derisive. She agreed with him, but she kept her face still. She had spent 10 years in this court. She knew how to hold her expression. She knew how to stand with blood soaking through her glove and not let a single person see her flinch. Elder Hargrave, the eldest and most venomous member of the council, leaned forward on the dais. "And what of the knight, Your Highness?" Aldrich's jaw tightened. She saw it, the microflexion, the way his eyes darted toward her and then deliberately pulled away. "The knight?" "Sir Alara Voss." Hargrave's voice was thin and precise, like a needle threading through silk. "Your personal guard. The soldiers report she single-handedly broke the ambush at the Thornwinter Pass this morning. 7 enemy wolves, was it? While the rest of your escort was pinned down?" Silence in the square. The soldiers shifted. Some of them had been there. Some of them had watched her walk into that ambush with nothing but a sword and a warhorse while they cowered behind overturned carts. "She performed her duty," Aldrich said. "Her duty." Alara's fingers tightened on the reins. "Indeed." Hargrave smiled, and it was the smile of a man who had already arranged the outcome of this conversation. "And what is her duty, precisely?" "I ask because there has been some confusion among the court about the nature of her position." Cordelia lifted her chin. The torchlight caught the sapphires at her throat. "Surely there is no confusion, Elder. Sir Voss is a guard. a sword, a useful tool. She let the word tool hang in the air like a jewel she was admiring. But one does not elevate a hunting dog to the throne simply because it bites well. Laughter. Small, controlled, noble laughter. The kind that was designed to humiliate without providing anything concrete enough to challenge. Alara felt the bond pulse, Aldrich's emotions bleeding through. Shame, guilt, and underneath that, a desperate, furious fear she didn't understand. She waited for him to speak, to correct Cordelia, to say something. His golden eyes met hers across the square, and in them she saw the thing she'd been afraid to name for months. Apology. "Sir Voss is my guard," Aldrich said. His voice was clear and carried to every corner. "She is not my Luna. A woman without a wolf is unworthy of standing beside the throne." The world went very quiet. Or perhaps it went very loud and Alara simply stopped hearing it. The words hit her somewhere beneath the mate bond, beneath the muscle and bone, in the place where she had kept every promise he'd ever made her, every dawn patrol together, every battlefield prayer, every whispered "I will always choose you." A woman without a wolf. Unworthy. The nobles were watching her, the soldiers were watching her. Cordelia was watching her with barely concealed satisfaction, her hand still resting on Aldrich's arm like a flag planted on conquered territory. The council watched with the hungry patience of men who had been waiting for this moment. They wanted her to cry. She knew this with the clarity of a sword edge. They wanted her to kneel, to beg, to ask Aldrich to explain, to provide some spectacle of feminine desperation they could reference for years afterward when they needed an example of why wolfless women should not presume. Noctis pressed his nose against her shoulder. His breath was warm and his nostrils flared, and his ears were flat against his skull in the expression she recognized as his battle face. He wanted to charge. He had always wanted to solve problems by charging at them. In this, at least, they were not alike. Alara reached up and unclasped the silver badge from her armor. It was a simple thing, a wolf rampant over a crown, the mark of the royal personal guard. She had worn it since she was 18. It had been pinned over her heart when she'd killed her first enemy wolf. It had been stained with mud, blood, rain, and once, memorably, horse spit when Noctis had sneezed directly onto her chest during an inspection. She held it up so the torchlight caught it. Then she threw it into the snow at Aldrich's feet. The sound it made was very small. The silence that followed was enormous. "Sir Voss," Aldrich began. "That's the last order I'll follow," she said. Her voice was steady. She would make it steady if it killed her. "And I wasn't a dog, Your Highness. I was the only one willing to stand between you and every blade aimed at your throat. The dog was whoever taught you to call it nothing." She turned. She mounted Noctis in a single fluid motion that sent a lance of pain through her injured wrist, but she'd mounted this horse in worse condition, with a broken rib once, with an arrow shaft still lodged in her thigh once, during a thunderstorm that had driven every other horse in the stable to panic. This was nothing. This was just her heart. Noctis needed no command. He surged forward, and the crowd parted, not for her, but for him, because he was 16 hands of black fury, and he had a documented history of biting anyone who didn't move fast enough. Behind her, she heard Aldrich call her name. She did not turn. They reached the drawbridge before the shouting started. The royal city of Arventhor was built on a high plateau, accessible only through the Great Gate and its ancient drawbridge over the Frostclaw Gorge. The bridge was wide enough for 4 horses abreast, paved in dark stone, and flanked by carved wolf statues that had watched 1,000 years of comings and goings with the same blank expression. Noctis's hooves rang against the stone. Below, the gorge dropped into mist and darkness. Above, the sky was the color of a bruise, violet and black and swollen with snow that had not yet fallen. Alara stopped at the center of the bridge. The mate bond hummed inside her chest. She could feel Aldrich through it, his panic, his guilt, his fury at himself, his desperate certainty that she would come back. She always came back. She had always come back. After every slight, every public humiliation, every whispered insult from courtiers who called her the wolfless shadow, the broken blade, the guard who warmed the prince's bed because she couldn't warm his throne. She had swallowed it, and she had come back. Not tonight. She closed her eyes. She reached inside herself, past the pain in her wrist, past the exhaustion in her bones, past 10 years of loving a man who could announce her worthlessness to the entire kingdom and still expect her to return. She found the bond. It was there, golden and warm, woven into the center of her being like a thread spun from sunlight. It connected her to Aldrich, his heartbeat, his breath, his wolf. She had lived with it for so long that she no longer remembered what silence felt like. She wrapped her will around it, and she pulled. The pain was immediate and absolute. It felt like reaching into her own chest and tearing out a rib. No, worse. It felt like reaching into her soul and ripping out the part that had learned to love. The golden thread screamed as it frayed. Noctis shrieked beneath her, rearing, because he could feel it too. The shockwave of a fated bond being forcibly severed, something so unnatural that even the stones of the bridge seemed to shudder. She didn't stop. She pulled until the thread snapped. The silence that followed was the most terrible sound she had ever heard. She swayed in the saddle. The world tilted. The gorge gaped below her like a mouth, and for one dizzying moment she thought she was going to fall, off the horse, off the bridge, into the dark. Noctis caught her. Not literally, because horses didn't catch people, but he did what he always did when she was about to break. He planted his hooves, lowered his massive body, and shifted his weight so that she fell forward against his neck, instead of sideways into nothing. His mane was coarse and warm against her face. He stood absolutely still, his breath steaming in the cold, and he waited. She pressed her forehead against his neck and did not cry. After a long moment, she straightened. Her chest felt hollowed out, as if someone had scooped out everything soft and left only bone and determination. "Okay," she whispered. Noctis flicked one ear. "Forward." He walked, steady, sure, carrying her off the bridge and onto the mountain road beyond the gate, into the snow and the dark and the vast, empty world that no longer had a golden thread connecting it to a man who had called her unworthy. Behind her, inside the city, she thought she heard a wolf howl. Aldrich's wolf, recognizing the severance, screaming into the night. She did not look back. Chapter 2. The Night Between. The stable widow's name was Marin. She had been waiting at the last way station before the mountain road, a stone shelter built into the cliff face, half hidden by snow, used by border patrols and occasionally by women leaving the royal city in circumstances that did not permit the main gate. Marin was 47, sturdy as an oak barrel, with iron-gray hair braided tight against her skull and hands that had seen more horse ailments than any noble healer had seen human ones. She had run the lower stables of Arventhor for 20 years, and in all that time she had been invisible. Nobles did not notice the woman who fed their horses. They noticed only when the horse was lame, and then they blamed her. Alara had noticed her. At 14, new to the guard barracks and friendless, Alara had spent more time in the lower stables than in the training yard because the horses didn't care that she had no wolf. Marin had found her there one night, a skinny blonde girl asleep in a hay pile with a wild yearling standing guard over her, and had simply draped a blanket over her and said nothing. In the years since, their friendship had been conducted almost entirely through the horse. Marin treated Noctis's hooves, trimmed his mane, checked his teeth, adjusted his saddle, mixed his feed, and reported his moods to Alara with the clinical precision of a field medic. She was the only person besides Alara that Noctis tolerated, and even that tolerance had limits. He'd bitten through 2 of her leather aprons, and once deliberately stood on her foot during a shoeing. Now Marin stood at the waystation door with a lantern in one hand and a feed bag in the other, and she looked at Alara with the expression of a woman who had already heard the news and had been packed for 3 hours. "I changed his shoes this afternoon," Marin said, handing Alara the feed bag. "New iron. Good grip for mountain snow. There's a poultice in the left saddlebag for that wrist. Don't argue, I can see the blood from here. and I packed dried meat, grain, 2 water skins, and the herb mix he likes, the one with the fennel. Alara stared at her. How did you... I know that horse. Marin jerked her chin toward Noctis, who was already nosing the feed bag with the aggressive enthusiasm of an animal who believed every meal might be his last. He's been agitated for 3 days, stamping, refusing the stable, snapping at the grooms. He knew before you did. Noctis lifted his head from the feed bag long enough to snort in what sounded like confirmation. Alara dismounted. The pain in her chest, the hollow, torn-open cavity where the bond had been, flared so intensely that she grabbed the saddle to stay upright. Marin reached for her arm, steadied her, said nothing about the way Alara's face had gone white. I don't know where you're going tonight, Marin said. Her voice was quiet, practical, the voice of a woman who had lived her entire life in a world that undervalued practical women and had stopped expecting it to change. But he knows. She nodded toward Noctis. He's been impatient to take you away. Alara's throat closed. She wanted to say something. Thank you, or goodbye, or I'm sorry I never spoke up when the stable master shorted your wages, or you deserved better than this invisible life. But Marin was already adjusting Noctis's girth strap, checking the saddlebag buckles, running her hands along his legs the way she'd done 1,000 times. The border road is passable as far as the Grey Mark, Marin said. After that, you'll be in disputed territory. The enemy factions patrol the passes after dark, but they don't usually bother lone riders. Too much trouble for too little gain. She paused. Unless the rider is someone important. I'm not important. Marin looked at her with eyes that held 20 years of watching a wolfless girl become the strongest knight in the kingdom. You're important to him, she said, and touched Noctis's nose. That's enough for me. Noctis bumped Marin's hand with his massive head, and then, in a display of affection so rare that Alara almost lost her composure, he lowered his nose and breathed gently on the older woman's hair. Go, Marin said, and when you get where you're going, check his left foreleg. He's been favoring it, but he won't show you until it suits him. Stubborn creature. Alara mounted. The pain pulsed. Noctis moved beneath her, steady as stone. She rode into the snowfield. She made it 4 miles before the first backlash hit. The broken bond didn't heal cleanly. She had known it wouldn't. The old text said that severing a faded bond was like amputating a limb, except the limb was made of emotion, and the phantom pain lasted forever. What the old texts hadn't mentioned was the sound. A wolf howling inside her skull, not her wolf, because she didn't have one, but the echo of Aldrich's wolf, trapped in the remnant of the bond like a voice caught in an empty room. The pain doubled her over. Noctis stopped immediately, his ears swiveling back, and when she slumped against his neck, he turned his head and nudged her knee with his nose. Hard, repeatedly, as if to say, you are not allowed to fall off. I did not carry you this far for you to fall off in a snowfield like a sack of turnips. I'm fine, she lied. He stomped his hoof. I'm mostly fine. He stomped again, harder. Shut up. He didn't shut up. He stood in the middle of the snowfield and made increasingly offended noises until she straightened in the saddle and took the reins. Then, and only then, did he continue walking, at a pace that suggested he was doing her a tremendous personal favor. The snowfield was vast and empty under the moon. The border mountains rose to the west, dark and jagged, and the wind came down from the peaks carrying the scent of pine and stone and distance. Alara had patrolled this territory 100 times. She knew every ridge, every frozen stream, every abandoned watchtower. She had never ridden it alone at night, in pain, with no badge and no bond and no name except the one she'd been born with. It was, she thought grimly, a terrible night to be free. Chapter 3: Wolves in the Snow. They came from the north. She heard them before she saw them. The crunch of paws in snow, the low, coordinated breathing of wolves running in formation. Not feral wolves, werewolves. Shifted, moving fast, cutting across the snowfield in a flanking arc designed to close a trap. Alara's hand found her sword hilt. The motion sent a bolt of agony through her torn wrist, but she gripped anyway because the alternative was dying, and she had not ripped her own soul in half just to bleed out in a snowfield. Noctis felt her shift. His ears went flat. His stride lengthened. He knew this, the prelude to violence, and unlike most horses, he did not shy from it. He leaned into it. There were 6, no, 8, dark-furred, fast, moving in pairs. They weren't border wolves. Their formation was too disciplined, their coordination too precise. These were hunters, and they were hunting her. The first one broke from the pack and lunged. Alara drew her sword and cut. The motion was instinct. 10 years of training, 1,000 sparring sessions, 100 real fights. The blade caught moonlight as it arced, and the wolf yelped as the flat of the sword cracked across its skull. She didn't use the edge. She didn't need to kill. She needed to break the formation. Noctis screamed, a high, furious sound that no well-bred warhorse should make, and kicked backward with both hind legs. The wolf behind them tumbled, rolled, scrambled up dazed. 2 more came from the left. Alara wheeled Noctis, and he responded like the warhorse he was, pivoting on his haunches, surging forward, driving his armored chest into the nearest wolf and sending it sprawling. She swung the sword again, flat side, and felt the impact jar up her arm. But there were too many, and her wrist was failing. The torn ligaments protested every swing, and the backlash pain in her chest was still there, still throbbing, making her reactions a half-second slow. A wolf snapped at Noctis's leg. She kicked it away. Another lunged for her saddle. She smashed the pommel into its nose. The pack was regrouping. She could see it, the shift in their pattern, the way the remaining wolves were spreading out to encircle rather than attack head-on. They were adapting to her fighting style. That meant they'd been briefed. That meant someone had sent them. She was going to get off this horse and fight on foot, because from the ground she could protect Noctis's legs. She would not let them hurt him. She could take a wound. She could take 10 wounds. He could not. She swung down. Noctis tried to follow, and she shoved his head away. Go! Run! He didn't. He never did. He simply planted himself behind her like a black wall and bared his teeth at the circling wolves with an expression that said, "Come closer. I dare you. I have been wanting to bite something all day." Alara raised her sword with both hands. The wrist screamed. She ignored it. She set her feet in the snow and waited. The wolves charged. And then, light. Not torchlight, not moonlight. Something brighter and hotter, a blue-white flare that split the darkness like a blade. It came from the ridge above the snowfield, accompanied by the sound of hooves, fast, controlled, descending, and a voice that carried across the snow with a calm, almost conversational authority. That's enough. A rider appeared on the ridge. He was silhouetted against the moonlit sky, and for a moment all Alara could see was the outline. Broad shoulders, a dark cloak, a horse that was almost as large as Noctis. Then he descended, and the moonlight found his face, and Alara's breath caught in a way that had nothing to do with pain. He was beautiful. Not beautiful the way Aldrich was beautiful, sharp and golden and bright. This was a different kind of beauty. Dark, cool, dangerous, the way a winter storm was beautiful when you watched it from a cliff's edge. Black hair pushed back from a face carved in clean, sharp lines, eyes the color of pale frost, blue-gray, almost silver, set beneath dark brows, a jawline like a blade. A mouth that looked like it had been designed specifically to deliver devastating statements with no warning. He rode a pale gray warhorse, and he moved with the absolute ease of a man who had been born on horseback and had never once in his life been thrown. Behind him, on the ridge, she could see more riders, an escort held back. The wolves stopped. They didn't flee, they simply stopped mid-charge, as if a leash had been pulled taut. Their heads lowered, their tails dropped. One of them whined. The stranger rode down into the snowfield. His pale horse picked its way through the snow with fastidious precision, and the rider's eyes swept the scene. The circling wolves, the blood in the snow, the woman standing alone with a shaking sword, the black warhorse behind her with murder in his eyes. His gaze settled on Alara. He studied her for a moment. The bloody armor, the torn wrist, the defiant stance, the absence of any wolf aura whatsoever. And something shifted in his expression. Not pity. Pity she could have identified and rejected. This was something closer to interest. "They're mine," he said, nodding toward the wolves. "Border Patrol. They were supposed to be tracking a supply convoy." He paused, "not chasing injured women through snowfields." One of the wolves shifted, bones cracking, fur receding, into a man. He was young, scarred, sheepish. "My lord, she came out of the royal city. We thought—" "I know what you thought. You were wrong." The stranger's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. "Fall back, all of you." They fell back. Every wolf, immediately. No hesitation, no argument. This was not the obedience of fear. It was the obedience of absolute authority, the kind that was so certain of itself it never needed to shout. The stranger dismounted. He was tall, taller than Aldrich, with the build of a man who fought regularly and well. He moved toward Alara, and she raised her sword. "Stay back." He stopped. He looked at the sword, then at her wrist, then at the blood soaking through her glove. "Your grip is failing on the right side," he said. "Your wrist is either fractured or badly torn. You've been riding for at least 4 hours in this cold, which means the tissue is swelling inside the wrap, and if you swing that sword one more time, you're going to lose the use of your hand for a month." He paused. "I have a field medic with my escort and horse feed." The mention of horse feed almost undid her. Not for herself, she could have borne any amount of suffering, but Noctis had been carrying her for hours, had fought beside her, had not been fed since Marin's way station. Behind her, Noctis's ears pricked at the word feed. "You're from the border faction," she said. Her voice was flat, assessing. "The Kelrith Wolves." "I'm the lord of the Kelrith Wolves," he said. "Ronan Kelrith." He inclined his head, not a bow, an acknowledgement. "And you are the woman who just fought off 8 of my best hunters with a broken wrist and a horse that appears to be personally offended by the existence of wolves." Noctis snorted. It was his most judgmental snort. Ronan's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Something better, the suppression of one. "You may leave, or you may stay. Just do not faint in front of my horse." He jerked his chin toward the pale gray warhorse, which was watching the proceedings with an expression of aristocratic boredom. "My horse is very fond of reporting incidents." Alara looked at him. The pain in her chest was a constant roar, and her wrist was on fire, and she was alone on an enemy snowfield talking to a man who should, by all logic, be her adversary. But his eyes were steady, and his voice held no mockery, and he had stopped his wolves without violence. "Do not worry," she said. "I only faint in front of my own horse. It has better manners." This time, Ronan's mouth definitely twitched. Behind her, Noctis did something extraordinary. He lifted his head, looked directly at Ronan, and then turned his body so that he was standing between them, a black wall of horse blocking Ronan's path to Alara entirely. "Your horse," Ronan observed, "does not like me." "My horse doesn't like anyone." "A quality I respect." He stepped to the side. Noctis stepped to block him. He stepped the other way. Noctis mirrored him. This continued for 3 full repetitions, with increasing absurdity, until Noctis leaned forward and clamped his teeth onto the edge of Ronan's cloak. Ronan looked down at the horse holding his cloak hostage. He looked up at Alara. His expression was one of absolute, perfect composure, marred only slightly by the fact that an angry warhorse was slowly eating his clothing. "Is this a negotiation?" he asked. "He thinks so." "What are his terms?" Despite everything, despite the pain, the cold, the ruins of her life, Alara felt the corner of her mouth lift. He wants the feed first, and he doesn't share. Ronan reached slowly into his saddlebag, produced a handful of grain, and held it out. Noctis eyed him, eyed the grain, and released the cloak with a contemptuous flip of his head. He took the grain. He chewed it with the air of a king accepting tribute. "There," Ronan said. "Your bodyguard is appeased. May I approach now, or does the horse require further concessions?" Alara sheathed her sword. The motion made black spots dance across her vision, and she reached for Noctis's saddle to steady herself. Ronan's hand caught her elbow. Not her waist, not her shoulders, her elbow, the most neutral point of contact possible. His fingers were warm through the armor, and his grip was firm without being forceful. "The medic," he said. "Now." She wanted to refuse. She was Alara Voss, the strongest knight in Arventhor, and she did not accept help from enemy lords in snowfields. But Noctis nudged her back, hard, and the world was graying at the edges, and the hollow place where the bond had been was screaming. "Fine," she said. "But if any of your wolves touch my horse, I'll kill them with my left hand." "I believe you," Ronan said, and for the first time she heard something in his voice that sounded genuine. Chapter 4. The Enemy's Heart. The Kelrith border camp was not what she expected. She had expected a war camp, crude, temporary, designed for aggression. What she found was a mountain stronghold carved into the living rock of the Grey March Pass, with high walls, warm fires, a well-stocked stable, and the general atmosphere of a community that had been here for generations and intended to remain. Ronan's people watched her with curiosity but not hostility. They were border wolves, harder than the court wolves of Arventhor, weathered by wind and war, but there was none of the cruelty she'd been told to expect. The soldiers nodded at their lord. The camp workers moved with purpose. Children, actual children, darted between the buildings, chasing each other through the snow. Alara had been told her entire life that the Kelrith faction was savage, lawless, dangerous. She was beginning to suspect that whoever had told her that had never actually visited. Noctis was installed in the stable with the ceremony usually reserved for visiting royalty, primarily because he threatened every groom who approached him until Ilara personally introduced them. Even then, he bit one on the sleeve. Ilara pretended not to notice. Noctis pretended he hadn't done it. The groom pretended his sleeve had always been torn. It was a functional arrangement. The medic, a brisk, efficient woman named Helwyn, examined Alara's wrist with the impersonal competence of someone who had treated 100 such injuries and was bored by this one. Torn ligament, deep bruise on the bone, not fractured, which means you're either very lucky or very hard to break. Helwyn wound a clean bandage with hands that could have performed surgery in a thunderstorm. 3 weeks minimum before you swing a sword. 4 would be better. I'll need it in 2. Then you'll lose the wrist. I'll need it in 2, Alara repeated. Helwyn gave her a look that conveyed in a single glance an entire medical textbook's worth of disapproval. Then she packed the wrist with a poultice that smelled like winter herbs and fire, wrapped it tight, and said, 2 weeks, but if it snaps, don't come crying to me. Alara didn't intend to come crying to anyone. She hadn't cried in 6 years. Ronan appeared after the medic left. He'd removed his riding cloak and wore a dark wool tunic beneath, and in the firelight of the stone chamber, the sharp planes of his face were thrown into relief. He set a tray on the table: bread, dried meat, hot broth, water. When did you last eat? She tried to remember. The morning? No, yesterday morning. She'd been in the saddle since before dawn for the border run that had ended in the ambush, and after the ambush there had been the parade, and after the parade there had been the bridge. Recently, she lied. He studied her. Those frost-pale eyes missed nothing. You're a terrible liar. I suspect that's unusual for someone who survived 10 years in the Arventhor court. I didn't survive by lying. I survived by being useful. And now? She looked at the fire. The hollow in her chest pulsed. Now I'm not useful to anyone. That, Ronan said, pulling a chair to the table and sitting across from her with the easy grace of a man who owned the room and everyone in it, is the most absurd thing I've heard today, and I spent this morning listening to my scout explain how he lost an entire supply convoy to a badger. She looked at him. A badger. A very determined badger. He pushed the tray toward her. Eat. You're no good to anyone dead, and I have questions. She ate. The broth was hot and good, and the bread was better than anything the royal kitchens had produced in months. And the simple act of eating, of being warm, of being fed, of sitting in a place where no one was calling her worthless, was so overwhelming that she had to stop twice and breathe. Ronan watched her. He said nothing. This, she was learning, was one of his qualities. He knew when silence was more useful than speech. When she'd finished, he asked, "Who sent the hunters after you?" "What hunters?" "The wolves in the snowfield. They weren't mine, not the patrol I'd assigned. Someone else deployed them. Someone who knew you'd be on that road tonight." His eyes were sharp. "The Arventhor court isn't known for releasing its assets voluntarily. So who wanted you found?" She considered lying. She considered telling him nothing. But the exhaustion was bone deep, and the truth was simple, and she was so tired of navigating the maze of court deception. "The Council of Elders," she said. "They've been watching me for months. They think my bloodline is abnormal." "Abnormal how?" "I don't have a wolf form." "I noticed." "But they think," she stopped. She didn't actually know what they thought. She only knew that the scrutiny had intensified, that Aldrich had become increasingly desperate to distance himself from her publicly, and that the council's questions had grown pointed enough to draw blood. Ronan leaned back. The firelight played across his features, and she was struck again by how composed he was. Not cold, not emotionless, but contained, as if every reaction was filtered through a layer of deliberate thought. "The Council of Arventhor has a long history of executing things they don't understand," he said. "My grandfather was one of those things." He said it without anger, flat, factual, the way you'd state a historical date. "They called him a heretic. They burned his records. They said the Kelrith bloodline was tainted. This is why we're on the border instead of in the court. We weren't exiled for being weak. We were exiled for being inconvenient." Alara looked at him. There was more to this story. She could see it in the careful way he held himself, the measured cadence of his words. But he didn't push, and she recognized a man who would share his history in his own time. "I should leave in the morning," she said. "I'm not safe to be around. If the council tracks me here, then the council will find that crossing the Grey March in winter is considerably more difficult than writing decrees from a warm throne room." He stood. "You can leave in the morning, or you can rest. The room is yours. The stable is Noctis's. And the medic will kill me if you don't sleep at least 6 hours. And she is the only person in this camp I'm genuinely afraid of." He moved toward the door. Something made her speak. "Why are you helping me?" Ronan paused. He didn't turn immediately. When he did, his expression was unreadable. "Because I came to investigate strange movements from the royal city's army," he said. "And instead I found a woman who was wounded, bond broken, hunted, and still able to leave 8 of my best wolves limping back to camp." He paused. "I'm a strategist, Sir Voss. I don't waste interesting variables." He left. Alara sat by the fire and pressed her hand to the hollow in her chest and wondered when exactly she had stopped being a person and become a variable. It was, she thought, an improvement. Chapter 5. Phantom Pains. She woke before dawn with claws in her chest. Not real claws, the phantom sensation of the broken bond raking across her sternum as if trying to dig its way back to the heart she'd torn it from. The pain was so intense that she rolled off the cot and hit the stone floor, gasping, her back arched, her fingers scrabbling against cold rock. The echo of Aldrich's wolf howled in her ears. Not words. Wolves didn't speak in words, but emotion, raw and ragged. Loss, confusion, the desperate searching of an animal that had been severed from its other half and couldn't understand why. She pressed her forehead to the floor, breathed, counted, waited. It passed. It always passed. But each morning it was a little worse, a little longer, a little louder, and each morning she had to spend a few more seconds reminding herself that she had chosen this, that the alternative, staying, submitting, letting the bond remain as a leash in the hands of a man who called her unworthy, was worse than any phantom pain. She dressed, checked her wrist, swollen, stiff, but mobile, went to the stable. Noctis was awake. He was always awake before her, standing in his stall with the alert posture of a horse who believed that sleep was for the weak, and that vigilance was the only reasonable response to existence. When she entered, he tossed his head and made a low, rumbling sound that she had learned over the years was his version of concern. She checked his hooves first. Then his legs, the left foreleg as Marin had warned, showed a slight heat at the fetlock. She wrapped it with practiced hands, murmuring to him as she worked. Then his mane, which was tangled because he fought every groom who tried to brush it. Then his saddle straps, then his feed. It was the ritual. It had always been the ritual. Take care of the horse first, because the horse would never lie to you about whether it needed help. Marin says hello, she told him, even though Marin hadn't technically said that. She says you're stubborn. Noctis lowered his head and pressed his nose against her hair. His breath was warm and smelled like grain. He stayed there for a long moment, breathing, and she stood very still and let him, because this was the closest either of them came to saying, "I'm worried about you." She found Ronan in the camp's upper ward, standing at a stone parapet overlooking the Greymarsh Pass. The dawn was coming up gray and silver behind the mountains, and the wind carried the scent of snow. "You're up early," he said without turning. "The bond wakes me." He did turn then. His eyes, those impossible silver blue eyes, dropped to her chest, not in the way of a man looking at a woman's body, but in the way of a healer locating a wound. "The backlash," he said, "from the severance. You know about it. I know that severing a fated mate bond is supposed to be impossible. I know that the old texts describe it as tearing the soul in half. I know that the last person recorded to have done it died within a year." He paused. "I also know that the old texts were written by the Council of Elders, and the Council has a documented habit of exaggerating threats to discourage people from making choices the Council doesn't approve of." She leaned against the parapet. The stone was ice cold through her shirt. "You sound like you've studied this." "I've studied everything the Council has tried to hide. It's a hobby." His mouth quirked. "A dangerous hobby, which is the best kind." She was quiet for a moment. Below the parapet, the camp was stirring. Smoke from the kitchens, voices, the sound of horses being led to water. Normal sounds, life sounds. She had spent so long in the polished silence of the Arventhor court that she had forgotten what a real, living settlement sounded like. "I need to keep moving," she said. "If I stay, I put your people at risk. My people have been at risk since before you were born. The Council considers our existence an insult." He turned to face her fully. "Where would you go?" She didn't answer because she didn't know. For 10 years, her identity had been defined by her role: Sir Alara Voss, Royal Personal Guard, the Crown Prince's blade, the wolfless knight who fought harder than any shifted wolf. Without that role, without the badge, without the bond, she was just a woman with a sword and a bad-tempered horse. The thought should have been terrifying. Instead, it felt like standing in an open field after years in a stone cell. The space was overwhelming, but it was space. "I'll figure it out," she said. "I don't doubt it." He looked at her with an expression she couldn't entirely read, something between respect and something warmer. "But consider this: you're injured, hunted, and alone. I have walls, a medic, and a stable full of feed. You could stay until you're healed, at minimum. Consider it a strategic alliance. An alliance with an enemy lord. An enemy lord who is currently the only person between here and the royal city who hasn't tried to kill you." He paused. "The bar is low. I'm aware." She almost laughed. She didn't. The hollow in her chest made laughing feel like pulling stitches, but the impulse was there, and it surprised her. "1 week," she said. "Then I go." "1 week," he agreed. She pushed off the parapet and walked toward the stairs. Behind her, Ronan said, "Sir Voss." She stopped. "In the snowfield, the way you fought, with a broken wrist and no wolf against 8 shifted wolves." His voice was quiet. "I've commanded warriors my entire life. I've never seen anything like it." She didn't know what to say to that. She wasn't used to compliments that sounded like they meant something. She went to check Noctis's foreleg again. Chapter 6. The Testing. 3 days passed. Alara trained. She trained because it was the only language she had for processing what had happened to her. Sword forms with her left hand while the right wrist healed. Footwork in the snow. Endurance drills that left her gasping and shaking and momentarily free of the phantom pain. Ronin's soldiers watched her. At first, they watched with the careful hostility of wolves assessing a stranger. By the second day, the hostility had shifted to curiosity. By the third, 2 of them asked to spar. She put them both on the ground in under 40 seconds, left-handed. After that, a young wolf named Brennan, 22, broad-shouldered, freckled, with the eager energy of a puppy who hadn't yet learned to stop chasing his own tail, attached himself to her training sessions like a burr on a saddle blanket. "You fight different," Brennan said, sprawled in the snow after she'd swept his legs for the 4th time that morning. "Wolves fight with strength. You fight like water. You go around everything." "I fight like someone who can't shift," she said. "If I fought like a wolf, I'd lose every time, so I don't fight like a wolf." Brennan sat up, brushing snow from his red hair. "That's brilliant. That's survival." "Same thing, isn't it?" He grinned at her, and it was the grin of a young man who was uncomplicated in a world that rewarded complication. Straightforward, warm, slightly stupid. She liked him immediately. "You're too nice for a border wolf," she told him. "My mother says the same thing. She says I'm a disgrace to the Kilrith reputation, and I should practice scowling more." He demonstrated a scowl. It looked like a constipated squirrel. Alara kept her face neutral. "Needs work." "Lord Ronan scowls naturally. It's very unfair. Some people just have the face for it." From across the training yard, Ronan's voice carried. "I heard that, Brennan." "I meant it as a compliment, my lord." "It wasn't." Brennan winked at Alara. "He likes you, by the way. I can tell because he hasn't threatened to reassign me to the South Watchtower yet, and he usually does that within the first hour of someone new arriving. He doesn't like me. He's being strategic." "That's what he said the last time someone asked him why he kept your horse in the best stall." Brennan paused. "Your horse bit me, by the way." Brennan flopped back into the snow with a hand over his heart. "If I were less afraid of Lord Ronan, I would propose immediately." Across the yard, Ronan did not look up from tightening a saddle strap. An excellent survival instinct, Brennan. Alara looked from one man to the other. "Was that jealousy?" "No," Ronan said. "Border security. He bites everyone." "He didn't bite Lord Ronan." That was true, and it bothered her. Noctis had, after the initial cloak incident, developed a grudging tolerance for Ronan that he extended to no one else in the camp. He still snorted when Ronan passed his stall. He still tossed his head, but he didn't bite. He didn't kick. Once, she had caught him accepting a carrot from Ronan's hand with an air of tremendous condescension, as if the carrot were barely adequate, but he was willing to overlook its deficiencies. "Horses know things," Brennan said sagely. "My grandmother always said that if a horse trusts a man, the man's worth trusting." "Your grandmother never met my horse." On the 4th night, the backlash hit differently. She was walking the camp perimeter. She did this every night, because the habits of a guard didn't die just because the badge had been thrown in the snow, when the pain in her chest erupted without warning. Not the usual dawn ache, but a searing, blinding agony that dropped her to her knees. The Bond remnant was screaming. Aldrich was doing something, reaching through the broken connection, trying to find her, sending his wolf spirit howling into the void between them. She could feel it. His desperation, his fury, his guilt. Not words, but emotions so raw they were almost tangible. He was looking for her. He was using every scrap of the destroyed bond to try to sense where she was. She pressed her hands flat against the frozen ground and breathed through her teeth. The pain was a wolf's jaw clamped around her ribs, tightening with every heartbeat. A hand on her shoulder, warm, steady. "Breathe." Ronan's voice. She hadn't heard him approach. He was kneeling beside her in the snow, his hand a firm pressure on her shoulder. his face close enough that she could see the concern he was trying to mask with composure. "Don't," she started. "I know. Don't touch you. Don't pity you. Don't make it about me." His voice was low and even, the voice of someone who had talked people through pain before. "I'm not doing any of those things. I'm keeping you from falling face first into a snowbank. There's a difference." She laughed. It came out as a gasp, broken and sharp, but it was a laugh, and it cut through the pain just enough to let her breathe. And then something happened that neither of them expected. The pain eased. Not gradually. Suddenly, like a hand had been placed over the wound, the screaming in her chest dimmed, the phantom claws retracted. She could breathe, she could see, she could feel the cold snow under her knees and the weight of Ronan's hand on her shoulder. And beneath that, something else, a vibration, a resonance, as if some frequency inside her was responding to some frequency inside him. Ronan felt it too. She could tell by the way his hand tightened on her shoulder, by the slight hitch in his breathing, by the way his eyes widened a fraction. "What is that?" she whispered. "I don't know." His voice was very careful. "But my wolf just went completely calm, and my wolf is never calm." They looked at each other. The moonlight was cold and blue, and the snow was falling in light, spinning flakes, and his face was very close to hers, and the resonance between them was like a note being held on a string, not painful, not forced, just there. "This doesn't mean anything," she said, pulling back. "Of course not." He stood and offered her his hand. She took it, because the alternative was struggling to her feet alone in the snow and possibly falling over, and she had already performed enough dramatic collapses for 1 week. His grip was warm and firm and lingered exactly 1 second longer than necessary. "For the record," he said as she regained her footing, "my wolf has never done that before. Not for anyone. Maybe your wolf has low standards. My wolf has notoriously high standards. It's insufferable." She pulled her hand from his. The resonance faded, but not entirely. A ghost of it remained, humming in her bones like the memory of warmth. "Good night, Lord Kelrith." "Good night, Sir Voss," he paused. "And Ronan. Just Ronan. Lord Kelrith sounds like my father, and my father was not a pleasant man." "Good night, Ronan." He watched her go. She could feel it, his gaze on her back, steady and warm and impossible to ignore. Chapter 7. The X Arrives. Aldrich came on the 6th day. He came with an escort of 20 Crown Guard wolves, riding the great white warhorse that had been his since his investiture, wearing the black and gold of the royal house and carrying enough authority to make the mountains themselves feel inadequate. He also came, Ilara noticed from the upper parapet where she was training, looking like he hadn't slept in a week. The golden sharpness of his features had gone gaunt, his eyes were shadowed. His jaw was clenched so tight the muscles stood out like ropes. Good, she thought, and then hated herself for thinking it, and then decided she was allowed to think it. Ronan met Aldrich at the gate. The two men faced each other across 6 feet of snow, and the temperature of the camp dropped by several degrees. Not literally, but the effect was convincing. 2 alpha wolves, 2 lords, 2 very handsome men who immediately and instinctively disliked each other. Crown Prince Aldrich. Ronan's voice was the ice-smooth courtesy of a man who could kill you while discussing the weather. "What brings you to the Grey Mark? I wasn't aware the Crown took an interest in our humble border." Aldrich's golden eyes swept the camp, found Ilara on the parapet, locked onto her with an intensity that made the bond remnant throb. "You have something of mine," Aldrich said. The temperature dropped further. Beside Ilara on the parapet, Brennan muttered, "Oh, this is going to be good." Ronan didn't move, didn't blink. "I don't have anything of yours, Your Highness. I have a guest who arrived of her own free will, injured and hunted, and who is welcome to leave whenever she chooses." He paused. "Would you like to specify what you believe you've lost? I keep thorough records." Aldrich dismounted. His wolf was close to the surface. She could see it in the amber flare of his eyes, the way his movements had gone too smooth, too controlled. He walked toward the gate. Ronan did not step aside. Lord Kael'rith. Aldrich's voice was quiet, and that was worse than shouting. Alara had heard him quiet before. Quiet meant the wolf was in charge. I am not here to negotiate. I am here for my... Your what? Ronan's voice was silk over steel. Your guard? She threw her badge in the snow. Your mate? From what I understand, you declared her unworthy in front of your entire court. Your property? One dark eyebrow rose. I wasn't aware the crown had started claiming people as possessions. That's an unfortunate regression. Behind Ronan, 2 Kael'rith soldiers shifted their weight. Not aggressively, just a reminder that the Lord of the Grey March had backup. Aldrich's jaw worked. I need to speak with her, alone. Then ask her. Both men looked up at the parapet. Alara looked down at them. 2 alpha wolves bristling at each other in the snow like overgrown tomcats arguing over territory, and felt the absurd impulse to dump a bucket of water on both of them. Instead, she descended the stairs, walked through the courtyard, and stopped 10 feet from Aldrich. He looked at her. The bond remnant surged, not his emotions anymore because the bond was broken, but the echo of them, the phantom memory of how he used to look at her when they were alone. As if she were the only real thing in a world made of politics and duty. Alara. His voice cracked on her name. Your Highness. The formality hit him like a slap. She saw it, the flinch, the way his hands curled at his sides. Don't call me that. Why not? It's your title. You made very clear what titles I'm allowed to use and which ones I'm not. Silence. Behind Aldrich, his soldiers shifted uncomfortably. Behind Alara, Ronan stood perfectly still, watching with the expression of a man who was cataloging everything for future reference. The council has decided to judge you publicly, Aldrich said, and his voice was low and urgent. They've declared your bloodline suspicious. They're calling you a heretic. If they find you, then they'll find me. That's no longer your concern. It is my concern. You are my... What? She took a step closer. The pain in her chest was searing, but she held his gaze with the same steady focus she used on a battlefield. Your guard? Your mate? Your convenient excuse? Pick one, Aldrich. Pick one and say it to my face, the way you said the other thing to my face 6 days ago. He flinched again. You don't understand. I said those things because the council was going to imprison you. They discovered your bloodline is abnormal. They suspect you're the heir to the ancient Moon Wolf line, and they threatened to lock you in the Moon Tower for verification. I thought if I publicly denied you, they'd believe you were unimportant. I was trying to protect. You were trying to protect me, she said. Her voice was even, controlled, the way a blade was controlled before the cut. By humiliating me in front of every person I'd bled for. By letting Cordelia call me a hunting dog. By standing there in your crown and your gold and telling the world I was nothing. I didn't say you were nothing. You said I was unworthy. In front of the council, in front of the guard I served for 10 years, in front of soldiers who followed me into battle. She paused. You could have told me. You could have warned me. You could have pulled me aside and said, the council is after you, and I need to pretend, and I need you to play along. You could have given me the choice, but you didn't, because you never once considered that I might have an opinion about my own protection. Aldrich opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Ronan did not step in front of her. He only removed one black glove with unhurried precision. I am not interrupting, he said. I am simply preparing for the possibility that His Highness forgets how distance works. For the first time since arriving at the gate, Aldrich looked at him as if the Border Lord had become a blade pointed directly at his throat. Come back with me, he said. I can still fix this. I can. No. The word landed in the snow between them like a dropped sword. Alara. I said no. You don't get to make this decision for me. Not anymore. She stepped back. Go home, Aldrich. His wolf surged. She saw it in the amber flood of his eyes, the sudden tension in his frame, and then, instinct, habit, 10 years of being his alpha and her soldier, he reached for the command. Alara, stop! It was an alpha command. full force, the bone-deep compulsion that every wolf obeyed, the vocal weapon that could pin a subordinate in place with a word. It hit her like a wall. And it bounced. She didn't stop. She didn't even flinch. The command washed over her like water over stone, and she kept walking, and Aldrich stood in the snow with his mouth open and his command echoing uselessly in the cold air. She had torn the bond. His command had no anchor. The realization hit him visibly. His face went white. Not angry white, not frustrated white, but the white of a man who has just understood, for the first time, the full scope of what he has lost. She broke it. His voice was barely audible. She actually broke it. Ronan, still standing by the gate, said nothing. But his eyes followed Alara as she walked back into the camp, and his expression, just for a moment, was the expression of a man watching someone walk through fire and emerge still standing. Brennan appeared beside Ronan and whispered, "That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen." "Yes," Ronan said quietly, "it was." Chapter 8. The Moonlit Pass. Aldrich didn't leave. He couldn't. His escort made camp outside the Kael'rith walls, and he sent 3 separate messages requesting to speak with Alara again. She ignored all of them. Ronan delivered the messages to her personally, each one sealed with the royal wolf crest in black wax, and each time she shook her head. "He's persistent," Ronan observed, placing the 3rd scroll on the table between them. They were in the upper hall, a stone room warmed by 2 fires, and the scroll sat between their cups of hot cider like a small, unwanted guest. "He thinks I'll change my mind." "Will you?" She looked at him. The firelight made his pale eyes warm. "No." "Good." He picked up the scroll and tossed it into the nearest fire without ceremony. "I was running out of table space." That night, Ronan asked her to ride with him. Not a romantic ride, a patrol of the Moonlit Pass, a border lord's routine circuit, checking the watchtowers and the signal fires. But the moon was full, and the pass was beautiful, and she hadn't ridden for pleasure in months. Noctis was delighted. Not visibly, because Noctis did not display delight the way other horses did, with prancing and nickering and general enthusiasm. Noctis displayed delight by being marginally less aggressive than usual, which in his case meant he only snapped at 2 people instead of his customary 5 during saddling. They rode out through the north gate. The pass was silver under the moonlight, the snow untouched, the mountains rising on either side like the walls of a cathedral. Ronan's pale gray horse moved beside Noctis with the diplomatic caution of an animal who had learned that the black horse's personal space was not to be violated. They rode in silence for a while. It was a comfortable silence, not the loaded quiet of 2 people avoiding a subject, but the easy quiet of 2 people who didn't need to fill the air. "Tell me about the Moon Wolf," Alara said eventually. Ronan glanced at her. "You don't know?" "The council doesn't teach wolfless girls their mythology." His jaw tightened, a flash of anger quickly controlled. "It's not mythology, it's history. The Moon Wolf was the first wolf, the oldest bloodline, the line that existed before the councils, before the crowns, before the pack hierarchies. The Moon Wolf didn't rule packs, it judged them. It was the balance. When a king became a tyrant, the Moon Wolf could strip his power. When a council grew corrupt, the Moon Wolf could dissolve it. And the council thinks The council is afraid of you. That's why they want you locked up. Not because your bloodline is suspicious, but because if you're what they think you are, you have the authority to tear down everything they've built." He paused. "The Moon Wolf doesn't shift, Alara. Not the way other wolves do. The ancient texts, the ones the council tried to destroy, the ones my grandfather preserved, they say the Moon Wolf's power doesn't manifest as a form. It manifests as a judgment, a presence. Every wolf in range must submit, must kneel." The wind picked up. Alara's hair, golden, long unbound because she'd stopped wearing the knight's braid when she'd thrown away the badge, streamed behind her. The moonlight caught it, and for a moment, something on her collarbone glowed. Just a flicker, a faint silver light, like a mark beneath the skin. Ronan's horse stopped. Ronan stopped, his eyes fixed on her throat. "What?" the backlash hit. Not the usual dawn pain, this was the broken bond reacting to the full moon, to Aldrich's presence at the edge of the pass, to some deep tide in her blood that she didn't understand. The phantom claws tore at her chest. She doubled over in the saddle. Noctis sidestepped, alarmed. Ronan reached. His hand caught her arm. The contact detonated. She felt it like a thunderclap. Energy, raw, silver, enormous, erupted from the point where his skin touched hers and radiated outward. The mark on her collarbone blazed to life. A crescent, a wolf, a moon, etched in silver light beneath her skin. The air around them vibrated. The snow lifted from the ground in a fine mist. The mountains seemed to hold their breath. Ronan's wolf surfaced. She could see it in his eyes, the irises going full silver, the pupils contracting to points, and then his knees buckled, not from weakness, from compulsion. His wolf was bowing, kneeling, submitting to the thing inside her that was older than any alpha. He went down on one knee in the snow, his hand still gripping her arm, his head bowed. The resonance between them was a living thing now, enormous, warm, undeniable. The light faded, the pain receded, the mark dimmed. Silence. The horses stood perfectly still. Even Noctis was quiet, which might have been the most supernatural event of the entire evening. Ronan looked up at her from one knee in the snow. His pale eyes were wide, his dark hair windswept, his face lit by the last traces of silver light. He was breathing hard. "Well," he said, "that was unexpected." She stared at him. "You're not angry." "Why would I be angry?" Your wolf, it forced you to." "My wolf did what my wolf wanted to do." He stood, brushing snow from his knee with a composed precision that was entirely undermined by the slight color in his cheeks. "If this is my fate, at least it has excellent taste." She looked at him, the moonlight in his hair, the half-smile on his mouth, the way he stood there in the snow as if having his wolf forcibly submit to her was merely an interesting development rather than a catastrophic insult to his alpha dignity. Something cracked inside her chest. Not the bond, that was gone. Something else. Something that had been frozen solid since the parade square, since the words unworthy and hunting dog and a woman without a wolf. "You should be afraid of me," she said. "I'm not. Every alpha should be afraid of this." "I'm not every alpha." He stepped closer. Not aggressively, carefully, the way you'd approach something precious and skittish. "And I don't think you want people to be afraid of you. I think you want someone who sees what you are and doesn't run." The wind blew between them. Her golden hair caught the moonlight. His frost-pale eyes held hers. "We should go back," she said. "Probably." Neither of them moved. Noctis broke the moment by shoving his head between them and snorting directly into Ronan's face. "Your horse," Ronan said, wiping horse breath off his cheek, "has impeccable timing." "He thinks so." They rode back in silence, but it was a different silence now, charged, alive, full of everything they hadn't said. Chapter 9. The Revel Arrives. Cordelia Ashworth arrived 3 days after Aldrich, and she came with an army. Not a real army, a ceremonial one. 12 council guards in silver armor, bearing the official seal of the Elder Council, and a formal decree written on white vellum and stamped with so much wax it could have served as a doorstop. She rode a white palfrey with a braided mane and a jeweled bridle, and she wore a traveling cloak of deep blue velvet trimmed in ermine, and she looked like a painting of a noblewoman designed to make other women feel inadequate. She also looked, Ilara noticed from the parapet, like she hadn't wanted to come. It was in the way Cordelia held her reins, too tight, the knuckles white, and in the set of her mouth, which was not the satisfied smirk of a rival come to gloat, but the compressed line of a woman performing a duty she despised. Ronan met the party at the gate. Aldrich, who had been camped outside the walls for 3 days in increasingly desperate sulking, emerged from his tent to join the proceedings with the energy of a man who had been waiting for something to happen and had gotten the wrong thing. "Lady Cordelia." Ronan's voice carried the particular warmth he reserved for people he intended to make deeply uncomfortable. What a pleasure. I wasn't expecting visitors from the royal court. Twice in 1 week, I'm beginning to feel popular. Cordelia dismounted with the practiced grace of a woman trained from birth to be decorative. Lord Caelrith, I come on behalf of the Council of Elders with a formal decree for the person known as Sir Alara Voss. The person known as, Ronan repeated. Not the knight, not the woman. The person known as. His eyebrow rose. The council's choice of language is, as always, a masterclass in passive hostility. Cordelia's jaw tightened. She unrolled the decree. By order of the Council of Elders, Alara Voss is to be returned to the royal city for formal verification of her bloodline. She is to present herself at the Moon Tower within 14 days. Failure to comply will result in her being declared a heretic and judged accordingly. Silence. Judged accordingly, Alara said from the parapet. She descended during the speech and now stood at the bottom of the stairs, her arms crossed, her golden hair catching the winter sun. What does that mean, specifically? Imprisonment? Execution? Being forced to attend another one of the council's interminable ceremonies? Several of the council guards shifted uncomfortably. One of them, a young man who had served under Alara during the Eastern Border Campaign, had the decency to look ashamed. Cordelia faced Alara. Up close, the cracks in her composure were more visible. Her makeup was slightly smudged, her eyes were red-rimmed, her perfect hands trembled almost imperceptibly. It means, Cordelia said, that you are to come with me, willingly or otherwise. And if I refuse? Then I am authorized to use the council's authority to compel you. Ronan stepped forward. The council's authority doesn't extend to my territory, Lady Ashworth. The Greymark has been sovereign since before the current council was formed. Any attempt to compel anyone within my walls will be treated as an act of war. Aldrich, who had been standing in the snow with the expression of a man watching a building burn, spoke. Cordelia, that's enough. Don't tell me what's enough. Cordelia's voice was sharp, sharper than Alara had ever heard it. She spun to face Aldrich. You could have stopped this. You could have told the council the truth, that she's your fated mate, that you rejected her to protect her, that this entire farce was your idea. Instead, you let them send me, your replacement Luna, your consolation prize, to drag her back for judgment. The courtyard went very quiet. Cordelia was shaking. Not with anger, with something deeper. Exhaustion. Humiliation. Years of it, compressed into a single moment. Do you know what my father said when the council named me as a Luna candidate? She looked at Aldrich and her voice cracked. He said, finally, you're useful. 23 years of music lessons and etiquette training and learning to walk in heels and smile at men who disgusted me, and the best I could hope for was to be useful as a replacement for a woman you actually loved. She turned to Alara. Her eyes were bright with tears she was furious about producing. I envied you. Did you know that? I hated you and I envied you. Because you could ride, you could fight, you could leave. I have never once in my life been allowed to leave a room without permission. The wind blew. Snow swirled across the courtyard. The council guards stood in their silver armor and looked deeply uncertain about the trajectory of this mission. Alara looked at Cordelia for a long moment. She remembered the parade square, the hunting dog comment, the delicate hand on Aldrich's arm, the crystal chime laugh. She had hated Cordelia for it. She had hated her with the pure, hot fury of a woman who had just been publicly destroyed. But looking at her now, shaking in her blue velvet with smudged makeup and red eyes and the desperate fury of a woman who had finally said the unsayable, Alara saw something she recognized. A cage, different from Alara's but no less real. You don't have to do this, Alara said. Her voice was quiet, not soft, she didn't do soft, but quiet, in the way of someone stating a fact. You don't have to bring me back. You can tell the council I refused. You can tell them whatever you want. They'll punish me. They'll punish you anyway. They always punish the messenger. Alara paused. Unless the messenger stops being a messenger. Cordelia stared at her. Something shifted in her face. Not a dramatic transformation, not a single epiphanic moment, but a slow realignment, like tectonic plates finally settling into a new position. She looked down at the council badge pinned to her cloak. A silver wolf rampant over crossed scepters, the council's mark of authorized representative. She touched it. Then she unpinned it and dropped it in the snow. "My lady," one of the council guards stepped forward. "You can't, the council's authority." "The council can retrieve its own prisoners," Cordelia said. Her voice was still shaking, but it was steady underneath, like a building that trembles but does not fall. "I'm done carrying their leashes." She looked at Alara. "I'm sorry for what I said at the parade. I didn't mean it, no, that's a lie. I meant it because I was jealous and cruel and I wanted to hurt you, but I'm sorry." Alara nodded. It was not forgiveness. Not yet, possibly not ever, but it was acknowledgement, and it was enough. "The council guards can escort Lady Ashworth safely back to the royal city," Ronan said, stepping smoothly into the silence with the diplomatic ease of a man who knew exactly when to take control of a situation. "Or, if she prefers, she's welcome to remain at the Grey March until she's decided her next steps. I have rooms and a surplus of strong cider, and I've been told both are effective remedies for sudden career changes." Cordelia looked at him, and despite everything, the tears, the cold, the crumbling of her entire identity, she almost laughed. "I'll stay, if only because the ride back is long and I'm not ready to face my father." "A wise decision," Ronan turned to the council guards. "You may deliver a message to the council from me. The message is no." He smiled. It was not a warm smile. "They'll know what it means." The guards left. Aldrich remained. He stood in the snow, watching Alara, and his face held the expression of a man who was watching his entire world rearrange itself around him and had no idea how to stop it. "Alara." "Go home, Aldrich." "I can't. I need you to understand." "I understand perfectly. You loved me. You were afraid for me. And instead of trusting me with the truth, you made the decision alone." She met his eyes. "Every time you tried to protect me, you chose a way that required me to be smaller, to be less, to stand behind you and say nothing while you decided what I was worth. That wasn't love, Aldrich. That was control dressed up in good intentions." He flinched as if she'd hit him. "I won't make that mistake again," he said. His voice was raw. "No," she said, "you won't, because you won't get the chance." She turned and walked back into the camp. Ronan fell into step beside her, not touching, not speaking, just present. Behind them, in the snow, Aldrich stood alone with the broken pieces of his arrogance and finally understood that he had not lost a guard. He had destroyed his own heart. Chapter 10. The week that changed everything. The week of recovery became 2 weeks and then 3. The excuse was Alara's wrist. It was healing, but slowly. And Helwyn the medic enforced rest with the tyrannical efficiency of a woman who had once physically restrained a grown wolf from leaving the sickbed by sitting on his chest. The real reason was harder to name. Alara was learning things, not sword things, she knew those, not survival things, she'd always known those. She was learning what it felt like to exist in a place where her worth was not measured by her usefulness to a crown. In the Kelrith camp, people worked, ate, trained, argued, laughed, and lived with the robust efficiency of a community that had been self-sufficient for generations. There was no council watching from a raised dais. There were no nobles whispering behind silk fans. There were people, some of them wolves, some of them not, and they measured each other by what they contributed, not by what bloodline they carried. Brennan followed her around like a cheerful shadow, asking endless questions about sword technique and occasionally tripping over his own feet. He brought her breakfast on the mornings when the backlash was worst, not because she asked, but because he'd noticed she didn't eat on those mornings, and he had the straightforward compassion of a person who didn't complicate kindness. "You remind me of my sister," he told her one morning, setting a tray of porridge on the table with a clatter. "She's stubborn too, won't eat unless someone puts food directly in front of her and stares until she picks up the spoon. I don't need a nursemaid." Good, because I'm terrible at it. I burned the porridge. He paused. Twice. The porridge was indeed burned. Alara ate it anyway, because Brennan's face was so earnestly hopeful that refusing would have been like kicking a puppy. Cordelia, meanwhile, was undergoing her own transformation. Without her father's expectations, without the council's demands, without the need to perform the role of perfect Luna candidate, she turned out to be sharp, observant, and possessed of a caustic wit that could strip paint. I spent 12 years learning to play the harp, Cordelia told Alara one evening, sitting by the fire in the upper hall with a cup of cider and an expression of dawning outrage. 12 years? Do you know how useless harp is? In what conceivable scenario will my ability to play a delicate rendition of Moonlight Serenade be strategically relevant? Never, Alara said. Never. 12 years. Cordelia drank her cider with the aggressive urgency of a woman who had just realized how much of her life she'd wasted. Do you know what else they taught me? Flower arrangement, calligraphy, how to enter a room so that every man notices you, how to laugh at jokes that aren't funny, how to eat a meal without actually eating, because Luna candidates must maintain a certain silhouette. She set down her cup. I'm learning to ride. Properly. Brennan's teaching me. Brennan can barely stay on a horse himself. I know, that's why he's perfect. He falls off so often that my mistakes look competent by comparison. She paused. He's very kind, for a border wolf. He is. Cordelia looked at the fire. The light softened the sharp edges of her beauty, and for a moment she looked less like a noblewoman and more like a girl who had never been given permission to just sit. I was wrong about you, she said. At the parade, and before that, I told myself you were beneath me because you didn't have a wolf. But the truth is, I was beneath you because I had everything, rank, beauty, a wolf, and I still couldn't do a single thing without someone's permission. Alara was quiet for a moment. You're doing things now. I'm sitting by a fire drinking cider in an enemy camp because I threw a council badge into the snow on impulse. Cordelia laughed, a real laugh, sharp and bright and nothing like crystal chimes. My father would have a stroke. That's a bonus. Cordelia laughed again, harder, and this time Alara's mouth twitched too, and for just a moment, the two women who had been positioned as rivals by a system that benefited from their hatred sat in firelight and were simply human. Chapter 11. Closer. The resonance between Alara and Ronan grew stronger. She felt it like a low hum beneath her skin, not the gold thread compulsion of a fated bond, not the chain-link weight of a forced pairing, but something else entirely. Something that breathed, something that gave space. When she was near Ronan, the broken bond pain in her chest eased. When she walked away, it returned. Not because he was binding her, she tested this carefully, suspicious of anything that felt like a leash, but because his presence seemed to soothe whatever ancient thing was stirring in her blood. She resented it at first. She had just freed herself from one bond. She had no interest in another. You're keeping your distance, Ronan said one evening, finding her on the parapet where she went to watch the stars. He stood 3 feet away, always 3 feet, always leaving space, always treating her autonomy like the precious thing it was. I'm being careful. With what? With whatever this is. She gestured between them. The resonance, the pain easing, your wolf going calm. I don't want another chain. He was quiet for a moment. The stars were sharp and cold above them, and the wind carried the scent of pine. What if it's not a chain? Everything that binds you to another person is a chain. A bridge binds 2 sides of a river. That's not a chain, it's a choice. He paused. The old bond, the fated bond with your prince, was assigned, built into your blood without your consent. This, he touched the air between them, not touching her, just indicating the space. This feels different, not because it's fated, because it's chosen. She looked at him. The moonlight turned his dark hair silver at the edges and lit his frost-pale eyes until they looked like pieces of the sky. You're very articulate for a border lord. I read a lot. There's not much else to do in the Grey Marsh during winter besides read and argue with horses. Your horse argues with you? My horse is passive-aggressive. He gives me disapproving looks when I stay up too late. He has a specific sigh for when he thinks my decisions are suboptimal. He paused. He's been sighing less since you arrived, which I choose to interpret as approval. She turned to face him. They were closer than 3 feet now. Somehow, in the course of the conversation, the distance had halved. She could see the individual shades of gray and blue in his eyes, the faint scar on his left cheekbone, the way his mouth curved slightly at one corner when he was trying not to smile. The resonance, she said. When we touch, what does it feel like to you? His expression shifted. The composure thinned, and underneath was something raw and real and carefully guarded. It feels like silence, he said. My wolf has never been silent. It's always pushing, always hunting, always restless. But when you're near, he stopped himself, looked away, looked back. It feels like home. And I've been trying very hard not to say that, because it's the kind of thing that makes a woman who just escaped one bond run for the mountains. I'm not running. I noticed. His voice was very quiet. I noticed everything about you. It's becoming a problem. The wind blew. Her hair streamed sideways, golden in the moonlight, and a strand caught against his shoulder. He didn't brush it away. She didn't pull it back. You notice everything, she repeated. The way you check your horse before yourself, every single time. The way you train left-handed with the focus of someone building a house one brick at a time. The way you pretend you're fine on the mornings when the backlash is worst, but your left hand shakes when you hold your cup. He paused. The way you looked at me in the moonlit pass when I knelt, and you expected anger, and you got excellent taste, she finished. I stand by that. He was close. Too close. She could feel the warmth of him. Not body heat, but the resonance, that deep hum that eased the pain and made the broken place in her chest